Hello there and welcome to the Bitcoin Takeover podcast. This is season 16, episode 41. We are live with Yonatan Sompolinsky, very proficient and at the same time prolific mathematician who is best known, at least before launching Kaspa, for being quoted in the Ethereum whitepaper for his GHOST DAG protocol, which is aspirational or was aspirational for Ethereum at one point. And he was also involved with Bitcoin early on, and I'm gonna let him talk about that. And what else should I mention in this intro? Yonatan?
I was passively involved in Bitcoin early on. I don't think I contributed a lot other than handing out interesting thoughts and challenging the status quo. But other than that, it took me time to contribute to crypto. It wasn't from day one.
Right, so why do some people think you're Satoshi?
I think because he or she left the scene and there aren't many other proof of work figures, and plus some coincidences. But I think most of the people don't really think it, but just enjoy thinking it. That's how I read it.
Well, it's very funny because, for example, the Cardano fans believe that Charles Hoskinson is Satoshi. The Litecoin fans think that Charlie Lee is Satoshi. The Zcash fans think that Zooko is Satoshi. Seems like we have a lot of Satoshis in this space. But what you have created with Kaspa is very different from the traditional blockchain. You have...
For me, I would just add Alex Chepurnoy from Ergo. For me, he's my Satoshi. He wrote 3,600 lines of code, the entire Bitcoin code. He wrote it from scratch, and he's a very, very Satoshi-like. He's the first like Satoshi person that I met in person.
Who's that again?
Oh, Alex Chepurnoy, the founder of Ergo.
Interesting. He's not on the usual suspects list.
Well, he shouldn't be. No one should be. But I'm just saying, like, if you're adding fans, so if I'm also allowed to add a candidate because you are allowed to add, so I'm adding him.
I think there are a lot of smart people in this space, and I was going to say that what you're doing with Kaspa is different from what we are accustomed to seeing in most blockchains, where there is only one block and the rest of them that get discovered by other miners get orphaned. And it's a system which basically enables all orphaned blocks. Well, basically, there are no orphaned blocks in this system. And it's much faster than the usual ones. I guess this also comes with various trade-offs which need to get addressed. But I respect something which is proof of work, has a fair launch, and is different from Bitcoin. And that's why we're doing this today.
For me, this is you mentioned the only difference between Kaspa and Bitcoin. Kaspa having multiple block predecessors, not having orphans. I truly don't understand why people treat Kaspa as complex or complicated to pass, to pass the knowledge on. For me, it is, if you are a Bitcoiner or you understand the inner workings of Bitcoin, then by generalizing this and telling you that each block has multiple predecessors, then yes, of course there are various challenges, beautiful challenges that need to be solved and addressed. But the fundamentals, I'd argue 80% are like Bitcoin.
8%?
80%, I would say,
Okay,
for me.
80.
I know that I know that's a peculiar or not a consensus point of view within with neither communities, but that's my own.
So let me start with this. What is Kaspa, and why was it not possible to build this on Bitcoin?
Kaspa is a generalization of the Bitcoin protocol, where each block references all the latest, the most recent blocks that its miner observed, and there are no orphan blocks, as you mentioned. And this structure technically is called a DAG, a directed acyclic graph. It forms a DAG, but conceptually allows you to, so you envision many miners creating blocks in parallel very fast, and then because you can point at them in parallel, you can point at several blocks, then you get this supposedly messy graph of blocks just growing. And most of the dynamics of the network are quite similar to Bitcoin. For instance, each miner might have different points of view. Miners need to kind of reason about what's happening. Transactions, proof of work, difficulty adjustment. But the fact that you are pointing at several blocks, so it creates a challenge, and the challenge is that there may be conflicts within these blocks. And so this implies you just need to order the block DAG, the structure of blocks that are flowing, and you need to provide an ordering that is guaranteed to converge across all nodes. So again, the one-liner about Kaspa is it's a generalization of Nakamoto consensus. It's a generalization of the structure of chain or tree, rather, in Bitcoin. And this generalization, by pointing at multiple predecessor blocks, allows you to define consensus in a way that the security won't deteriorate as you increase the block rate. So let me perhaps present it in a more theoretical but telling way. In principle, if you form the blocks in a DAG, you can still order them according to the longest chain rule. You can still mimic Bitcoin's operation with a DAG. The protocol simply dictates all transactions in the longest chain are the order of the blocks is every block and every transaction in the longest chain of the DAG is ordered canonically in the same way, in the same obvious way, and all other transactions are ordered after them or discarded either way. So you see the DAG itself, the fact that you wrap things in a new structure and you called it a DAG, this in and of itself does not create, just creates problems, but does not create any solution. It's just it creates a framework for how to define consensus. And this is not a framework that I or my advisor invented. This is well known in distributed systems that ordering events in a distributed system through a directed acyclic graph is the canonical way to record the causality relationships between messages or events. This is nothing novel. This is nothing interesting in and of itself. It's very basic in any consensus, even permissioned traditional consensus, to say every node in a network signs a message or signs all messages that it saw and propagates them in the next round. And then the forming structure is a DAG of messages. And you can implement Bitcoin's protocol within this framework as well by dictating, as I said, that the longest chain of the DAG dictates the ordering, and everything off-chain is either orphaned, discarded, or at least deprioritized in the ordering, which is what we published in 2015, the inclusive blockchain protocol framework. This is alluding to that DAGing framework, but without yet changing the chain selection rule. The innovation is not in the DAG, rather in the way you order messages or blocks in the DAG. If I convince you that the way I or Kaspa, orders the messages, is canonical in the sense that it satisfies the classic consensus requirements, safety, liveness, or simply convergence across all nodes eventually. So if I convince you in that, then you'll see that why it's a useful generalization of the Nakamoto consensus, because now you can, instead of dictating the order according to the longest chain, you dictate the order according to the heaviest cluster, the heaviest K-class cluster, or in DAG KNIGHT, some more involved mechanism. So that's the first part of your to the first question, but maybe want to elaborate on that, or you want to ask the more interesting question, why this can't be implemented on Bitcoin.
No, I'm well aware that this whole DAG concept was proposed first or explained academically in the context of Bitcoin. At the time, there were a lot of proposals, I think, that started pouring in 2012, 2013, 2014 about how to improve Bitcoin. I think the bull market around that time has sparked the interest of a lot of academics. That's when we had Zero Coin, that's when we had Zero Cash, which turned into separate altcoins in the end. And we also had proposals for Bitcoin 2.0, which I think the most successful of it became Ethereum. So I guess it was only a matter of time until all of these proposals to create blocks in parallel and also have these DAGs to have their own chains to demonstrate that they're sound and that the math checks out and that the vulnerabilities are not the ones that critics expect. And I was going to ask you about the origins of this. Like, when did you start working on DAGs and the GHOST protocol? And basically, what did you envision you were going to accomplish at the time compared to what you did with Kaspa?
Originally, it was motivated by academic necessity to choose a lab project and allow me to transition from mathematics to computer science. This is the original motivation. The concept of so my pet is making noise.
Is that a cat?
It's a turtle.
Oh, you have a turtle.
Yeah. We call it actually Bitcoin. Say hello.
He actually waved.
Yeah. We released it and then he came back. So I guess the tie with Bitcoin is unavoidable. So the idea of generalizing into, so the first generalization was not into a DAG, but rather to a different chain selection rule within a tree. So Bitcoin already has an implicit tree structure. So when Bitcoin has a fork, technically you're supposed to see a tree, at least a miner that observes the two forks before choosing the longest chain. And when my advisor Aviv actually wrote the first academic paper on Bitcoin and red balloons, when he was in Microsoft in the West Coast. And when I started my lab project with him, his interest was mainly focused on what happens when you increase the block weight of Bitcoin, because it was very apparent that the 10-minute rule was chosen for good reasons. So we try to understand what happens when the block weight increases, and then we came up with the GHOST protocol, which is still not technically you can call it a DAG, but conceptually it's really a tree. It's a different way to select a fork within a tree. A few weeks or maybe not much more than that before we published the paper, the guy from Lightning, forget his name. It will come to me, and his advisor Roger Wattenhofer, they published the paper that showed the latency of blocks in Bitcoin, or simulation of latency as the block rate or data grows. And this was, it complemented our thinking on this. And Ghost was mainly an erroneous attempt to improve Bitcoin's protocol into Ghost. And we erroneously claimed that Ghost can scale to any block rate and recover the same security guarantees. This was flawed. This was a flawed claim. To my or to our defense, we were more from game theory background. We weren't yet too well versed with distributed systems. And by the time I went to Financial Crypto Conference to show the paper, we already knew there's a problem, but we didn't have a final analysis of is it broken or just not improving Bitcoin as we thought, which is, it turns out to be the latter. But we knew exactly what the attack is. But when I met there Gregory Maxwell from Bitcoin Core, and I told him the protocol, and he immediately showed me the attack. He didn't even need to think about it, which I found, I was amazed. I knew the attack, but I thought like I thought it would take longer, a long time to explain it to people. So that was the story of Ghost. It's still a nice protocol, but it's not achieving what we thought it achieves. And very early, not long after that, Aviv, my advisor, Aviv Zohar, he pointed us towards the notion of DAGs. But again, DAG, there's two things, and it's important for people to remember this. DAG is just a framework. So when I say to point us in the direction of DAG, I don't mean to those early 2011, 2012 ideas circling in Bitcoin around keeping the chain, longest chain, then adding things from the side. Rather, I'm talking about a pure, a true, a clean generalization of Nakamoto, in the sense that there's no tricks, there's no like drive chain or things from the side, like there's no second-rate citizens. It's just like take all blocks and try to order them and linearize the DAG, so to speak, in a canonical manner that will converge across all blocks. And that's when the real DAG journey started.
You mentioned drive chains, and coincidentally, it's been 20 minutes and I have to present a sponsor. And one of the sponsors is Layer 2 Labs, which is building the drive chains. Now they have the software ready, so you can test it on the Bitcoin Signet. You go to layer2labs.com/download, and you're going to find side chains for Zcash, Ethereum, prediction markets, and something like Namecoin, if I'm not mistaken. You can give it a try, and you can see if this is the kind of future that you want for Bitcoin. And if you do like it, you can advocate for BIP300 to get activated on Bitcoin. Even though I'm pretty sure you can do drive chains with Opcat, but they're not as great. They don't offer the same security guarantees as something like BIP300. And I was going to ask you, what do you think about drive chains? You mentioned that.
I don't have a strong opinion on that. And not an intelligent one, at least.
Like, in principle, it sounds really good. And I think it's the kind of Bitcoin maximalism which I like, which is about providing the functionality on this monetary layer, as opposed to creating other networks for different purposes.
That's a weird definition of Bitcoin maximalism, or at least a new one that I'm less aware of.
Oh, you have the Bitcoin maximalism with a capital B and with a lowercase b, which means for the network or for the monetary layer, the 21 million coins. And there are people who say we should build everything on this network, and there are people who say we should build everything to use this currency. Of course, there are intersections, but I think this is the easiest way to distinguish. And I think drive chains are building for an economy which happens on top of Bitcoin and also uses BTC, the token, for everything.
The second part completely makes sense of the lowercase Bitcoin maximalism. I think it's like, maybe it's called the Nick Szabo of Bitcoin maximalism, criticizing the social scalability of launching new coins. From my understanding or my comprehension of the Bitcoin culture, there's not much there isn't much support for creating lots of functionality on top of Bitcoin. That's at least the Bitcoin maximalism I'm more familiar with, or that was the spirit and atmosphere in Bitcoin maximalism back in the day, or in the days of between 2013 and let's say 17, 18. It wasn't that everything should be built on Bitcoin, but more of a distaste towards finance and other functionalities. This is so. For me, the correct term, or the more telling term, is crypto minimalism rather than Bitcoin maximalism. Meaning, it's a statement that crypto, the Satoshi's invention or Satoshi's values, should be begin and end with creating a stateless monetary base, and all the rest shouldn't happen, or either shouldn't happen or shouldn't decentralize. This is at least the movement as I gathered.
But if we appeal to Satoshi, he is the same guy who supported the creation of Namecoin and also proposed that Namecoin is gonna get merged mined with Bitcoin.
Sure.
Namecoin also has 21 million coins, is merged mined, which means that transactions are paying fees to the Bitcoin miners. And I don't think anything interesting happened with Namecoin lately. It was pretty promising early on. It's basically what ENS on Ethereum turned into.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess Satoshi was not opposed to using the technology to build other chains. That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm not saying otherwise. I'm just saying that the Bitcoin maximalism messages and takes in the at least in the first decade of crypto were of the type of opposing other functionalities. I'm not necessarily saying Satoshi was a maximalist in this sense, but the known core devs, the hardcore culture around Bitcoin was definitely that. No one. The main critics of Vitalik weren't, you should do this with BTC, with lowercase Bitcoin. That wasn't the main statement. The main statement was DeFi is a scam, and I think more of a distaste towards finance in general.
I sort of disagree here, because if you go back to the article that Vitalik wrote in 2014, which explicitly comes up with the term Bitcoin maximalism, he references a Reddit thread where someone said, well, you go ahead and build your EVM and whatever is nice with Ethereum, and we're gonna take that and put it on Counterparty. And at the time, and still today, Counterparty is this protocol on top of Bitcoin. It's not another layer. It interprets upper return messages in a certain way to create tokens. And it could have been so much bigger if it wasn't for the limit that core developers set on the amount of data that they could put into upper return messages. It was sort of a war before the scaling wars that happened within the community. And we could have had something very similar with Ethereum on Bitcoin with Counterparty if that one was allowed to flourish.
So you think that there was a technicality that prevented Bitcoin core devs from migrating or copying the EVM concept into Bitcoin?
Yes. And I interviewed Andrew Polstra last week, and he said he's opposed to the idea of having other assets on Bitcoin that compete with BTC because it sort of perverts the incentives of miners, where you can have an NFT or something which is maybe worth more than a block reward, and you're giving the miners the incentive to try to reorg the block.
Well, that's also the case on Ethereum. You wouldn't want, you prefer not incentivizing miners in other assets. But this is a weird take, and I'm curious whether Andrew has voiced this in the past. Maybe I was less informed than I thought. But from my recollection, this wasn't the main talking point in Bitcoin circles, like calling Ethereum a scam because of the ICO or because it was a general distaste of finance. So I guess I'll push back the question to you. So was this a main, as you understand it, was the main talking point in Bitcoin circles, like this EVM DeFi is great, we should just do it with lowercase Bitcoin?
I think there was at least a subset of Bitcoiners that were hoping that this is going to happen on BTC as opposed to allowing Ethereum to grow as a standalone chain. And especially the big blockers, they were hoping that a lot of activity is going to happen on the Bitcoin chain. If there was going to be an increase in the block size, there was a lot of hope that there's going to be smart contracts and a lot of the stuff that actually happened afterwards on Bitcoin Cash, if you pay attention to that. They did Cash tokens, they did Cash Fusion, which is sort of like a coin join. Now they're even trying to do contracts and stuff to basically... So they enabled Upcat, they want to do ZK rollups also. It's kind of interesting because they're showing what could have been done on Bitcoin if there was a little extra capacity.
I beg to differ. This is not my impression. Of course, if ZK rollups were, production ready at the time, then people's opinions and the key influencers' opinions could have changed according to their projection. But it is what it is. What came from them was a general rejection of Ethereum, and I don't think this was nuanced. Like you can mention CoinJoin on Bitcoin, I don't know, on the Bitcoin Cash, or like these are still very related to raw money, raw payments. Ethereum drove the innovation, the need for ZK rollups. It wasn't, at least not after Ethereum launched and the divide. It wasn't promoted heavily by Bitcoin circles. But I'm happy to be proven wrong if you have like a more informed take.
No, I don't disagree with the point that Ethereum drove the innovation. They put a lot of money into this. We have the ZK rollups because of them. And they also have a lot of interesting research where I think, to be honest, like you mentioned Greg Maxwell and the fact that he was able to poke basically into the vulnerability of the Ghost protocol. He also spent many years predicting that Ethereum is gonna fail and that it's not possible for it to do stuff. But I think Ethereum survived in spite of all the critics and was able to transition to proof of stake without any major issues, and I think is doing pretty good under, the circumstances of always being under scrutiny and always being attacked by quote-unquote Ethereum killers and having a lot of critics who say it's not the best design, it's not the best way you can do this, the smart contracts are not secured, the scripting language is horrible, but it's still gaining network effects. Right now, another one of my sponsors is Citrea, which basically is trying to create Ethereum on Bitcoin with a ZK rollup, which I think is interesting. And this could not be possible, once again, without the research that Ethereum pushed forward.
It's interesting, and I'm aware that I guess everyone's aware that the DeFi and Bitcoin movement has begun maybe 2 years ago. Started gaining traction. I didn't see it yet gaining momentum. I think it partly, of course, is because of the OpCat, but also partly because there's still the highly conservative, extreme conservative, the extreme culture that Bitcoin Core has radiated isn't very conducive to innovation. And regardless of if you're using for the base token BTC or ETH or another thing, you're still trying to attract people that want to innovate, and they will want to innovate with their own business models, be it token or revenue. And I don't think if you build it on Bitcoin, you'll find the atmosphere very conducive to your productivity and exchanging ideas about protocols and non-money based DeFi and or non-DeFi based use cases. I don't know that this is the atmosphere in Bitcoin. The atmosphere is more about celebrating like incremental improvements, like Taproot. Like it's very weird for someone to think about a new AMM idea, or I don't know, a new smart contract there's the architecture with the VM that reads other VMs, and start having this freedom of mind, and then go to Bitcoin, and then attach themselves to Bitcoin community or the development circles, and then like to hear about all these arguments about or celebrations of one's opcode upgrade. And I'm not mocking it. I'm just saying this is not conducive to the kind of activity you wanna migrate to your ecosystem.
No, but I also sympathize with people like Vladimir van der Laan. He was the maintainer for 8-9 years or something. Basically, he's the guy who took the stewardship from Gavin Andreessen, the keys to the repo, and has been the maintainer of the project for many years. And he was sort of very wary of changes. He was like, I don't want to mess up. Like, I don't want to be responsible for all of this. It's very difficult. There's a lot of pressure involved. I don't want to be the guy who breaks Bitcoin.
Completely understandable, completely responsible. This is why Bitcoin is very successful in its value proposition. And again, I'm not mocking it. I'm just saying it's very hard to attract innovation to such a system. I'm not saying the culture, the extreme conservative culture of Bitcoin is not merited and it doesn't have its value. Of course, it has a value for what Bitcoin currently aims to be. But pretending that you can attract the same vibes, for the lack of a better word, that Ethereum has attracted, of innovation, of openness, to a system where the maintainer is mainly afraid of breaking, rightly so, breaking or changing anything, it's incompatible.
I agree with this. That's why we needed to have like the anti-Bitcoin, the complete opposite of it, which is moving fast, breaking, needs to have sort of a political structure to be able to accomplish this, but otherwise did a pretty good job paying developers, academics, challenging people to come up with new ideas. I think Ethereum has had so many failed layer 2s, and it's beautiful. Like, I remember Plasma when it was a thing, Raiden, and all of these ideas that went nowhere. And then they said, okay, let's let anyone create their own L2, and now you have Arbitrum and Polygon and all the others. They do nurture innovation, and they do encourage people to build without asking for permission. On the Bitcoin camp, it's sort of the opposite. You do need like the social consent of everyone else to build something. And if you go against the culture, like there's that guy, I don't remember his name, just like you don't remember the guy, the lightning guy. I don't remember the name of the block. What was it called? Like a Bitcoin L2, which had its own token. Block stacks. And I think he renamed it to stacks. Like he got so many insults from core developers. He got called a scammer by Luke Dashjr, just like I guess you did recently. And his only sin is that he actually tried to bring extra use cases and increase the functionality, and also had a token. And apparently it's very against the culture to have a token and try to monetize this.
There's definitely a timing, an arbitrary timing issue, right? If, the early discussions, even when Satoshi was around, did mention ZK. People understood the value of being able to separate computation from verification. It was just from their perspective, light years away. And of course, I don't think there's any argument about of course, the best rewrite of history would be if everything was production ready then, and you could have created this separation of layers, and keep the backbone highly cypherpunk, but trustless, toxic, and requiring everyone's consent. It's enough that you're not liked by one or two or three people, or you're not passing the purity test to prevent you from innovating on the backbone, and then having other layers that are conducive to innovation. But I argue it's not only a technical separation of layer. It still needs to be a cultural separation, right? Because of the different atmospheres that are needed for these different tests. Like maintaining the repo and the money base merits its own culture and its own maybe aggressive or sometimes toxic culture, and being conducive to people that want to create new ideas requires a different society, a different layer, different culture.
I think the culture sort of evolved to justify the technical limitations. So as soon as it was obvious that there's not going to be a block size increase and there's not going to be any sort of hard fork for it, and the community agreed that this is the real Bitcoin, they needed to build some ideas around it to justify why it's so limited. And they said, well, it's more like gold, and how many transactions do you need for gold? Gold is slow. Gold is hard to move. You don't need to make payments with gold. Like, you just use it for settlements, use it for large transactions. And I think overall this has been detrimental to the adoption of Bitcoin as money. We haven't seen much of it. If you look back 10 years ago, there was more of it than there is today. We had Dell and Expedia and Microsoft and Steam and I guess many more services that were dipping their toes into Bitcoin. And now we don't have much of this. It's just people. I mean, in some ways it's nice because it's individuals as opposed to companies, but it's much more difficult to accept BTC today than it was 10 years ago. Not only from a legal point of view, because there are more regulations, but also because it's unpredictable. Like, you don't know if you're going to deal with a very small transaction fee, or there's gonna be some random spike, or someone's gonna inscribe their ordinal collection and the fees become $50 again like they were last year. And then what? You have to set up some sort of weird L2, which is interactive, so it means you have to be connected to the internet to receive payments. And by this I mean Lightning. It's not the optimal user experience. And that's why a lot of these payment coins have benefited from the fact that they offer a similar user experience and also a more instant settlement. Like Litecoin has grown a lot. Monero is very used on dark markets. I think there's also a Dash and Zcash market out there. And also Kaspa, which is trying to do payments. I don't think you guys are aiming to become the reserve currency of the world. You're trying to become the payments layer, right?
I don't know. I wouldn't limit Kaspa's aspirations to payments. I would say, in the context of our previous topic, it's an attempt to actually merge these two challenges in one native system, namely having a solid sound money monetary base with someone that's paranoid about the repo. Admittedly, much less than Vladimir, but still, and yet facilitating and being very conducive to DeFi and very friendly to DeFi. I wouldn't. While Kaspa today can support payments only, it's a matter of it's not a matter of a long time. It's a matter of maybe 12 months. I don't know exactly how much for Kaspa to support DeFi, but it's not only an upgrade. It's more about the aspiration. The aspiration is not limited to payments. It's exactly to have a system and a culture that manages to marry and make peace between these two pillars of crypto, between money and finance. I can't say that I know which pillar is more important. Of course, Bitcoin came first, and this was the main steering. This has the it's forever will remain the primary, if anything else, just for its precedence. But both value propositions are equally important in my view, and at least my aspirations with Kaspa is to marry these two value propositions and pillars of crypto into one system without any friction.
I mean, ideally, yes, but today, do you think it would be possible to have tokenized Bitcoin on Kaspa, which moves with higher velocity?
Possible in what sense? Technically, or adoption?
Technically. Like, adoption is mostly social. It's just people agreeing that this is useful. But technically, can you have this?
Well, as with any system, you need to create a bridge, and there's some trust in the bridge, either like the common centralized bridge or some rotating committee. Sorry, or I'm not sure what the question is. You can do this. What will be the value proposition? Does it go back to the lowercase BTC, or you're looking to something else?
Yeah, it goes back to the lowercase BTC and just to have like not a layer 2, but a sidechain to Bitcoin. If you want to make payments very fast with something that has a price which is predictably more stable across the bull-bear cycles.
More predictable than Kaspa.
Well, it's just that we have more historic data, and people sometimes it's counterfactual to take historic data as evidence, but people are psychologically drawn to believing in this, and it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy that Bitcoin is gonna be more stable and less volatile. That's what I mean, against US dollar or whatever.
Definitely, though, people don't want Bitcoin to be stable. They want it to be downward stable. They don't want stability in Bitcoin yet. I would that's possible. This reminds me of the Bitcoin Ethereum wars, when WBTC became highly adopted on Ethereum, whether this is a win for Ethereum or Bitcoin. And I kind of see the sense in both claims. I would argue that I would argue that there's always not only psychological, but also fundamental, maybe a better word will come up, advantage to the native currency that's running the network. I don't know that anyone would oppose tokenized Bitcoin running on Kaspa, but I guess the flywheel is typically benefiting the native currency, and the reason is because friction is always the main thing that's defining good money, right? And if there's a bridge between Bitcoin and Kaspa, then that bridge incurs friction. And what makes a money system, or one of the things that makes a money system good or not, is whether the using it requires more friction or not. So if you were to compare the advantages of Bitcoin stability, or at least downward stability, versus nativeness of Kaspa in a system that operates DeFi, yeah, so for sure, at the beginning, the stability of Bitcoin would be very appealing. But as you know, as the system is adopted and more people gain trust in the system, I think that the nativeness of Kaspa would override the need, the need for predictability. This is what happens, I think, with Hyperliquid. So there's high usage in the system of its product, and then this creates demand and buy push to the native token. So I think even if I'm sure you have tokenized BTC on Hyperliquid, it's still Hyperliquid is and the Hype asset is very successful, and it's not surprising. The fact that you integrated a tokenized version of Bitcoin is not such a big threat. And I guess on a broader perspective, money is and this is kind of sort of obvious, but money is very psychological. So if you bring there's no reality where tokenized Bitcoin and Hyperliquid is threatening Hype. I don't see this as a real threat to Hype's success. Just to take another example.
Yeah, to prove your points, right now there are like 100,000 Bitcoins locked on Ethereum as WBTC, which doesn't use a bridge. It's actually custodied by BitGo, which is not ideal. And for scale, I think the Lightning Network has like 5,000 Bitcoin, and Liquid, which is a federation, not a sidechain, has like 4,000. And Rootstock, which is super underrated, also has like 4,000. All of them are orders of magnitude smaller than WBTC. And this also segues into an ad for the next sponsor of this episode, which is Citrea, which is trying right now to build an optimistically verified ZK rollup on Bitcoin that's going to aim directly for this 100,000 WBTC that's locked on Ethereum, to bring it to something which has better security guarantees and also is closer to the Bitcoin network, because essentially it's Bitcoin, but it trades on Ethereum. Makes no sense. Why not bring that home? And you can try the software today. It's running on the Bitcoin testnet. It's at Citrea, which is CITREA.xyz. And I think there are also a bunch of other companies which are similar that are trying to do this, like Alpen Labs and I think Botanics, if I'm not mistaken. But it's good to see that some of this is coming to Bitcoin. Like, innovation is happening without the permission of the gatekeepers. This is what keeps me going, what keeps me excited. And just so you know, Yonatan, there are people in the chat who say they're gonna make a meme coin of that turtle.
Well, since this turtle is an avid Bitcoiner, he's strongly opposed to that idea. He will rug your meme coin.
Yeah, they should send like 50% of the allocation to the turtle so he can dump.
I can help him with that. Not that I have too much experience, but for that cause, I'm willing to get my hands dirty. You know, the conversation, it reminds me of two quotes that I wanna try to try to faithfully quote. But before I quote, I would say I truly understand and identify with the averseness of Bitcoiners to other money or other tokens. This is completely understandable. It's not that at least the lowercase maximalism is not it's more than legit. It's very understandable, and perhaps I will say that Kaspa's launch is quite reflective of this understanding and alignment. But there's a nice quote of Richard Dawkins where she says, "We are all atheists with respect to most of the gods that humanity ever believed in. Some of us take it just one god further." And of course, he was preaching atheism, but I think it will be worthwhile for Bitcoiners or for lowercase maximalists to recognize that this is also how non-coiners treat Bitcoin. It's not a different sentiment. And the other quote that comes to mind is, or rather story, it's a very famous story of Milton Friedman. He has a very nice article. I recommend anyone that hadn't come across it yet to read it. It's about the Yap Island, the stone money of the Yap Islands. You know, these stones with a hole in them. So
They're called Rai, right? RAI, Rai stones.
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it, Ray or Rai. Yeah. So I won't spoil the story. He does a very good job. And I don't want to spoil anything here, but he concludes it with saying that every other society's money is very weird to us. Like you would walk in the Yap Island and you will see their money, and you wouldn't understand it would look like garbage to you, but they would go to your they would look at your so he quotes he tells the story of the of the of the of the gold reserves in the Bank of America or the Fed plate no, it was in the Bank of America replacing France bought back the gold and from United States, and there's just like the switch in the drawer between USA and France and the gold and the dollar. And he tells the story, and he says where someone from Yap would look at this and would say, "What is this shit? This doesn't look like a real money system." And so while I completely identify with the sentiment, I do think there's some lack of awareness that this would be also the sentiment of anyone outside the Bitcoin to Bitcoin. So this averseness or the feel that other society's money is just very weird and useless. It's not very unique. But I do want to tell you the story of Kaspa's launch, which was very messy, especially compared to Bitcoin's. Because I think if you reflect on this now, if I reflect on this now, this is quite telling on the values and how I was really against launching Kaspa, almost. So I did everything that I could to make to prevent the launch or for a smooth launch. I'm not sure if you know the story of GameNet, and all these things were considered by everyone, including myself, as very bad ideas that we should get rid of immediately, and rightly so. But it does give you it gives you a genuine depiction of our mindset back then. So the story was that around the third quarter of 21, I told the investors that I don't see how proof of work is compatible with fair launch, and that we should abandon both the business model and the launch. And to their credit, I believe it was Kartik from Polychain, he said, you know, the narrative can change, the narrative around proof of work can change. Just launch it the way you see fit. And I still had I felt very uncomfortable to launch a new platform. I didn't want to do so. So I consulted Nick Carter, and he was like, you should if you don't think you want to do this full force, then don't launch. And the creative, very bad idea I had was to create GameNet, which is sort of an attempt to do a testnet with incentives. And it wasn't a thorough, you know, I was at Harvard at the time, so I didn't give it too much thought. And I genuinely thought this will be mined by 3 people. And I thought it would be very cool to showcase showcase the research in live, but without trying to increase its hash rate or adoption. So I came up with a bad idea of doing random rewards in the blocks, but I tried to bake in high level of randomness so that miners will either be disincentivized to join the network, or will start double spending and creating reorgs. And I thought it would be very cool to see the clash of clans, to see MEV wars or reorg wars between miners. And that was the very bad idea of GameNet. But it does give you a sense that it wasn't an attempt to, it wasn't a thought, a careless, consciousless attempt to launch a new Bitcoin or Namecoin or token cap without any care to the problem of lack of social scalability that Nick Szabo rightly talks about. What happened was that people voted otherwise. And we didn't even bake in a monetary policy yet, and people, namely miners, the vast majority of which I have no idea who they are, they voted otherwise. They chose to mine it nonetheless, and the hash rate grew very rapidly. And we, as I and 1.5 devs that were working on the final runway of the company, were not prepared for that. We prepared neither mining nor support for this growth. And after 2 weeks, the network halted, and we had to create to debug, create a second genesis and cryptographically point to the last block, so that everyone can see that nothing shady has happened, and the cryptographic proof is available online. But you can see this. You can reflect. So compared to Bitcoin's impeccable launch, this is horrendous. but I do think this is actually a feature in the sense that you recognize that this wasn't an attempt from a team or from my side to push to create a new token cap. Rather, it was a vote by the people, so to speak. And I think if someone launches a new L1, I think this is the best way, to check, to do everything you can to make it fail, and then to have the people override your allergies to new tokens.
There is actually an article that was published on Substack. I think it's the most quoted one when it comes to criticizing Kaspa or the claim of a fair launch, because they say that there was basically 648 million coins were mined, and you decided to stop. You, I mean, in the plural form, not you personally,
yeah.
Decided to make a new Genesis block as a result of a bug. This is the claim. And the rest of the article basically explains how people were complaining that they were checking their mined transactions on a blockchain explorer and realized that they're gone. And there were some accusations that this was just a scheme to basically steal some of these early mined coins and redistribute them to the other miners.
Yeah, so these are different. These are three different accusations. Can you repeat them? Like the TLDR?
The TLDR is that, first of all, the accusation for the team is that you plotted to restart the chain after a lot of coins have been mined and basically issue a new Genesis block. And also for the miners, that they made this plan to take away the coins from the early miners. And some users have lost the coins that they mined in the process.
Yeah, so the users that don't see this on the block explorer, they're just not technical enough. They need to download a full node with UTXO index flag activated and see this in the UTXO in their full node. The fact that the block explorer doesn't show it could be is not indicative of the fact that the coins are missing. Rather, that you need to run your full node by yourself with the correct flag and identify your UTXOs. The UTXO set itself is never discarded. Nothing is pruned, and the UTXO set is intact. Nothing has changed. Kaspa operates with UTXO commitments, just FYI. So you can see your UTXOs with running a full node. I do want to say in generally, so 2 points. One is the more concrete answer is that the network and the community were very large at the time. It wasn't 3 people. So you can go to the Discord and just see everything that happened. You can see that you can see the entire drama unfolding. And the second point, the second broader point, is that distrust in off-chain social forums happens in every coin, even in Bitcoin. You have to trust if you are concerned by breaching of integrity in the past, you can't verify this on chain. You simply can't. People, the miners, the early miners of Bitcoin, Satoshi and Hal Finney could have colluded to do a big reorg. They could have colluded. The early miners, and you wouldn't see it. You wouldn't see it in the Bitcoin chain. So the economic integrity of Bitcoin or of any proof of work coin cannot be cryptographically proven. But the main point I wanna say is that there are many ways for a team launching a coin, whether it's Bitcoin or Kaspa, to cheat early on. It's not, you don't have to do pre-mining and you don't have to do a bug. Again, you can consider the DNS seeder of Bitcoin failing early on. letting Satoshi have and Hal have like full autonomy over mining. No one else can connect. The DNS header is broken, and they turn, you know, even if when it recovers, they turn off their ports, and no one can sync with them. This is, and this is not a theoretical point, by the way. This is what happened with Kaspa. If we wanted to cheat, I guarantee you there are many other ways that you wouldn't think of for us to ensure that no one else can mine, especially in these early days. We can just create simply a very lazy debugging process of peer-to-peer network. This would be the perfect, undetectable way for us to kick off other competitors, you know, to just have control over the mining, and there will be no FUD about it. No one will know about it. People would think this is like people that would not know that it's a broad problem. They would think it's their own local nose problem. And regardless, people would complain about early peer-to-peer not being smooth without understanding it's a scheme by the malicious devs to push them out of the competition. So the thought that you need to pull off such a bug in order to cheat is an insult to our intelligence. There are much more sophisticated and smooth ways for us. There are much less sophisticated and more smooth ways for us to pull this off.
Yeah. I appreciate the fact that you addressed this. You could just say no comment or whatever. But I do want to move on to the next point and try the onboarding of Kaspa so that I can understand what's happening in the background. I have a wallet that I have been running all day and playing with it. And I want to basically learn from you what's happening here, because it's very different from what I'm accustomed with Bitcoin wallets. But before that, and I apologize to the audience that's going to have to wait 2 more ads, and then we can move on.
Okay.
Bitcoin.com news is a place where you can even read about Kaspa, and Yonatan basically, I think he took a break. On Bitcoin.com news, you can read news about Kaspa, and that's how I found out last year when I also started mining with my GPU, while it was still slightly profitable. So last year, Kaspa was the most profitable coin, according to a news article by Bitcoin.com news. And I also use it for finding news about what's happening in the world of gold or in the world of Bitcoin, but outside of my usual bubble. And I think it's a very nice resource where they do pretty good journalism, and I respect it. And the URL is news.bitcoin.com. Check it out. Personally, I open it every morning and see what's happening in the world. There is also noonce.com, which is a peer-to-peer marketplace for people who want to support the global south. The CEO of this exchange is Ray Youssef. He was previously working on Paxful, and he decided he doesn't want any more VCs. He doesn't want to work with anyone from the US anymore. I was telling people about NoOnce, which is, do you know Ray Youssef of Paxful?
It rings a bell.
Now he has this peer-to-peer exchange where he's trying to empower the global south, and he talks about his African alliance and the fact that he's trying to do more than any African leader was able to do with economics, and the fact that he opens up the free market for these people. And if you do like the way this sounds, and it's not just Africa, it's also South America and basically the southern hemisphere. And if you do like this idea, you can provide some liquidity by trading there. It's called noones.com. They also have a debit card for spending your coins. They have a spot exchange. They have a gift marketplace if you are into this. If you have some cards that you want to buy or sell, check it out. It's noones.com. Thank you for sponsoring. And now let's talk about the onboarding experience to Kaspa, right? Because in the early days of Bitcoin, it was so simple. You downloaded Bitcoin QT on your computer, you sent a QR code or address to someone, and you received money, and it seemed so magical. And I'm curious, what is the wallet that you usually recommend to people for Kaspa?
I use CLI.
Okay, but let's say that you have a friend who's not very technical, doesn't know how to type command line stuff, inputs. What do you tell him to try?
The genuine answer is I don't. Not that I don't have friends also, although that could be the case as well, but I don't have, like my answer is I understand how to use the CLI, and other people in the Kaspa community are much more proficient in wallet software. I'm sure, like I would invite Anton, I guess, to speak about wallets. I'm not the right address for that. I use just CLI.
Okay,
And
for the record,
the experience should be the same, like, as you mentioned with Bitcoin, if you're using CLI.
right now I'm using the kaspa.ng.org wallet. And previously, last year when I tried to mine, I used the KDX, which I tried to sync today and I saw that it's no longer in sync. I guess some sort of hard fork happened in the meantime and it doesn't connect anymore.
I think they were both developed by Anton. And yeah, KDX is the is redacted. It's not compatible, at least from what I remember, and it was replaced by the KNG, if I recall correctly. It's not my field of expertise, and I'm just using the client.
I guess you can see my screen now. Let me change this a bit so that you're also visible. Okay, this is my screen. Let me disable this. It's not necessary anymore. I'm just making some adjustments to our live stream view. This is the wallet which I set up today. It has some stats in the center of the user interface. I do like that it's geeky. It's running a full node in the background. It tells me I'm connected to 32 peers. And does it download any blocks to the local computer? Like, is anything stored right now on my SSD?
I wouldn't know to answer. I didn't develop KNG.
Oh, no. Anyway, what's the feature that I should try here? Like, what's gonna blow my mind? I can go to
you want to send a
wallet.
transaction?
Sure.
Let's see how long that takes.
Let me type my passphrase for the wallet.
Are you connected to main chain?
Yeah. I've just decrypted the wallet. I have zero balance, as can be seen here. And I guess I'm running a full node in my browser with this.
Oh, so you can't send a transaction because you don't have Kaspa?
Oh, yeah, I don't have any coins.
So from my familiarity with their community, you should paste the entire address, and I believe the community will send you a coin right away.
And I'll send it back. Or I can reveal my seed phrase at the end of the interview, and the first person to read that off the screen is gonna get the funds.
This happened to me live when I was TAing on Bitcoin. I used the Brain Wallet. You remember the unsafe Brain Wallet early days, where you had to have like a low entropy. Oh, we already got.
Yeah, someone sent me 50 coins and someone sent me one CAS. So it's confirmed already? What's happening here?
Well, let's see.
This is the Explorer.
Yeah, let me enlarge my that part of the screen. Okay, so the Kaspa thing, the DAG thing, is the block hashes, right? It's the multiple predecessor references. So instead of one predecessor, you have multiple block parents. One of them is the main one in the ordering, the main chain block. But anyways, these are the block hashes. so the accepting block hash is the block that is the so consider the so it's useful even in the context of a DAG to think of some chain in the DAG that around which the ordering is solidified and converged. This chain is not chosen according to the longest chain rule, nor according to Ghost. It's the Ghost DAG protocol, and so the accepting block hash is the, in case you're not, so it's the next chain block which includes your block, the block that included your transaction. So it's very useful in terms of heuristics for confirmation times to know what if my transaction is, let's say, off chain, it's not in the main canonical chain that was ordered according to Ghost DAG, what's the next block in the chain that viewed, that saw, or that had a path in the DAG to my transaction. So this is the accepting block hash.
Okay. I see that I have the input. Someone sent from a UTXO that had 100 casts to my address and received this amount of change. This is pretty cool. Can I see how much money this guy has in his wallet? I guess I can.
You should, yeah. We don't have bulletproofs yet. Yeah, just copy the script publicly.
Oh, he's smart. He only, I guess this is a mining address or something. What's the mining reward right now?
Let's see. Go to the Kaspa dashboard and let's see what's the mining reward. But you can, I guess you can see it also in the, no, go to the dashboard.
Block reward is 4.26 casts right now. Okay, so I just made...
This is a miner that sent it to you?
No, I just assumed because I saw it's from a UTXO that had exactly 100 and no previous history.
Okay, but did you check? Oh, you checked the public, you saw that there's no public previous history? How do you see it so fast?
I don't know. I'm just pushing buttons here. No, he batched. Yeah, there's a lot of history here. Yeah, I don't want to dox this guy's wallet.
Yeah, exactly. That would be very interesting.
I do appreciate the fact that he sent me one cast. And right now I have 3 transactions that got confirmed. What is usually the consensus regarding finality? Like, after how many confirmations do you consider the transaction to be final?
Oh, that's a very interesting topic. So I think, I think there's a rule of thumb of 10 or 12 seconds, but I think this should be more carefully justified, and we should make the wallet dictate the parameters. So like in Bitcoin, the wallet should dictate epsilon and alpha, that attacker hash rate, the attacker presumed hash rate, and the tolerance for error for reorg. So in our case, I think the current consensus is around 10 or 12 seconds, but I do intend to publish a more thorough analysis of this, both in general, but also in terms of crescendo, understanding how crescendo, what effects crescendo had on this, the upgrade to 10 BPS.
That's
but
interesting.
all of this is very so even if let's say we need to, even if for some parameters people need to wait 15 seconds or 8 seconds, this is for me very, very slow. So that's why I want to that's why when I'm thinking Kaspa, I'm thinking DAG KNIGHT. I'm not thinking in the current system, but in the next big upgrade, which is really what would enable you to confirm transactions like the internet works, this is the main original aspiration, to make transactions confirmed like you use the internet. I suppose like you use proof of stake with its own drawbacks, but fast finality. So I would want, when I'm thinking Kaspa, I'm thinking, okay, all this is temporary. Let's so I'm thinking, okay, we need to confirm transactions. Internet speed, it should take lot of order of magnitude less than 10 or 15 or 20 seconds.
Yeah, this is really cool. And for the record, am I running a full node right now in the browser? Am I validating my own transactions?
I think it depends on how you configured KNG.
I haven't spent much time configuring, but in the overview section, it looks like I'm validating and I'm connected to a lot of peers. Or is this completely SPV?
I don't think it's SPV mode. I think it's you're either full node or not. But again, this is not my software. This is nothing I'm looking at it together with you. I'm more used to the command line. So for me, it's I'm learning on it together with you.
So now let's try to send a transaction. I would like to thank the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people who sent me 67 casts. I want to send some back, and let's say someone from the chat can paste an address, or you, Yonatan, you can post one too if you want.
No, ask someone from the chat. It will take me too many passwords.
Okay, the first address that I see in the chat is gonna receive 10 casts from me. I'm just waiting. In the meantime, I just want to mention that I remember there was a time when the conversation around Ethereum switching to proof of stake was that they need that for DeFi because it's impossible, physically impossible to do DeFi with proof of work.
Yeah, I heard that too. Enlighten me, what's the connection? I have no idea.
The connection is that you basically proved that you can have much faster confirmations, and I guess you can do DeFi with Kaspa.
Well, DeFi, you can do you can definitely do confirmations DeFi and Kaspa, but also you could do DeFi on Ethereum 1.0, right? No one argued that DeFi doesn't work on Ethereum 1.0, and also 12 seconds is eternity in terms of finance. So today Ethereum, in terms of finality, is also very, very low, very slow. Ethereum today is like Kaspa. What's the difference?
Well, the difference is that Ethereum is proof of stake and Kaspa is proof of work.
No, understood. But what's the implication of this?
The implication is just that there was this narrative floating around that it's necessary to do proof of stake when in fact it was disproven.
Yeah, it was disproven, but I also don't think I ever understood it to begin with. So I don't know how to refute it. I didn't understand the narrative to begin with. It was a very strong narrative, and I found myself multiple times on the defense, trying to argue back, but not understanding the core argument, which I think it was, if I'm recovering the initial intuition, initially it wasn't about finality, it was just about the scalability, the assumption that you can't do no, I can't actually recover the reasoning behind this narrative, this myth. I wasn't involved in several debates, but I wasn't able to participate intelligently in those because I simply didn't understand the other side.
I think
I
it actually
understand
has
the benefits of proof of stake, but not the connection to this one. Sorry.
I think it has a lot to do with orphaning of blocks, if I'm not mistaken. That was a concern under the proof of work model for Ethereum.
That because of reorgs, you wouldn't be able to support DeFi because of reorgs?
Yeah. And the block time at the time was around 15 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. There were a lot of, not a lot, but there were some failed transactions that were happening. It was actually possible to pay gas for your transaction and it was not getting through.
Because of reorgs or just because of general EVM dynamics?
I guess both. I'm not sure. I'm not an expert in Ethereum. I'm not gonna make any bold statements right now.
So just for the sake of completing the argument, the reorg thing is not important unless it just has no consequence, unless you are talking about bridging to other networks. Like if you're in Cosmos ecosystem, I can understand that you need to have stronger finality, stronger and faster finality guarantees in order to bridge to other layers. But within a cohesive system, within one consensus ecosystem, reorgs can be annoying, but they don't affect the consistency of the state. Simply, this DeFi branch is replaced, or in a DAG is semi-replaced by this DeFi branch. The consistency remains, just replaced. So, and everyone sees it. It's not like, sorry, especially in the case of a block DAG, everyone sees these two branches. So it is a narrative that was very very prominent, and we are happy to refute it. But I guess since then, people developed a distaste towards proof of work, regardless of whether it can support DeFi or not. Of course, there's the DeFi and Bitcoin camp that is an exception. But other than that, if you show today people on Ethereum, Kaspa, let's say Kaspa with DAG KNIGHT confirmed transactions with a few round trips, it won't affect them much. It's still a proof of work engine, and they won't support it, or they could be impressed like as a research project, but not more than that.
And I feel like we need to talk about this because when you launched Kaspa in 2021, it was still sort of politically risky to launch a proof of work blockchain. But before that, just let me send some coins because I need to complete the quest. There was Silent Phil PSX in the chat, who was the first person to paste an address, and someone else just asked me if I shouldn't send the funds to the same people who sent them to me. I think that's a bit pointless. Like, I regard this as donations. So let me type the address and the amount. You're getting 10. What's a priority fee? Like, I can manually type the fee.
That's very similar to what's happening in Bitcoin wallets, yeah.
I'll just choose low for the sake of it.
Don't choose low for the podcast. For the podcast, you choose priority.
Really?
Yes, because the way you measure confirmation times theoretically is only by creating by sending priority transactions in any network. You can't measure confirmation times without taking into account quality of service. It won't make any sense. Like one network can confirm transactions. One network can process blocks within 100 milliseconds, but transactions wait long in the mempool because there's no good quality of service. Which is why, by the way, something that happened in Kaspa in September, I forget what year, 2023 or 4, I guess 3, because we didn't implement RBF. Precisely not implementing RBF caused the network to operate normally, but without without meaningful a meaningful priority feature, and then the network processes blocks at the same speed and transactions at on-chain transactions at the same speed, but transactions wait long in the mempool. So both conceptually and practically, the way you define and measure confirmation times in a network, proof stake or proof of work or proof of stake or any other network, is is assuming you're sending the highest priority transaction, and then you're checking how long does it take for either deterministic or probabilistic finality. That's why I'm urging you to do the priority one.
But once again, what happens if I choose low? Let's say I'm super cheap and I don't want to pay. It's a very tiny fraction here. It's not even 1 cent. But what's the bad outcome?
What happened to me in the early days, where my colleague Yoad, he was a co-author of Spectre, which is our first DAG protocol. We were we didn't have lots of money, so he wouldn't be willing. He wanted me to pay for his coffee in Bitcoin, and then he gave me shekel, but we would fight over the fees. And then the same thing will happen to you if you do the low. You'll praise the low priority. Your transactions will take a long time to confirm. In Bitcoin, a long time is forever. And here, let's check. It won't be informative in my opinion, but I'm happy to check.
5 seconds. Let's see how fast this is gonna be. Oh, I need to type my password. I have this quirk where I basically have to say my passwords out loud when I'm typing
Go
them.
ahead.
No, I'm not. Send it. Let's see what happens on the Blockchain Explorer. This is the fee. It's been confirmed already 100 something times. So it seems like the low fee did not make any difference.
That's because the system is not interesting yet until there's full adoption, in my view.
But it did batch. Like, look at the way in which it constructed the 10. It basically took 0.5, a 1, 3 ones, a 2, a 3, another 3. Instead of choosing, I think I received a larger UTXO here. And I'm curious why it does this. Someone sent me 100 costs right here. Why did it not send from the 100 one as opposed to batching all of these?
Isn't that good, by the way? The choosing to compound.
Oh, it's nice. Yeah.
It's a
for privacy, it's really
policy.
good.
Sorry?
For privacy, it's really good because if it chose the biggest UTXO, it would expose your stash, right?
Sure, it's not a perfect privacy. I know, but I know you're a fan of that route. But even just for privacy is great, but also just even for performance of the network, for shrinking the UTXO set.
But there was also a UTXO that I received prior to this, which was exactly 10. And I guess it needed one to pay the fee, but it could pick the one that's 10 and another one that's a 1. But instead it constructed this situation.
But how much did you send out?
10. You can see my wallet here, basically. I don't know how I can zoom in.
Oh, I can see.
These are the transactions that I received and were confirmed before I sent this one. And I'm curious why it did not use this UTXO with the 10 as opposed to combining the other ones.
I hope it's intentional because it's compounding transactions. This is very good. Like compounding transactions should be the default choice of the wallet.
Is it possible? I mean, I'm pretty sure that there are wallets that do this, but can I choose the UTXOs when I make a transaction? Like, let me try again.
You can. I don't know if it's through KNG, but through CLI, of course you can.
Yeah, that can be really interesting. But yeah, this is... Would you describe this as being an average experience for a Kaspa user?
I wouldn't know, but it's not very different than... I mean, it's not... I don't see this as very Kaspa unique. This is just how UTXO works, and you have such a you have UTXO selection questions in Bitcoin as well. Different wallets, wallet softwares have different policies, and there's I actually read recently. I think Jameson Lopp published UTXO an article about UTXO selections in Bitcoin. So I don't think, like, I don't consider this this challenge or this complexity or interesting question particularly Kaspa unique. I would say that the need to compound, the way we treat or regulate the growth of the UTXO set is something that is unique in Kaspa. It's both because the need arose and because we invested time in thinking what's the correct way, so to speak, to put a cost on increasing the UTXO set, which I think is of general interest. I know in Bitcoin there's lots of wars on the spam transactions, and Ethereum there's all sorts of rent discussions. I'm not sure what features and what are just nice ideas. If I remember correctly, today Ethereum didn't implement the rent ideas, but in Kaspa we do have something unique that is closely related to what you're seeing and doing now, which is the storm transaction fee mechanism. I'm not sure if you heard of that, but either way I can elaborate.
No, you should elaborate. I think it's really interesting that I'm counting the inputs that happened in this new wallet. So there are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 inputs. And right now I have 5 UTXOs after sending out 2 transactions. I like the tendency of making it efficient as opposed to generating more UTXOs out of this.
And privacy-wise, you can, of course, you can create refresh. You can refresh your address for the same wallet. You don't need to create the same. You don't need to use the same address. You can create a new address for with a hierarchical wallet for the same wallet. You can create many addresses and use them. It's not perfect privacy, but it does make tracing your transactions more difficult.
It's basically how Satoshi described the way you should use Bitcoin in chapter 10 of the white paper, which is called privacy.
Yes, definitely. These many things in Kaspa are either inspired or are either copied or inspired by Bitcoin, but there are some elements that are novel, not other than the actual DAG, and the transaction fee mechanism is in the context of the UTXO set cost is something relevant, and I wish other people in crypto heard of it. I think it's quite strange that like Kaspa is sort of an island, right? We have our innovations and our research, and it's kind of almost segregated from the crypto sphere, because you see like the Bitcoin wars on the spam and Ethereum admittedly older ideas about rent. And I think the storm mechanism of Kaspa could have or should have been brought to the discussion in these contexts, but it's kind of difficult to tune into these discussions because there's still the admittedly more so in Bitcoin the suspicion, the strong suspicion that this is a war between or a marketing war between currencies rather than the early atmosphere, which was more about the actual protocols, and regardless of whether it's implemented here or there.
I just keep on sending small transactions back to people just to see how this works and what's gonna happen. I would like to thank everyone who basically donated CAS to this wallet. I'll find interesting ways to experiment with this. Is there anything interesting that I can do with the CAS right now? In the interface of this wallet, or maybe I can prove how I can swap it or spend it somehow, or use DeFi with it?
You can't use DeFi yet. We're still working on it. There's still we're still working on implementing the ZKP opcode, which is a more ambitious, or maybe 2 orders of magnitude more ambitious than the opcat one. So DeFi and Kaspa is not requires still more, at least in the native way I'm envisioning it. It requires more patience. Yeah, so maybe I will, before going to the very interesting topic of DeFi and Kaspa, and while you are playing on it, I will discuss the story of or the protocol of a storm. So storm is a mechanism to penalize or to correctly impose a cost on creating on increasing the UTXO set. And again, this is not a challenge that's unique to Kaspa. This is something that is heatedly debated in Bitcoin circles, and it's and Ethereum has flirted with many protocol ideas in the past. All of them around rent. So rent means you pay transactions. Oh, this is nice.
Yeah, what is this?
Oh, this is the block DAG.
So this is a visualizer of the blocks that are being mined right now? Yes.
This is like Bitcoin with internet speed. Pardon my cliche, but this is it's very beautiful. It's clean proof of work. There's nothing that there's no trick. There's no super nodes. Miners are anonymous or pseudonymous. There's no committee running this. There's no rotating committees. No BFT, and everything here, pure proof of work.
Yeah. Well, I can adjust the visualizer. Is it still possible to mine from home with GPUs, or did it become fully an ASIC chain?
ASIC chain, I suppose. Yeah, no, ASIC chain, yeah.
I remember last year, and I'm sorry that I interrupted you from what you were saying, but there was a piece of news about someone who went to a hotel room and mined Kaspa and made like $5,000 or something in a few days.
Wow, not me.
It was sort of a scandal because the conversation was around the fact that someone basically went and consumed a lot of electricity from a hotel room for which he paid like $100.
I feel some regret to not have tuned into Kaspa news as much as you did. It does remind me, there were many such questions early on in Bitcoin. People have there were many ethical questions about people using university clusters, even genuinely just to track the network, but on the side to have it mine, or people using public facilities to mine. I did not know this happened with Kaspa, but I told you Kaspa is like Bitcoin, so I guess it's just a proof of that, right?
Yeah, and I guess we all know at least one university professor who's mining Bitcoin in his lab, or at least used to. But anyway, last year Kaspa was the most profitable proof of work coin. And I don't know exactly what happened to that. Maybe there was a halving of rewards or something. But it was quite a big deal. Even the guy from the Bitcoin University, who gets a lot of views on YouTube, decided to make a video that was called "Is Kaspa the New Bitcoin?" And I feel like the arguments that he picked were sort of low blows, or the lowest hanging fruits that he could. But still, it was...
Was the answer yes or no?
His answer was no, because it's impossible, right? You can't have the same immaculate conception that surrounded Bitcoin in its infancy. And
I tend to agree, yeah.
I do agree with that, but at the same time, it doesn't mean you shouldn't try. Shouldn't stop people from attempting to do something different.
I mean, again, it's okay that there's a cultural prohibition or press against launching endless or useless L1 tokens, L1 platforms or tokens. I'm not very critical of that sentiment. It has its role. I'm not turning the other cheek as well. I'm just, as you see, I'm less informed about it. I'm not that tuned into this into these kinds of media at all. I typically don't know about it. I understand there's a room for this cultural press against it, but again, it's not an attempt to do a new Bitcoin, in the sense that, again, Bitcoin doesn't have lots of aspirations these days. So it's not a competition, even in the sense that, again, Bitcoin, other than a few teams that are trying to push the L2 DeFi narrative on Bitcoin and trying to get approval for OPCAT, or trying to circumvent the script to implement in sort of a hacky way OPCAT-like functionalities. This is not the same. This is not the same kind of aspirations. Bitcoin has a very strong value proposition, and for that value proposition, you don't need 10 blocks per second. You don't need even one block per 10 minutes. You can have one block per hour. It's not the same kind of system. It's more about implementing the proof of work values or architecture or principled architecture for a broader use, for a broader contribution, for a broader mission. The Bitcoin is not attempting to free finance from centralized choke points, and is not interested in particularly speaking in Bitcoin as singular entity, just for the simplification, for the sake of conversation and clarity. But Bitcoin is not today aspiring to be anything other than store of value, as you mentioned. And so I don't think it's reasonable to compare it in the sense that, okay, Kaspa is trying to be the new Bitcoin. Bitcoin is, it is trying to do things that we thought that everyone thought Bitcoin would want to do. This is maybe more a better portrayal. Like, as you mentioned yourself, if ZK rollups, or even not only rollups, even not the tech, the ideas, the experimentations, the insights that the community gained, if all this was ready back in 2011, 2012, then the whole ecosystem, the whole discussion was different. And then Bitcoin could have been, could have brought in its aspirations, or at least wouldn't narrow its aspirations. And then you could have described in that rewrite of history, you could have described this block DAG that you saw as an attempt to mimic or outpace Bitcoin and become the new Bitcoin. But since this is not the case, and history had chose its own path, then I don't see it even as competition. Bitcoin's aspirations and value proposition are very valuable, and they don't require more than my friend here, my Bitcoin friend here.
I wanted to ask you something based on the reply that I got in the chat. Someone said that he sent 101 Kaspas from Brazil, and in the transaction ID there's a message that he attached. Is it possible to send messages using the blockchain and broadcast them publicly? And if yes, then where do I find that?
Yeah. Which block explorer shows the like a search based? You do have the transaction hash?
Yeah.
And the block explorer does not show that. Let's see. Let's learn together. I'm not.
It is here, so I do have a hash.
Okay, the payload says nothing.
No, it doesn't.
Let me ask in the group. I'll ask the folks if anyone knows of a tool.
But there is also someone mentioning that I should try some kind of messaging app that uses Kaspa or whatever.
Yeah, I heard of that. I even installed or connected to it, and it will take me time to get to it because there's lots on the plate. But yeah, I like this experimentation, whether it's a good use of blockchain or not. At this stage, I like these experimentations regardless of their principal merit. Let me just ask in the chat.
Also, I have one last sponsor to plug in this episode, and that's SideShift, which is the kind of exchange where you swap stuff. So if someone offers to pay you in stable coins and you don't want to hold onto that, or some friend says, well, you should try my coin and it's this silly meme coin on Solana, you can actually swap that for something that you want. It might be Bitcoin, it might be Ethereum, it might be something else. Unfortunately, for now, they don't support Kaspa, and I actually tried before this interview to see if they listed it. I'm not sure what the listing requirements are, but it would be cool if I could use this Kaspa to swap it or whatever, just to provide more liquidity. And the URL is sideshift.ai, sideshift.ai. They have a lot of liquidity and pretty low fees. Unfortunately, I don't think they operate in the US, but then again, I'm not gonna tell you exactly how or that you should do it, but there are ways you can circumvent the IP filtering.
What's the transaction? Oh, sorry, did you finish the sponsors?
It's fine. So
if you can post the transaction hash.
Just a second. No, I clicked on address. Let me go back. Transaction ID. And this is the hash. And where do I post this?
I'm posting this on Twitter.
You mean in a DM on Twitter?
No, I'm posting it as a reply to Vlad hosts the best podcast in Bitcoin.
Oh, okay. So let me put this in the chat here on Google Meet. This is the hash. So I do like when I look at this block DAG visualizer. It's really amazing. Is there any pruning involved? I forgot to ask you about this. Like, how do you make sure that the blockchain doesn't bloat and doesn't just become very data hungry?
Well, there's lots of pruning involved.
Is it
There's
sort of like Mimblewimble or different?
no, Mimblewimble is not compatible with DAG. You can't, at least not the naive, the vanilla protocol, because in DAG you combine any block, the accepting block, as you saw, the block in a DAG, it references all predecessor blocks without, even if they have conflicts. But then it will be impossible to create cryptographically sound a kernel in Mimblewimble terminology, if I recall correctly, that proves the correctness of the new transactions if some of them conflict, if some of them are double spends of another. So Mimblewimble DAG, we tried it. Ethan Hillman, back in the day, from Boston University, we tried to create a version of this. We called it Azkaban, but this was actually, interestingly, the first attempt at Kaspa to create this was Guy Quorum's idea to create a synthesis of DAG, of Spectre at the time, with Mimblewimble, and that became the Azkaban attempts. But nothing serious came out of it, because so it's impossible with the vanilla protocol, and I don't think there was enough interest from enough people to merit launching these things together. Although it is cool, I admit, it is how we started. Also, Mimblewimble has lost traction, sadly, very fast. I don't know why, but I guess the launch was too fair in that sense. So Grin, at least the Grin version, lost traction. I don't know if it's active today, the community, but I didn't hear. I at least didn't hear any activity from that area, unfortunately.
Well, what happened is that one of the main developers from Grin ported that onto an extension block to Litecoin. So now Litecoin basically has Mimblewimble on the extension block, and it's the most popular, or at least the implementation that has most users and most liquidity right now. But also Beam is pretty interesting, the way that they were able to evolve past the limitations of the interactive design, and they added something that's called Lelantis to be able to enable users to receive offline payments and also do all sorts of DeFi. I mean, the ways in which they were able to extend that basic design was interesting. It's just that for some reason it did not get a lot of traction. Maybe it's marketing, maybe it's just... I remember in the Bitcoin maximalist circles there was a quasi-scandal involving Trace Mayer. I think this was January of 2020, when he went to a Las Vegas conference and he was handing pieces of paper promoting his Mimblewimble coin, MWC. And he was promising that it's sound money, which is fungible and programmable and with fast transactions and instant settlements. And it had a huge pre-mine, like 60% or something. And people were very critical of that. And it was because of that incident that some people stopped paying attention to anything Mimblewimble, even though Grin was the fairly launched one and Beam was the one that was trying to do more interesting token kind of stuff in DeFi. Maybe that was the moment. But there was also a reveal at one point where an article pointed out that you can destroy the privacy assumptions of Grin just by having a listening node that does not prune any of the data. So you're
Yeah,
running a full
that was
archival
known.
node.
Yeah, that was known in advance. That if you listen to the network, to the peer-to-peer network, and you listen to all transactions, then there's no privacy in Mimble. No one argued otherwise. I guess this article, I recall this paper, but this wasn't. This was more an implementation, or I don't recall if it was a simulation or an actual breaching of the protocol. But that wasn't that protocol didn't pretend to have that level of privacy.
There are people in the chat who really want me to ask you about VR progs and DAG KNIGHT.
Sure, but I do want to, if it's okay, ask you what do you make of the Grin launch? This is, to me, this is a very interesting experiment, because it was both GPU friendly, very, not only fairly launched, but like I would argue too fair, in the sense that the minting curve was, if I recall correctly, constant. So something in the minting curve and in the GPU friendliness just didn't work out, and very early on, like within a few, I don't know, days or weeks, there was already a big disappointment. I'm just wondering if it's okay to get your take on that.
I think the tokenomics, quote unquote, or the pumpamentals, or whatever you want to call them, disappointed a lot of people, because there was no advantage to joining the network early. Like, everyone who discovers something on day one, they're like, yeah, I'm gonna be one of the insiders. This is my chance to be Halfini or something, right? But in the case of Grin, the issuance is constant, and you get basically 60 coins per minute. So 1 coin per second, and it just keeps going in perpetuity. It inflates at this rate. There is no halving cycle. There is no nothing. It doesn't matter when you get involved, because there is no advantage for people who discover this early. And I guess those who did discover Grin early were sort of disappointed and said, well, what's the point? Because right now it's half-baked. Maybe in a few years it's gonna be a lot better. So what's the point of trying to use this now as opposed to waiting for this to get developed? And there is no incentive to hold it. It's supposed to be used. And I think this sort of killed it. But as an experiment with a fair launch, I think it's genius.
It's genius in what sense? If it launched specifically, if it failed specifically because of the fairness.
I wouldn't say it failed. It just turned away the people who were willing to invest in it.
It turned away also the devs themselves. They were outmined immediately by all the hype. There was too much hype around it, and they immediately, after a few days or weeks, they lost interest, or they said they need some extra incentive to participate. So I'm not sure in what sense it was a genuine launch, but it wasn't. It's an experiment that's very telling to us. What's the cost of overly fair minting curves?
Yeah, I think also the kind of people who are working on Grin are very disinterested in making money. They just want to contribute to this from a purely mathematical and cryptographic point of view, and they don't care about anything else. And I've met a bunch of people who do this, but of course they invest in Bitcoin and other stuff too, just to be able to support their work.
I think the sentiment is sustainable as long as other people don't make loads of money off the project. I think that sort of asymmetry is less sustainable, like maybe less motivating. It's okay to have similar to my original creative horrible GameNet idea. It's okay to have like this project that is not aspiring to be profitable, or to have a active growing effort. But if other people are making financial business on top of it, I think this is the point where your motivation, your energy drains, and I think this happened very quickly with these Grin devs. Like they were happy to do it as a fun experiment with a supposedly anonymous author, but it became less fun once all VCs rented lots of GPU farms to outmine them. I think they lost the interest, and rightly so, or at least very, very understandable.
I remember the day when Grin launched very clearly, and I remember there were some people trading 1 Bitcoin for 1 Grin. It was surrounded by a lot of hype, and there was a lot of expectation from it that it will... Basically, it was the second Bitcoin in the way that some people were thinking about it. There were even guys who were concerned that it's so good that it might just replace Bitcoin. Because it scales much better, it has better privacy. If you can figure out how to do transactions without being online all the time, then you can build some very interesting stuff with it. It's just that I guess people lost faith very fast. It was mostly economic, it was not technical.
Yeah, I see no one answered. I'm just trying to check if someone answered. No, that's not helpful. Yeah, I think it was a very clever. Okay, I find it personally difficult to believe that the protocol was authored by an anonymous, by someone that was not part of the original group. It was clever. I'm not saying it in a cynical way. It was clever, or yeah, maybe not only clever. It was nice and fun to have the Mimblewimble author pseudonymous, and it did create. I think this is the aspect that this one aspect that created lots of hype, and of course the fact that Andrew Poelstra, if I remember correctly, was endorsing and actively working on it. It's kind of kosherized the project. And VCs back then were, as a Bitcoin core dev back then, and I guess even today, if you are actively working and developing a new L1, there's no chance VCs won't launch their predatory strategies on your protocol. So, but I think the point I'm trying to push is that this anonymity of the originator was, to me, less credible than others, I guess. And others have pulled off such anonymity in other protocols. I prefer not to mention names, but like this kind of you're helping an anonymous author or team of authors create an anonymous paper, and then out of the blue you found this paper and you're interested in it, and you want to contribute to it. I'm not at all I'm not saying Andrew is part of it. I'm just saying I found it. I'm not at all claiming Andrew is part has conspired against anyone. I'm just saying I found it very weird. And I didn't think the author was truly detached from the scene.
Well, allegedly, so I know this from a YouTube presentation from 2016, Andrew Poelstra heard about Grin from Brian Bishop, and they were on IRC, and someone by the name of Tom Elvis Jedusor just casually logged in and dropped this paper and never came back. And Andrew Poelstra sort of refined it, and also came up with this proposal that this could be added to Bitcoin as an extension block feature. So it was him who came up with the Mimblewimble extension block, which is right now being used on Litecoin. But interestingly, when I interviewed him last week and I asked him about this implementation, he said it's a bad idea and he was naive and he doesn't believe in extension blocks anymore. And he doesn't think Mimblewimble is the best way to do privacy on Bitcoin.
Okay, and Brian Bishop was active on Gwyn. I didn't know that he's part of the founding group there.
No, I think Brian Bishop is just the guy who told Andrew that this paper dropped and it's interesting. I'm not aware of any other involvement after this.
And what would be the best way to do privacy on Bitcoin or on Kaspa?
I think there's a lot of merit to ZK snarks. They have become very lightweight over the last decade compared to what they were like when they were introduced as zero coin and zero cash. I mean, I remember just a few years ago you were not able to run a Zcash wallet on your phone. It was not computationally possible. But now, thanks to phones getting better and the math getting better, we can get that. And there's this, have you read the Tachyon paper by Sean Bowe from Zcash?
Nope.
Basically, he is describing how he was able to figure out how to scale Zcash to billions of people. And if that happens, and now that everything is open source without any sort of asterisk that you have to ask permission or reference this author, I think this can be used on Bitcoin or Kaspa or anything else, like something off the shelf. You just take the libraries and you figure out how to implement that.
So with the ZK opcode that we are developing, this would be very possible. I do think from an adoption perspective, you can't afford, or you don't want to afford, or you don't want to implement privacy natively on layer one. It has its appeal, but the price you're paying it will be much harder to be listed and be used by ordinary people. Of course, it has the Zcash. Zcash has its appeal. It did I'm sure Zooko sees it as completely worth it. The privacy versus the difficulty in being listed and being integrated into the normie user base. But it's just it's a choice that I think Kaspa couldn't afford in terms of adoption and integration. But once we implement the ZKP opcode, people would be able to choose to use it. It won't be the default address, if I recall correctly. Even in Zcash, the shielded transactions weren't default, but it will still have its merits.
Yeah, it's really nice if the adoption of Kaspa happens organically with users setting up their own wallets, running nodes, and being their own bank. Because in Bitcoin, I see the narrative shifting with even the people who are very adamant that you should hold your own keys. Now they're saying, maybe that the average person is gonna have some difficulties in doing this, and maybe it's better to just buy ETFs or whatever. And I don't like it because the whole point of this movement was to get people to hold their own keys. If you don't hold your own keys and you don't use your own wallet and you don't validate your transactions, we go back to PayPal, basically. And honestly, that's really not the reason why we're here. And I'm happy that there are a bunch of people in the chat who are enthusiastic and they're recommending wallets, and I think this is the nicest part of this whole industry, the fact that people can hold their own keys and manage their own coins and do whatever they want without asking for anyone's permission.
Definitely, and specifically in the case of Kaspa community, there are lots of the spread of information about wallets and how to use this. As you saw, I'm not the best candidate to explain how to use these stuff, and it's very nice to see that people have lots of experience in doing these things on their own. I did have, oh yeah, so I wanted to double down on what you said. I strongly agree with you. I think that the lack of user-friendly wallets for normies, not for people that are tech savvy, is a big barrier. And I really like the smart wallets. Now they are called account abstraction. Now they're under the umbrella of account abstraction, which is social recovery, but not through signing, the ledger and sending it. It's not recorded on the, it's not recorded off chain, but it's recorded rather in consensus. So you can do things like in consensus, declare policies of the sort. If this, if this other address wants to take all of my claims that I lost my keys and wants to take my coins, then after maybe 6 months of me not responding, allow them to take I don't know, 2% per day. You can do these policies, and of course you can generalize it to multi-sigs and to k out of n. But the point is that you implement these general policies on chain in a way that doesn't require your grandma to supervise the whole process. And I argue that this is a strong prerequisite for self-sovereignty. You can't be your own bank. You can't. The whole your not your coins, not your keys slogan is very elitistic for the tech savvy. It's not yet implementable for ordinary people. And if you do implement in consensus, and I'm not necessarily promising this or promoting this as an L1 feature, although I might in the future, but I am saying that this should be the default on-chain feature, and this guarantees self-sovereignty. And there's another reason why this is self-sovereignty, because there's the basic hammer attack where someone steals, just goes to your knows you and goes to your home and forces you to empty your wallet. And if you have on-chain rather than off-chain social recovery, then you can actually prove to your capture that you can't release the coins. Say, here's my private key. Log in on-chain, log into the wallet, and see that you can drain my wallet only 2% per day, starting from 6 months from now. That's it. It's a feature for self-sovereignty that provides resilience against these sort of more common attacks. So I view this as very important, both in the context of normies, but also just to protect the sovereignty of hodlers.
And I also want to add something which to me is interesting. Jameson Lopp has published a series of articles about this. There are situations where your electronics are just not good enough for long-term storage of coins, and you should have some sort of backup. Of course, you're encouraged to write down your seed on a piece of paper, but if your house catches fire or there's some sort of earthquake or flood, and you need something stronger that's going to withstand all of these hazards, you should look into metal backups, which ideally you can also, if you want to hide them or something, you can just drill a hole in the wall of your apartment and put that inside, or you can bury it in the garden, or whatever you think is interesting. The one that I usually recommend is CryptoSteel. because they have been around for like a decade or something, and they're like the ones who started this whole movement of metal backups in Bitcoin. And if you use, I actually have a code for discount. So if you use BTC TKVR, which is Bitcoin Takeover, you get like 10% discount. So use that if you can, if you're interested. I have a bunch of them around the house. I'm not gonna say exactly what they are and where I keep them. It's just that they're very convenient, and you can put any password. It doesn't have to be a seed phrase or passphrase or whatever. Even your email password if you think you're gonna forget that one day.
So this is actually the divide between the normies and Jameson Lopp, or the Bitcoin elitists, because Jameson, and again, he's a positive person. He influenced my Bitcoin learning and conversion immensely. But his image is precisely, his way of protecting the sovereignty of his wealth was living in the forest in an unknown, undisclosed location, disconnected and secretive. And this is very, I love the story, but it's exactly not a movement that can scale to the masses. It's a very elitist religion or movement. And this is what I said that I think in one of the early blog posts for the lack of white paper. I wrote in the inception of Bitcoin, of Kaspa, I said that it's sort of a Protestant version of Bitcoin, because this very idea, the Casa nodes and the metal inscription of security of your keys, these are all things that I love, and I would they are attracting, they're interesting, they are fitting, and they are also, it's also important to have in your hardcore a group of people that are adamant about these things and that don't need any auxiliary solutions, and don't use any solution on chain, etc. But for regular people, I argue that you have to scale these values, and you have to compromise. You have to introduce some compromise. I remember the SPV wars. Remember in Bitcoin, if you ran an SPV node, you were evil. So that was the level of fundamentalism. And again, I like it to the extent that it's the bedrock of the movement, but then it's also limited in its influence. And my final point, by the way, what I'm doing now is pitching to the other core builders why I will ask them to to implement this feature in a KIP. That's why I'm kind of belaboring the point. But I argue that whether through account abstraction or smart wallet methods that I mentioned previously, or through something else that you or Jameson can come up with, you should have the ability to prove to your attacker that you can't release the coins. This is a necessary feature, and then you don't need to live in the forest. I remember when I invited Jameson to scaling Bitcoin in Israel, I signed in the email a verse from Jeremiah, from the Old Testament, about God seeing you wherever you are present. So that's kind of the divide between the more technical elitist values of Bitcoin Core versus the more Protestant atmosphere in Kaspa.
Yeah, but is there anything elitist about telling people to use their own wallet and secure their own seed? I don't think there's anything elitist about it. It's just like your email account where you have to secure your own password. The difference is that when people set up emails, they have the expectations that they can reset their password. And they just call someone or send a message to some sort of support desk and they get a password reset, which
Well, it depends
doesn't
if you
happen.
have. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Which doesn't happen in this double key situation where you have a public key and a private key. The private key is sort of permanent to your wallet. There's no way you can rotate that to unlock the same funds. So you have to understand responsibility. And ironically, if you explain this to boomers, they're gonna be much more receptive and get it, as opposed to millennials or zoomers who are so used to forgetting stuff. And they're like, yeah, I'm just gonna skip this. I'm not gonna write down the 12 words. If anything, I'm gonna copy them to clipboard and put them in some notes app in my phone to which like 100 apps have access. And yeah.
What do you lose by? So you can only benefit by additionally adding smart wallet governance in consensus. This is what Blockstream. I remember they acquired Green Address, I think, the Italian project, and the product there was precisely that. No, sorry, that wasn't precisely. It was one feature that that was explained to me in length by Adam. He invested lots of time educating me, or not like taking time one-on-one to educate me on this product. And the Green Address had this sort of policy, right, where it's a 1 out of 2 multisig, and if sorry, I think it was 2 out of 2 multisig, and then if one of
It is,
them
yeah.
is inactive, like confiscated by the FBI, then after 6 months you can release it. So what would you lose by generalizing this and implementing this sort of logic on chain?
So, can you repeat the question? What would you lose if?
I'm saying that I understand that you can expect people, you can understand the educative value of, or the cultural value rather, of educating people about responsibility and taking care of their own um, passwords. But okay, so with, and assuming you did this, you converted everyone to this response, to self-sovereignty, self-sustainment, you can enhance the security of everyone by additionally encoding the logic of what happens with their keys, with their on-chain UTXOs, by implementing more expressive logic on-chain.
Oh yeah,
So
I
it
agree with that.
doesn't come instead of this educative movement of reviving boomer values, but rather it's just enhancing the security of everyone. And I think there, in that sense, you lose a lot if you're freezing your scripting language in the way Bitcoin does, without any willingness to implement new functionality, even for the mere use case of store of value. There's lots of more features you can implement. And if I believe, and I believe this is what Jeremy Rubin has tried to push for, like with his UTXO and other opcodes. He tried to enrich the scripting language, because exchanges and hodlers had a difficult time of implementing by their own the involved scripts securing their funds. He just pushed for all these features that are still in relation to either payments, but also to just store of value into L1 consensus, and so far has failed to do so.
Yeah, I think the reason why we didn't get the 2 of 2 multisig to become mass adopted is that Bitcoin doesn't scale to incorporate that. It would become way too expensive for the average user to sign a multisig every time they send a transaction from their wallet. And in the case of Jeremy Rubin, he promotes CTV, which is Check Template Verify. It's an opcode that he's been trying to push with varying levels of success over the last 4 or 5 years. And initially it was called Secure the Bag. That's sort of like an Easter egg about his work. He is trying to make it scale with something which enables vaults and a lot of interesting use cases. It's just that for some reason the community has so far rejected his proposals.
I agree, and I know that I think he was trying to implement more than check template verify. I think it was a bunch of opcodes or scripts that he wanted to turn into opcodes. I don't recall the entire evolution of this, but it didn't start just with check template verify. But in any case, yes, I think even 2 out of 2 multisig is not sufficient, or at least could be highly the security of this could be highly improved if you implement more logic, vault logic, or some. I guess covenants can cover most of the things that I'm thinking of. To be honest, I think maybe covenants should be maybe it's good to do these things simply through covenants, which are by the way implemented in KP10 and Kaspa. So this is something maybe we should just write these scripts, but it's easier with vprogs and ZK and the so-called layer 2. So I'm not sure. I guess I'm not sure if it makes sense to do these things through the native script of Kaspa, which is similar to Bitcoin just with covenants, or wait for the vprogs to be implemented, and then you have like you can bootstrap your own mini ZK VM just for your own UTXOs, to lock your own UTXOs there, and then you can add also some privacy. I do think that if we do it in layer 1, then, or through a covenant, then there's arguably it's more secure, or more it's a harder route to take, and therefore it kind of paradoxically is more secure in the sense that you'll do things more raw. You will trace the stack when more seriously when you're implementing these things, rather than the more Turing complete free software kind of practice that you're doing when you're implementing mini ZK VMs. Anyways, this is more of a rambling about how to do so, but I just really want to see this feature implemented, not only in Kaspa, but also adopted as the default, the only legitimate way or default way to hodl your coins.
It is sort of like a multi-billion-dollar question. Like, how do you get people to self-custody in a way that scales and prevents them from shooting themselves in the foot? I think social recovery was popularized by Vitalik, and I think that he himself has set up a scheme like that to make sure that in the event that he gets abducted or he gets held at gunpoint or whatever, there is nothing that he can send except for maybe the tiny amount that he holds in a spending wallet. And there are lots of these ideas about vaults and multi-sigs and the ways in which you can manage funds. And it would be interesting for me to see how Kaspa can implement some of these to prevent average users from getting rugged, from basically sending their seed phrase by accident to a third party. But also to have varying levels of security so that if you do really want to withdraw all the coins from your wallet, you can basically do that reasonably fast.
You can implement this latter feature by encoding in advance what what addresses of other people that you trust can drain your funds quickly. I think the
that's
social
one way.
recovery. Yeah, I think the social recovery that Vitalik promoted at the time, at least, initially was off chain. It was not encoding things in consensus. But maybe with the advent of account abstraction EIPs, it makes more sense to do it off chain, but to do it on chain. And in any case, I will forever be in favor of doing it on chain. I think it's, again, also easier to prove your logic, so that so that everyone knows that there's no benefit of abducting you. Like, I don't know if the protocol Vitalik is provable to his abductors.
I don't know either, but I remember at first when I read about that, I was thinking it sort of defeats the purpose of the whole movement. The fact that you get to choose who you trust in a system that's supposed to be trust minimized or even trustless. But in his case, I sort of get it. Like, he's under a whole different kind of scrutiny. He cannot. I think he posted an article on his blog recently and he described that he cannot travel without being photographed in the airplane, in the airport, everywhere he goes.
Yeah,
I guess it's sort of frightening.
He doesn't look particularly frightened. I do want to mention. I will come back to me. I forgot what I wanted to say about this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I wanted to ask why you are combining the trustless or the minimized trust in the system, and you're extending it, and I'm wondering why to the social layer. And I'm not sure I agree with that extension of the trustlessness of the trustless values. Like, why would you not benefit from existing trust, not in the system backbone? The system backbone should be completely trustless, but between in the social layer, if I trust you, so this I mean, ideally an efficient system would encode this trust cryptographically, in consensus, either in plain text, meaning plain pseudonymous, or just in a commitment, in a cryptographic commitment. But ideally, the system should encode the trust relationships we have. I think this is one of the. This is a conflation that I think should be avoided. Like, and this goes back again to what I was just alluding to when discussing Jameson's admirable lifestyle. Like, normal people have trust relationships, and this relationship is, from an information theoretic perspective or analogy, is information. And by pushing against this encoding or using this information, you are by definition creating or suboptimal or inefficient systems. Like, if I know that I trust, let's say Vlad, okay, and your public address, why not encode this information, for instance, in a smart wallet transaction that says that no one can drain my funds to this and this extent, other than Vlad and Alice and Bob. Why not encode this? And I think that that this kind of rejection of trust is also, yeah, it drives. I think Amir Taki in his criticism of the Bitcoin culture has also alluded several times to this point. I'm not sure if you're familiar with his project with DarkFi.
Oh, he was on my show like
Oh,
6 or 7 months ago. We spoke for 7 hours.
oh, okay. So didn't he pitch you the concept of trust? Of course, it seems like contradictory because he's doing an anonymous DAO, but the point of this of his network and his protocols is to facilitate the encoding of trust, admittedly through trust between pseudonymous members, but still it's not rejecting the value and information that that stems and emerges from people's trust, from pseudo people's trust.
He did mention the DAO, but he focused mostly on explaining why it took him so long and how many redesigns he did along the way. He said he started with Mimblewimble and ring signatures, and then he decided to switch to ZK Snarks and Halo 2.
Mm-hmm.
And he should be launching this year, hopefully. Amir is very good at coming up with ideas, but historically speaking, he hasn't finished too many of them. And people really expect to see DarkFi because it's gonna be basically the first baby that he delivers all the way.
I'm also anticipating it, not necessarily as an avid user, but just again from the personal, the celebration of his own achievement and delivering something alive. But back to the point, I think the rejection of trust should not. There should be a strong rejection of trust in the infra, in the backbone protocol. There should be rejection of trust in the devs and in the infra, in anything that's in the in changing the repo, as you mentioned at the beginning. But if you are rejecting trust altogether, trust in people that you trust, not that the protocol trust, then you are by necessity creating an inherently suboptimal ecosystem. I think this is this could be tied to the distaste towards finance, but that would be a far-fetched or a long argument, or a longer argument to make.
Well, I do like the fact that you can have the option to not trust. Like, I think this is part of the revolution that we are organizing right here. It's that people don't need to trust in what other people tell them. They can verify the code. And if they cannot verify the code, they do need to trust someone else. And it's their choice who they're going to trust. But the point is to minimize politics and go back to what Nick Szabo was writing in terms of social scalability and also God protocols. Or at least this is the way in which I see it.
But you did extend it. Maybe I misread it, but someone can extend this trust, this opposition to trust, to voluntary trust as well, right? To a cultural prohibition on voluntary trust, like in the case of smart of social recovery, right? And this is not a mouth slip. I think there is a right crypto made the word trustless a positive, right? Before Bitcoin, trustless was synonymous with untrustworthy, but now trustless became a positive. And I completely agree on removing any anchors of trust from the backbone protocol. But at the same time, in the social layer, I think we have to encode trust because trust exists. It's not anyone should be not only able to trust other people, but also to make use of this trust through interesting, through interesting protocols. There's various ideas, whether financial or other ideas, that you can develop once you have a trust network. I believe Amir is building his dark DAO, again paradoxically, because it sounds like the ultimate anonymous network, but he declaredly implements it to facilitate trust networks.
Now, once again, it goes back to the argument that trust scales very poorly, and it's very difficult to identify someone you can trust. And it's useful to have tools to prevent this from being necessary. Of course, you're going to trust people, but you don't have to trust them for everything, and you don't have to establish political bodies that mitigate trust and basically reinvent the wheel. The point...
I'm with you on that.
I remember when people in the Ethereum camp were saying that you can enforce constitutions on the Ethereum blockchain. And I said that to one of my PhD supervisors at the time, and he was like, this is scandalous. We fought hundreds of years to have our constitution, and these tech bros are coming along and saying, well, you can put your constitution on the blockchain and we can verify whether or not something is constitutional or not. Like, all of these quirky ideas that were used to get more attention to the potential that this technology can have. It was really exciting at the time. And I still think that there are some situations or contexts where you don't want to trust other people. And it's nice to have tools that make you not need to trust someone else with this.
In most situations, you don't want to trust other people, and I definitely don't want people to trust me. That's the vast majority of interactions do not merit general trust. As you said, even when you trust someone, it can be you trust them maybe not to steal your coins, but maybe they can lose your coins. So you trust them for one thing and not for another thing. So trust is one-dimensional trust is not very telling, and I think this is why, or not very informative, and I think this is why webs of trust didn't catch momentum. They were very limited to PGP or like the recursive signature. It wasn't really useful in any scalable sense, as you mentioned. And I agree, trust is not highly scalable, and even if it were, who to trust and what to trust. It's it makes more sense to trust a protocol or a code than people. But when you look at the system, when you zoom out and look at the system at the maybe at civilization from a bird's eye view, you see that there is trust in institutions. I'm not advocating for top-bottom institutions for government or authoritative institutions. Just to trust grassroots institutions or people, or it's not that I trust people or institutions necessarily more than you do, or more than Jameson Lopp does. Not at all. But it just doesn't make sense, even just from an information theoretic perspective, or from an aesthetic or inherent view on the world. You see people exert or interact through trust. So in these cases, the fact that your system cannot encode it is a testament to the fact that your system didn't achieve the Holy Grail yet, didn't embody, didn't allow people to embody their actual activity in a trustless and reliable system. I'm not advocating trusting more than you do. I am advocating for a system to embody and encode whatever trust exists, to allow people to encode whatever trust exists in the system, in their own UTXO, in their own sovereign UTXO, and their own sovereign vprog or ZKVM. Like if you have a protocol where let's choose another example that's not a smart wallet. If I have a protocol that wants to follow Vlad's financial investments, okay, it's
No,
I'm
that's a bad
trusting.
idea. Don't do that.
Likewise, but let's say, but the fact it's a bad idea, it's my own problem. It's my poor judgment, and it's not infringing on anyone else's sovereignty. But I should be able to encode this, right? To encode this trust in your judgment in the system, and the system should serve me in the sense that it can follow my judgment, my encoded judgment, and route my investments through your activity. Now, of course, you can hide it if you want, but if you want, you can also reveal it for altruistic or for financial incentives. This is just an example. I'm not saying that I want it or this necessarily a feature that I'm missing, but it is from a research or from a fundamental perspective, I would feel uncomfortable if a system, a trustless infrastructure, does not know how to encode and utilize voluntary trust relationships that people do have in whatever context of trust they have it.
Yeah, I get that. But once again, I'm still very much in love when I read something from Nick Szabo about God protocol, social scalability. I love that. And all of these stories about how money basically enabled us to trade with complete strangers. When you think about it, this is so revolutionary that people who knew nothing about each other and didn't care, or maybe even hated each other, were able to trade without any other barriers just because they agreed that this neutral element has value.
You think this same principle extends to finance?
Well, how do you define finance? As in DeFi or
No, even
generally?
traditional finance, whatever, generally.
Well, that one requires a lot of trust.
Yeah, trust either in people or institutions, or I'm not necessarily alluding to government enforced trust, but finance does require trust, capital allocation, and you can focus on money and reject the value proposition of finance altogether, which is arguably the hidden or not sentiment in Bitcoin circles. But if you either embrace or do not wish to fight against the concept of finance, which is, again, it's an embodiment of information. It will be suboptimal for a system to not be able to encode my judgment, whether it's bad or whether it's a good judgment or a bad one. Let's say I believe in your podcast. So I want to, so I have like a private or asymmetric information that others do not have, namely that Vlad's podcast is highly valuable and will continue being so. So you see, you would be frustrated if this information, so to speak, that I have, or prior on the world that I have, wouldn't be that no system could expressively encode it. This would be very useless. Not useless, because you still can trade with you can still trade with me, maybe after every episode, like transaction. Every minute that your podcast is running, I will send you something. But more seriously, if I trust the value of your podcast, then finance is just a word, an umbrella term for more expressive contracts that are based on information or trust, but definitely asymmetric and not protocol enforced information or trust.
Yeah, I get that. And also, how are you able to finance some very basic elements from everyday life if you don't trust the person building or doing any of the work? Like, there has to be some kind of risk somewhere along the system. But what I'm saying is not that it's not necessary. I'm just saying it's nice to have the option to not trust and not engage with this and manage your money however you want. Not however, like if you keep your money in a bank, you can be sure that your bank is gonna do stuff with your money.
I'm not a representative of banks in this episode. I'm not that. I'm not the opposite, the diametrically opposite view for your views on that. I do want you to fall in love also with um, uh, with extracurricular material other than Nick Szabo's. He's a his views, his blogs were very influential on me as well. I love his writing and his ideas. Very early on, and I had the privilege of meeting him and discussing with him and learning from him. But
I'm jealous, by the way.
I don't know that he remembers me, but it wasn't a long, very long conversations. But he was definitely an embodiment of the early, maybe the livest embodiment of early crypto values, early Bitcoin values. But you should also fall in love, or at least acknowledge the literature and the existence and the literature on finance, not only on money. It's not that I don't. I think money is related to the infra, right? So that we have to have the money layer, the infra layer, completely not only trustless, but culturally trustless, right? We have to have the Jameson Lopps that live in the undisclosed locations. We have to have this atmosphere around the infra layer, and that's why I also wouldn't want finance and DeFi implemented in Kaspa's base layer. Above all the scalability and performance considerations, it's also just not the cultural fit. You don't want finance running on the base layer, because the base layer should perfect the should secure the money properties and the sovereignty properties of the money and the payments and all the things that you fell in love with. And then you would want, but you still would want a vibrant and vital ecosystem that embodies, again, voluntary trust or voluntary judgment and asymmetric information, which is called finance, but maybe DeFi or finance doesn't sound enough fundamental. So I would just call it embodying asymmetric peer-to-peer information in the system, not in layer one, or at least not natively, not in any way that compromises or on the basic properties of the trustless infra and the money properties, but it should extend. It should extend beyond.
I 100% agree with you. And it's very interesting because a lot of people, when they think about these L1s like Kaspa, and I guess there are others like Alephium and what was the other one, Kwai, they think that they optimize for everything to be on the base layer. If they have on-chain scaling, which is reasonably good, then they assume that everything concerning DeFi or all the other applications will get added to this base layer. So it's interesting to me that you're saying there's going to be a layer 2 for the DeFi and Kaspa. And I think I read something about a ZK rollup.
So I'm not saying there will be a layer 2. I want to invent new terminology because I think it's so yeah, the current terminology is forcing the conversation to a vision that, although separate from layer 1, is still not something I would consider nearly optimal. And to drive it more concretely, the challenge or the threat from layer 2 entities is that or maybe the threat from it depends how you define things. So let me invent my own definitions for the sake of this podcast, and then if it catches, then we'll continue with these forever. So a roll-up is a VM that or it's a VM structure that is optimized for attracting as much smart contracts or as much dApps into its own state. Okay, so it's a sovereign entity that's connected to L1 in the same manner you're all familiar with, but the definition of a rollup is that it's not just one smart contract. It's many people. It's the rollup entity or the team wants as many people, as many devs as possible to create their smart contracts within the sovereign state of the rollup. And then this rollup entity becomes the de facto centralized entity that has like a separation from layer 1. And if it were one rollup, okay, but then what prevents someone else from deploying their own rollup? And then you arrive at what happened with Ethereum, where you have these different rollup entities that are playing a zero-sum game, and all of them not only try to attract through healthy competition smart contracts developers, to attract smart contract devs to their own rollup, but they also have very little incentives to interop between them. So many people in Ethereum try to solve, so to speak, the fragmentation problem or the interop challenge in Ethereum. But I saw a few months ago this very nice or very articulate tweet that articulated a feeling that I had for many years, but this was articulated very nicely, that it's not a matter of technology, it's a matter of incentives. Roll-up entities do not have incentives to interop. And so while they do optimize for the separation of concerns and separation of layers, and from the pure L1 maximalist perspective, you would be satisfied with it and would be less sensitive to the problems that happen with the financial layer. If you look at the system as a whole, you get these several, like, I don't know, typically less than a dozen entities that fragment the entire activity in the network. And what I hoped will happen with Kaspa, and what we are working on currently, is designing for a more Solana-like experience, or broadly a monolithic, from the user's perspective, including the dev, it should be a monolithic experience. even though it's not executed by layer 1, it's still a monolithic experience against layer 1, and I will happily go into the details. But still broadly, from the user, from the dev, but mainly from the user's perspective, this looks like L1, although L1 does not execute transactions. L1 does not store the state of contracts. L1 is maintaining some thin skeleton commitments to the data structures or to the payload, but it does not. It's still verification oriented, right? It's still thin in the sense that L1 does not care about any logic of transactions. It cares about metadata, but it doesn't care about any logic. You can do whatever you want there. The miners do not need to run to execute your transactions. Full node do not need to. It's just some metadata processing that enables this vision where you would not have these roll-up entities that try to suck as much activity and siphon the network effect of layer 1. Rather, you would have a native way for people to deploy mini ZK VMs, which we recently called vProgs, or verifiable programs, on chain, and commit them and commit their state to L1 again through commitments. It's not the plaintext. It's not there's no state bloat. It's still separating the concerns in the sense that L1 consensus is unaffected by transaction logic or by the state size, the respective state size that any mini ZKVM decides to implement, or vProg decides to implement. So any vProg can specify and configure their own parameterization about their gas scale, the state size, regulation parameters, and whatnot. And the L1 sequencer is facilitating this through some thin operations in the ZK opcode. I won't pretend it's merely a concatenation opcat, one trick. It is a heavy lifting for core devs. From the research and development perspective, it's a heavy lifting, but from the perspective of miners and full nodes, it will be a hard fork, but other than that, would be largely oblivious to the activity. And for the ecosystem as a whole, the aspiration is that this vision will look more like a monolithic, a cohesive building ecosystem and building tools, rather than the roll-up zero-sum game. I'm happy to go into the details, but I'm not sure which part you would prefer elaborating on.
Let's put it this way. 5 years from now, how do you envision that Kaspa is going to function? And how are you going to implement the smart contracts and the features that will be ZK layer 2s and everything else? And also, how is this going to look? I know you're basically a command line kind of user, but how do you envision this from the perspective of the average user? Will they know that they're using maybe a layer 2, or will it be optimized so that they don't need to know anything and the software makes the best decisions for them?
Part of your questions are outside the responsibility of core, and it should be outside the responsibility of core.
No user experience.
No. I didn't say there's no. That's like K and G. It's not the responsibility of, or maybe the inner parts of core. Like I refuse to dictate the system to that extent. It shouldn't be dictated by to the explicit extent that you are alluding to. There is, again, a separation of there is. Okay, so the way you phrase the question touches on a sensitive chord, because hits on a sensitive chord, because there's the responsibility of core to design a system that is inclusive, and in particular, that doesn't dictate too much of how things will happen, right? Again, the main concern is keeping L1 lean and thin, and as a secondary value to keep the system cohesive. But the extent that you elaborated the question, I feel it's slightly, at least it's outside the scope of responsibility of core, at least of me. Maybe others, maybe other people in core will have their own vision and have the and have the vision and implement it. But let me take it back to the more concrete language. So 5 years, that it's forever. Let's talk 5 months. What I think will happen, and what I want, what we are working on. So the aspiration is to develop, to just release a yellow paper and specify the two layers, or the canonical bridge between them. So one aspect is the opcode itself on the layer 1, and this opcode needs, and we need to specify what's the responsibilities, what are the responsibilities of these opcode or this module. So the responsibilities are to verify transactions, sorry, to verify ZKP, to implement a verifier, a ZKP verifier in the L1 code, and to sort of facilitate or to maintain the skeleton of the DeFi activity, or the VM or the progs activity. So what would this look like in 5 months? I suppose we would be deep into the implementation of this, and after the implementation of this, here's what I think, here's what I envision this would look like. You will have a similar SDK or similar experience to Solana. You will write code in Rust. You will choose, I suppose initially, we'll need to whitelist VMs. You can't be inclusive, sorry, in the general, you can't be, for now, we don't see a way to be absolutely inclusive, like without knowing anything about your ZKVM, if not for the mere need to know that your program is available, that I can execute your program in case you discover. So we want the programs to be completely trustless. So you would go, as a developer, you would have a very similar experience to a Solana smart contract developer. So you would write a code, you would choose a ZKVM, the smart contract or the program that you are writing will be able to do cross-program invocation similar to Solana, but differently than Solana. This cross-program invocation won't necessarily be to the same VM or to the same sovereign. It could be cross-sovereign states. So let's say you have you implemented some program, I know, some smart wallet ZKVM, and I implemented a Uniswap VM. And I deliberately combine Uniswap, which is an app, with the word VM to make it clear that the intention is that natively one app per VM. That's the vision. Because apps want to interop and rollups don't want to interrupt. So that's why I'm calling it a Uniswap VM and Vlad's smart wallet VM. And my SDK, and when I'm writing my Uniswap, I will be able to encode this cross-program invocation to your smart wallet, even though you are a sovereign program. And this is the challenge to make sense of what I just said. Because if I claim that I have a read-write, that I can create a read-write dependency with your smart wallet, so how does this? So why am I at the same time claiming you are sovereign and that your state is independent of mine? These two seem contradictory, right? I'm able to create synchronous composability transactions with you. I'm able to create in-transaction dependency with your VM, and then, but at the same time, we claim that we maintain sovereignty. So the trick is to simply, maybe not simply, but the trick is to maintain a correct regulation of your dependencies. And concretely, the dependency that I create with your program should be regulated according to your own throughput and state size parameters, and should be fully available for you to compute in case my program is not available. So your program has the guarantee, the formal guarantee, that you are always able to execute, improve, and update when we release your covenant in L1 at will. You don't need anyone else to do so. Of course, optimistically, I will prove my own parts of the transaction, or the provers, my provers will prove their own part. My parts of the transaction, you'll need to prove only yours. And the thin ZKP opcode will know how to concatenate these proofs and stitch them together and update the covenant. But that's only the optimistic case. You will always be able to prove and advance your own state, and you will always have the data available to prove even my part of the state in case my provers are not live. So the challenge is to formalize everything that I said now. And I think from a broader perspective, it sounds complicated. It is complicated, but the fact that this part is complicated is what allows the very simple user experience, and while standing behind these claims of sovereignty. So let me wrap it up because it was quite a long pitch to this design. User experience and dev experience should be easy, especially if you are proficient with Rust or your Solana. You're familiar with Solana smart contract practice. You will write in Rust, and other than from your experience, it will be rather similar. From L1 perspective, it will be quite simple. There's some maintenance of a skeleton of metadata of transactions. So these two are simple. The core research and development will need to are absorbing this complexity by defining these gas fee mechanisms and gas regulation mechanisms, so that your prog is fully sovereign, and you are ensured that you have all the data needed. In the pessimistic case, that everyone is live, everyone tried to screw you over, but you still can prove and advance the state of your program.
I was going to ask you about this because obviously when people think about smart contracts in this space, they assume some sort of EVM or compatibility with that. The fact that you mentioned Rust and Solana proves that you're not following that path with Kaspa.
No. So Solana is not a provable ZK. It's not a ZKVM. I'm talking about the experience of the developer. You would be able to, if someone implements a an EVM, a ZK EVM in this system, okay, this will be this could be integrated into the system easily. You would, as I said, a developer needs to choose a VM to work with. So they can choose to work with a ZK EVM in the system.
That's beautiful. And I was thinking, what are some of the first applications that you think are gonna get built? Something like Uniswap? I'm just trying to basically encourage developers listening to this to consider maybe using Kaspa to build their applications or port something that's already available somewhere else.
I think porting both Uniswap and Aave is very important. And the reason I'm mentioning Aave is because it's for two reasons. One short-term reason is because it allows the project to reach escape velocity, in the sense that once you have a robust, and again, the robust not only in terms of just importing Aave, but also in the terms of liquidity. Once you have a robust Aave product or lending product, then people that have accumulated Kaspa can foster the projects, can contribute to developments, either of L1 or other projects, without losing exposure to Kaspa. So today, if you're a hodler, a whale hodler of Kaspa, and you want to support development, you will contribute. You will need to sell some of your Kaspa in order to support development, either of layer one, either altruistically or for some other project that you believe can make a change. But if you have a good lending system implemented with, and again with liquidity, with sufficient liquidity, then this allows whales and hodlers to keep their exposure to Kaspa while still funding projects. So you would do it with posting Kaspa as collateral and borrowing stablecoin. I think this feature is this feature is, from a systemic point of view, is the difference. It's a game changer, because now I believe there are many such entities in Kaspa that will be able to contribute lots of more fundings to anything that happens. Of course, they will exercise their own judgment, as we spoke previously, but it's a big difference whether you need to get rid of your Kaspa or Bitcoin to develop, to fund things, or you don't. You can just borrow, again, not for free. Borrowing has its own risks, but I think, anyways, this is what I don't anticipate it, but I would like to see. This is the first reading, at least.
I'm basically gonna provide a long explanation and then tell you how I got to this. In this space, there is a disproportionate amount of power that centralized exchanges have. So that you can imagine a situation where, for example, if during the block size wars, these exchanges decided that Bitcoin Cash is gonna receive the BTC ticker, they could effectively revert the course of history and take us to a place where Bitcoin Cash, the large block version of Bitcoin, could have been the one that people bought as Bitcoin across a majority of exchanges, and there was consensus that that one is BTC. And the question that stems from this is, do you believe that this idea to make DeFi possible on Kaspa is a response to the fact that there's a lot of politics involved in getting listed across exchanges and having a certain requirement for liquidity that you need to provide, and so on, so that for new projects that emerge in this space, it's a lot more difficult to fulfill all of these criteria, and it's just better to work around it?
I would say that So my immediate answer is that even if this weren't the case, and even if we didn't despise centralized exchanges and their ability to manipulate or exercise disproportional authority, even if this weren't the case, I would still prefer DeFi, right, over these centralized entities. And the reason is because you have this atomic, the atomicity. It's very important to have the ability for people to build contracts to encode programs that are atomically composable. And even if central exchanges were righteous and played the game very nicely, which isn't the case, but nonetheless, we still wouldn't recover the atomicity. You would still have the same experience as in traditional finance, where you can't create atomic transactions. And while atomic transactions seems like a niche feature, it really embodies the essence that the other party, the counterparty, can halt and can decide, and you can't. Other contract developers need permission to, or have their users either they need permission, or their users have a risk of their transactions not flowing. So decentralized finance or permissionless finance is just superior due to its atomicity, even if centralized exchanges were very well behaved.
It seems like the DAG visualizer sort of crashed. Might be from my browser. Pretty sure that the Kaspa network is still mining blocks, and we didn't run into a crisis situation on live video.
It would be funny if it did happen.
Yeah. I tried to refresh the page, and still I don't get anything here. Oh, it's back. Okay. No idea what happened there. But
it's actually interesting, because I think I constantly think about this. What can happen when? So we spoke about trustless, right? Let's say the protocol is trustless. Let's say you read the code base, you read the academic paper, you read the code base, you're convinced it works. You connected your DNS. Everything in the infra is trustless. But then there's only one block explorer, and the vast majority of people don't know how to use CLI or command line, querying of the full node. Would you consider it trustless? It's easy, in similar to your example with BTC ticker scenario. It's easy for the block explorer to dismantle the network, or to cause chaos, and essentially take down the network. And it will be very hard for people to trust the network if they think that it crashed. So I think this realization, this is in a micro on a micro level, this was what happened with the RBF bug, or with essentially the lack of RBF and Kaspa prior to September, again, I think 23. The network itself was operational. The mining continued, but it was very hard to know what's happening if you're only using block explorer. So the reason I think about it constantly, because I realized, and I increasingly realize it in increasingly broader senses, that it's not enough to have just the base layer trustless. You have to make any effort you can to have all layers trustless and avoid single points of failure. And this does go back to the question why I'm slightly allergic to rollups, because let's say someone develops let's say a successful rollup entity gains the entire traction and is assumed by everyone to be Kaspa, right? So assumed to be Kaspa L2, but it's a separate layer. then again it can exercise control. And you don't. And this is not hypothetical. You know that that the amount of activity that Base had in DeFi Ethereum, it's had lots of control. I don't know if it's more than 50%, but I think it's not far from that. The DeFi activity in Base versus Ethereum. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but I don't think to a large extent. So you have a centralized entity, and then what happens if Coinbase decides to censor many users, or to simply increase the fees? So the fact that increase the fees, I mean, in a way that will feel to you that you went back to traditional finance. So what will you do then? So it's not enough to speak of the decentralization of your base layer. And I think this is something that I learned in the years that passed. I was of the view that it is enough to have the infra trustless, and anything else can be done in a more carefree manner. And now I'm more cautious or paranoid about other layers being co-opted or centralized.
Yeah, and I believe that. So I'm gonna say this now because we have almost 10,000 viewers on the live stream. It's useful for everyone who cares about the project and wants to contribute to also run this sort of infrastructure. Like, there are other ways to do a block explorer. You shouldn't wait for the Kaspa team to build something. You can basically use open source libraries to generate some sort of graphics from the node that you're operating and put that on a web page, and people are going to be able to visualize what's happening in the block explorer. I see a lot of expectation from people that the team that fundraised for the project should build all the infrastructure. But if you really care about the future of any project, you should make sure that you're decentralizing the project, and the way in which you do it is to contribute. If you can't personally contribute, or you can't vibe code something, just look up to community members who are able to do it, and just remove this single point of failure, which can be like the quote-unquote official block explorer or wallets or whatever. Just seek to integrate into as many already available tools as possible. Maybe lobby to blockchain.com to also add Kaspa if it's not there already, I'm not sure. Blockchair or whatever. The more of these tools that you have, and the more nodes are being scrutinized to verify the data, the better. Of course, you can always run your own node and verify all the data against it, but it's not the nicest experience from an interface point of view. You have to type some commands, and you have to know exactly what you're looking for.
Even if you run a full node, even if an SPV node, to the root of all evil, that would be very beneficial for a crisis where no one knows what's happening and you won't know what's happening. Maybe the two block explorers will experience some bug or some DDoS, and you will be able to both know what's happening and to prove it to everyone up to the SPV assumption. I do want to just correct the impression that I'm not sure you have, but maybe others do have, that there's like an organized team. And I'm not saying this in order to read off the material, the marketing material, but really these, for instance, these visualizers and these wallets, I know some of the people I know their pseudonyms. I'm very detached from, I have no context on this. I'm sure Michael has context, much more context on them, but even he's not responsible for them. He didn't build them. These things are built by developers, and they have their own, they get the credit and the blame. And don't assume this is something their team. The core is a very so there's a few layers of core, but definitely not a team in the organized sense that at least I don't know many of these people in person, and I don't know who built what tool at all. I don't know the wallets. I don't know the block stores. I use them. I think the block store I use, but also the CLI. And anyways, it's important to, just from an expectation perspective, it's not even about decentralization, although it is implementing decentralization. But I'm also mentioning it for the more reason of aligning expectation. There are different people with different contributions, and don't assume that there's an organized team, or that I know what the organized team is, or that I know the set of good tools that are implemented on Kaspa. Do your own thing, build your own things. Don't assume I know about them, and I don't need to, or Michael doesn't need to, and other core members don't necessarily need to. And definitely, yeah, the more people that know how to operate natively the full node, or at least an SPV node, the more resilient the network is, especially in times of chaos. And in times of chaos, it's too late for you to download a tutorial to know what's happening. You need to know, you need to prepare in advance. I think especially when we implement DAG KNIGHT, DAG KNIGHT will be the embodiment of chaos preparation of crypto. Like DAG KNIGHT is a protocol that will be, I think of it as World War III resilient. Like if there's a break, a cyber war, and everything, the internet is experiencing real chaos, then I believe Kaspa, DAG KNIGHT can withstand this, but not if you're using Kaspa through block explorers. You need to use it much more natively in order to, you need to have direct access to the inner workings, to the back end. Of course, if you have the technical knowledge.
Right, so what is DAG KNIGHT? I guess we alluded to the term a few times. It's, if I understand correctly, it's the next big upgrade in Kaspa.
So whether it's bigger than the vprogs, the ZKP opcode, or not, depends if you prefer the money or the finance use case. But let's not belabor that. So from the so we hope this will be implemented together as a hard fork, but these are indeed two separate things. DAG KNIGHT is the final evolution of the protocol. So if you think of, so let's start with Bitcoin. Let's go back to Bitcoin protocol. And call it in the more academic name, Nakamoto consensus. So Nakamoto consensus, the longest chain rule. You have a slowly growing tree where usually it's a chain, one chain in the tree, and you always pick the longest chain and you discard any other branches. The GHOST DAG generalization of this dictates the following structure. You have a graph, a DAG of blocks growing in one direction. And in order to make sense of this graph and to recover consistency and consensus, you order it roughly according to the heaviest K cluster. Of course, I'm oversimplifying it, but the intuition is, I think, much simpler than people think it is. I argue that if you, Vlad, look at this, maybe not this block DAG visualizer, but a block DAG that I will draw to you, you with your naked eyes will be able to identify what is the honest group of blocks. But for you to do, and this is what enabled us to come up with a protocol. It's not so much abstract as looking at the DAG and the whiteboard and seeing many DAG manipulations and saying, wait, but in any of these manipulations, I can identify the set of honest blocks. And I argue anyone can do so, provided they have after a few, provided they're given a sufficient number of examples. But for you to be able to do so, you will need to ask me. You will immediately ask me, hey, how do I know whether this is an attacker or not? You will see the DAG, the graph of blocks, and you will say, hey, I only see a mess of things. How am I supposed to know if this block is an attacker block or not? And I will tell you, well, I'm giving you another information. I'm giving you information that the latency in the network is upper bounded by something. And the implication of this, I'm giving you the implied information is that honest miners, wherever they are hidden in the graph, are able to create blocks that are not too disconnected. So if I tell you that honest blocks, the delay in the network is such that honest blocks are only 1 or 2 blocks away from the main chain, and other than that, they are compounding on one another, then you will look for not a chain, but a 2-3 heavy or 2-3 thick chain, and you'll see, hey, I see here in the middle a 2-3 blocks thick chain, and it's always connecting like at most 2-3 rounds to the back, and so I know that this is the 2-3 chain. This represents with high probability the honest chain, similar to the practice that you would do when you look at forks in Bitcoin. You would say, hey, I know that this one chain is probably the honest chain. This one is too short, right? So you do the same trick. You look at you assume 51% honest, and you say, okay, the chances, the probability that this 2-3 heavy chain, 2-3 thick chain, 2-3 block thick chain that is heavier than other candidates, the chances that it is not the honest chain is exponentially low as I wait a few more rounds. So you embody the same idea. You just use your eyes. Of course, it translates to a protocol, but the intuition is you just look at the mess that you see, and if someone tells you that honest blocks are created with a 2-3 DAG latency, then you'll know how to pick with your naked eye the honest chain with high probability. And the Ghost DAG protocol simply or more convolutedly implements this idea with many complications that I won't get into here. But this is still, with all the benefits it brings to the table, it's still a synchronous protocol. It still assumes an upper bound on the latency, and it still fails to be secure if this upper bound is compromised. So if for some reason, I don't know, electromagnetic pulse, the internet breaks down or at least there's a large disconnect, and now blocks are propagating with a much larger K or much larger latency than you will have anticipated, then the protocol sees it to be secure, similarly to Bitcoin, which sees it to be secure under the same circumstance. So Bitcoin and currently Kaspa are synchronous in the sense that their security relies on an upper bound on the latency. The DAG KNIGHT protocol, which I co-authored with Michael, it's a result of the question that I posed to Michael, which is how can we get rid of this parameter K and allow the network to be secure regardless? So I don't want to have this need to rely on the dev's good estimation of K. Rather, I want the protocol to be secure, whatever K is, whatever the parameter is. So formally, it's called partially synchronous, but I won't get into the debate whether it's legitimate to call it partially synchronous because distributed system guys hate this name. Oh, more, I meant to say they hate the claim that DAG KNIGHT achieves it. So, but for the sake of this podcast, let's call it partially synchronous. And the idea that Michael came up with is, so we started with an idea that Aviv came up with many years before that, which is to look at the recursively look at the block that is most disconnected from the graph and trim it, and then iteratively trim the just take from the graph the most outlier, the most prominent outlier iteratively until you see a K connected graph, and then this protocol is only secure. We showed it secure only up to 33% Byzantine faults, and we can improve it to 40%. But then the subsequent idea that Michael came up with was very, very neat, and it is, instead of deciding in advance what K is and choosing an upper bound on the latency, choose. Okay, so let me state it clearly. Instead of maximizing the K cluster, instead of choosing the heaviest K chain, or so Bitcoin maximizes the one chain, right? Bitcoin chooses the maximum length of a one block thin chain, right? That's the Bitcoin protocol. Are you still with me?
Yeah, sorry, I get distracted by the chat, but I'm still trying to listen.
Okay, so Bitcoin, let's start again. So Bitcoin maximizes the weight, or it chooses the heaviest one chain. GHOST DAG chooses the heaviest K chain, or K cluster. Let's call it K chain, K wide chain. DAG KNIGHT, before choosing the maximum K chain or K cluster, it chooses the minimal K for which the maximal K cluster is at least 50%. So let me repeat that. If Bitcoin chooses the maximum one cluster or one chain, and GHOST DAG chooses the maximum K cluster, DAG KNIGHT does not know what K is, right? We want to get rid of that assumption. So before maximizing the K cluster, DAG KNIGHT solves a minimax problem of finding the minimal K for which the maximum K cluster is capturing the majority of the graph, is heavier than 51%. And to convince yourself that it is sound, simply you should simply look at Bitcoin at the case where there's no latency in the network at all, or the negligible latency, like in the Bitcoin case. Both protocols will converge with Bitcoin, will coincide with the same protocol. Up to edge cases that I won't get into, they implement the same intuition of choosing the heaviest chain, but they just generalize it to the case where there's meaningful latency or high block rate to the K chain protocol. That's GHOST DAG. And then DAG KNIGHT generalizes it by, instead of choosing the K cluster, first searching for the minimal K for which this maximum K cluster is higher than 51%. And what this, I understand that for many listeners, this sounds overly convoluted, but like if you write it as an optimization problem, this is like less than 30 words. It's like a very, very clean presentation. Bitcoin maximizes the one chain. GHOST DAG maximizes the K chain. DAG KNIGHT finds the minimal K for which the maximization problem of K reaches 51% or 50%. It's a very clear optimization upgrade paradigm, or paradigm upgrade. Now, the implication of this, even if you didn't understand anything, even if the listener understood anything or nothing of this, is that when you no longer need to assume that the latency in the network, in the internet, is less than something predetermined. And so if the internet is very smooth, the confirmation times of transactions are very smooth, very fast. Like it can be like very, very few seconds. The same order of magnitude of proof of stake coins. Like it's O of RTT, network RTT, round trip time. And if the internet is very slow because there's some systemic collapse and lots of network hiccups, then the network will still be secure. And it will be the only network that's secure against 50% attacks, because it's the only protocol that's secure against 50% up to 50% attacks without assuming any latency bound. So this is not just a nice feature. This is actually, if you want to prepare this monetary system to a global all-out war or some other catastrophe like electromagnetic pulse, where the internet really suffers from real breakdowns, then I don't see other protocols that will survive this other than DAG KNIGHT.
Are there any known trade-offs to this DAG KNIGHT protocol, or any assumptions that can potentially break? Like, I'm trying to be Greg Maxwell, but I don't have the math knowledge or the cryptography knowledge to do this. So I'm
no. Greg Maxwell will approve. Greg will also approve of GHOST DAG being only an improvement over Bitcoin. I will get to the trade-off, to the implementation trade-off shortly. But from a conceptual framework perspective, GHOST DAG itself, even if in the synchronous setup, is a pure generalization of Bitcoin, of the Nakamoto consensus. There's no trade-off whatsoever. And then also DAG KNIGHT is the generalization of GHOST DAG, and which is in turn again a generalization of Nakamoto consensus. So I don't see any trade-off in the underlying principles. Of course, if you want to use this and we use it in a live system, then the trade-off is that you need to prune data in order to support high throughput, and then you have this and while the pruning is completely kosher, and it's actually using the kosherizing blocks in the protocol, it still creates complexities. And you mentioned again, Gregory, there's a very nice, again, something that influenced me or my thinking on these systems. A very nice excerpt from Gregory early on, where he discusses trust, and he says something along the lines of, not that trust is unmerited, it's frequently merited, but the problem is that trust-based systems are more brittle. And I think if Gregory saw the pruning protocol, he would say this works, but this creates a more brittle system, and I prefer a system where nothing is pruned and I can run the plain ledger from beginning to end, and I don't want to use SPV proofs, although I understand their cryptography and I agree it's unbreakable, but I still argue that such complexities are not healthy for the system. And this is a trade-off. I don't think we should dismiss this sentiment. Of course, creating introducing complexity into the system is a trade-off from the user experience, from dev experience, from builders. The builder's experience shouldn't suffer from this. But of course, for people in core and for people that are helping audit the protocols and make sure nothing breaks, this is of course a greater challenge. And I can completely understand people that will reject this. At least I understand the sentiment of being paranoid about introducing complexities into a monetary system. But if you, again, but it goes back to the question: what are you willing to give away in order for this to be usable and useful? So we're giving away our tranquility, and we're willing to be more to work harder to make the protocols, to audit the protocols and make sure we're doing things correctly. But that's but I think you see this visualizer justifies it, because it recovers the aesthetic. It gives you a reward for working for implementing something complex, because it does. To me, this doesn't look very different than Bitcoin. It looks like an aesthetic enhancement of this system. Like to me, I don't know if to me this induces trust. Like for me, this visualizer. What do you think?
I think it's hypnotizing in some way. It looks like a living organism of sorts, which is always interesting. I used to spend a lot of time looking at the Bitcoin mempool, which is mempool.space. It's a very nice visualizer. And it just shows every 10 minutes when blocks get mined and you can look inside to see what's there. This one is a bit too fast for me because I would want to just stop and zoom in to see what's happening there beyond this visualization. And of course I can do that in another section of this. It just makes me wonder how I can just randomly click on a block and see what kind of transactions are inside.
I think you can. You can't you?
Let me see if I can catch one. So it does show the number or the hash. I'm not sure exactly what this is. Also want to ask you, it seems like there is a green line that transcends this sine wave that's being displayed here. Is the green line basically an indicator of consensus or the longest?
Yeah,
something.
It's not the long. It's the longest something. Let me. There's also a graph inspector which you might find more to your taste. It's the URL is kgi.caspad.net.
Oh, this is the one. Oh, so I can click on blocks and I see the transactions inside. I like this.
Yeah, kudos to the developers. I'm sorry I don't remember the names and I don't know that, or either don't know or don't remember who created these things. But shout out, yeah. Both of these visualizers are pleasing. One is pleasing to me, one is pleasing to Vlad.
I mean, this one feels more functional. You can even see some arrows that point to connections between. I guess these are transactions.
No, these are blocks. These are block references. It's like Bitcoin. I told you, there's just block references.
This is so cool, to be honest.
I think if you wanted to go live again, you need to refresh or something.
Oh, I need to. Yeah. There's a pause button, and you can basically look at the current state of the DAG. It's not. Can you call this a blockchain? Because it's not the traditional blockchain design, it's a DAG.
I think it depends on the context. There's some context where the word blockchain would be fitting because you're describing. It depends on the context. If you're comparing this to some, I don't know, regular BFT, yes, it's a blockchain. If you want to have in that context, you would call it a blockchain. But in the context of proof of work protocols, you will call it a block DAG. I think the suiting term is, it depends on the context of the listener or what they're trying to get. Like, I wouldn't say it's not a blockchain if I'm speaking to someone in a loose, broad context.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, what's the bottleneck for Kaspa? Is it bandwidth and internet speed?
I just, if it's okay, I want to just answer your question about these lines, these blue and previously green line that you saw.
Yeah.
Yeah. So most of the arrows are regular arrows, but so I said I'm oversimplifying GHOST DAG. The actual implementation or the actual proven protocol is a greedy algorithm implementation of the heaviest K chain or K cluster. And so it's easier and both to prove and to maintain a code base where the ordering of blocks is dictated by a selected chain. This chain is by no means the longest one. It's just the center, so to speak, of the heaviest one, of the K heaviest one. So it's not you can call it the heaviest K chain, and that's what you're seeing. And a similar concept would appear in DAG KNIGHT, but since DAG KNIGHT has no K, so we would just call the mega chain or the DAG KNIGHT chain, whatever. So that's on that. The bottleneck for Kaspa, I mean, it's hard to say because there isn't yet activity. So are you referring to the conceptual bottleneck or the actual bottleneck now?
Well, the bottleneck now and also the one conceptually that you're gonna encounter in the future.
Well, theoretically, when you scale up the block rate, then the DAG in principle can become quadratic, right? The information in the DAG becomes quadratic because every round you have all blocks. In theory, I'm not talking about the actual reality, but all blocks point to other predecessors, and you have this redundant and large and intense computation redundant but still intense computation to do when you're increasing the block DAG, right? So the width of the DAG is represents the latency of the network. So if the DAG is 10 blocks wide, you know that there are roughly 10 blocks created in every network RTT. And if you scale the network, right, because blocks that are created afterwards are already pointing, so they will accumulate and compound to that direction. They won't be created in parallel, right? So the anti-chain or the DAG width represents how many blocks are created in parallel, which you can think is just proportional to the block rate multiplied by the latency. So block rate multiplied by latency equals DAG width. Under no attack. Under attack, it's 1 minus alpha. It's like the honest are creating what I said, and then the malicious node can do whatever it wants. And we have a messy DAG, but still in it, there's a sub DAG that has the property that I mentioned, and this is identified by the protocol. So if you increase the block rate, at a certain point, you reach a state where the computation of the DAG has too much information. The DAG's complexity has too much information, and then you hit a bottleneck. I think currently around 32 or 42 blocks per second. Now we're running on 10 blocks per second. I think around 32 or 42 blocks per second. We hit the bottleneck of even without transactions, just the block computation becomes too heavy. And this imposes a problem on me because I mentioned that I'm building 100 blocks per second blockchain or block DAG. And now, but Michael showed me that on the current Rust code base, which is still a marvel achievement, even just to achieve this, even to reach a 32, 42 blocks per second, this is a marvel achievement. It's not something that anyone can achieve, even if they know, even if they understand the protocol. This is not something that can go without mention. And of course, Michael was not alone in that. There was a full team of developers. Again, I don't know many of them. But back to the point. So the funny story about the 100 blocks per second aspiration is that it really stemmed. It started with so there are two people who steered me into doing this. One is Tom from Dfinity, who sort of bragged about Dfinity being able to process 100 blocks per second. Of course, they can because it's proof of stake, and I was slightly pissed by it. So I said, okay, so we're going to do it with 100 blocks per second proof of work. So we're gonna give the word of fact, and this was at the height of the myth that proof of work can't can't scale. So I sort of want DAG KNIGHT Kaspa to be the fastest among all chains, not only proof of work chains. I just want it to be the fastest consensus protocol, and it can do so because proof of work has this local property that every miner can progress the state alone. So there's no leader. It's not a leader-based consensus. Anyone can progress the state locally, just mining through a memoryless process. It has this very neat dynamic, which translates to its ability in DAG KNIGHT, not in previous protocols, to outpace other consensus. And let's hope we can reverse the myth, and then people will say, okay, proof of stake can't reach these levels of speed, and maybe sometimes in the future someone would be able to match the pace of proof of work DAG KNIGHT, but until then we would reverse the myth. And then but another reason, or not too serious reason, but I was asking Elichai, which is a Bitcoin core dev. So he worked at DAG Labs, but he was still a Bitcoiner, a true Bitcoiner, Elichai Turco. And I said, you're not impressed with anything that's happening here. We're building a block DAG. So he said, yeah, he was more impressed with, he was still impressed with Bitcoin only. And I kind of pushed him to the corner and asked, what would impress you? What kind of achievement would impress you? And he said, if you're doing 100 blocks per second, then that in a secure manner, that would impress. And I decided to impress him. So so going for circle, that's what we need to achieve. But on a more serious note, we're hitting the current bottleneck is hitting around 30 or 40 blocks per second. But this is because you're adding redundant information in the DAG. So consider, let's say there's a clean structure where every 2 seconds internet round trip completes, and in this duration, 10 blocks were created in an anti-chain in parallel, and then 2 seconds pass, and again 10 blocks per second, and then again per 2 seconds, and then 10 blocks again. Let's say this is a structure just for the sake of conversation. So you can see that it will be 100 edges, 100 blocks pointers every round, right? Each of the 10 blocks mined in this round will point to each of the 10 blocks mined in the previous round. This causes the DAG to have quadratic complexity, and is one reason why you hit a bottleneck. And but you can see that this represents redundant data or information on the DAG, because you don't really need all 10 blocks to tell you about all 10 blocks. It's simpler. It's natural, but it creates redundant data. And if you want to scale it to 100 blocks per second, then you'll have to give up on the simplicity of the mining rule, which states that you point at all predecessor blocks that you see, and you'll need to create some to replace it with some probabilistic rule that will choose k out of n or l out of k in this case block predecessors to point at, so that the block still has the same level of information, but you don't have that many edges or block DAG data to process and reason about. And what's the benefit of 100 blocks per second other than impressing Elichai? It implies that if you have 1% hash rate, you can mine 1 block per second. So I do envision that with these, even without 100 blocks per second, even if you scale the system further, even today with 10 blocks per second, it means that someone that has an entity that has let's say 5% of the hash rate can mine a block every 2 seconds. So let's say your user's attention span or patience window is 2 seconds. Then it's enough for you to have 5 seconds, 5% of the hash rate in order to mine your own user transactions. And the more you scale the block rate and increase the block rate and stretch the system, the lower you lower the bar for mining your own user transactions. And this is, I can't spell out exactly what use cases this opens up, but I'm sure this is a big leap towards a significant leap towards like the sovereignty of the system, because people can, you don't have this, all these you don't have this layering of, you need to operate your transaction through third-party miners, which limits your ability to negotiate your position in the block space. Consider a situation where you want to secure the block space for your own use cases. Let's say you want to run a Stark VM on top of Kaspa, and Stark proofs are large, so you don't want to need to negotiate your Stark proofs always on, with transaction fee market. You prefer having the autonomy to publish your own Stark proofs in large blocks. You would be able to do so if you have a miner, or to guarantee yourself to not compete in the transaction fee market if you have a miner. So this is just one example of what I think could happen if entities can run their own miners. I'm not saying this is necessary. I'm just saying it's interesting. What the dynamics that it enables are interesting, but yeah, I'm not portraying this as maybe the top. It's not in the top 3 priority.
There's a question in the chat, which I guess I told you before we started, but people picked that up. It's from Dr. K, who is one of the creators of a network that's called Kwai, and that project does something similar to what Kaspa is doing, except that they also have sharding. And his question is, wouldn't Kaspa have faster finalization if you maximize the graph anti-chain?
Yeah, so I suppose the question is, if you increase the block width in the context of our conversation, no, you will have, as long as the round does not complete. So you need to confirm transactions, you need 1 round to complete. And if you maximize the anti-chain, at least in GHOST DAG, in Kaspa GHOST DAG, then you can't really confirm transactions, at least for meaningful sizes of assumed attackers, before the round completes. Now, there is a point about confirmation times that I want to mention in general. It's not related to this question, but in general, right, in Bitcoin, you need to assume the size of the attacker when you set your client. You say, okay, I have a tolerance of epsilon, and I'm assuming attacker of size alpha, let's say 35%. And the nice thing about DAGs is that if the attacker does not attack you explicitly, the attacker can double spend you only if they can revert your transaction only if they double spend you explicitly, right? So if I'm a merchant in DAG, in Kaspa, and in my own threat model, I don't have the threat of the counterparty double spending with more than 10% of the hash rate or 5% of the hash rate, then I can set these parameters very low. But in Bitcoin, I need to assume the size of a global attacker on the network, because an attacker can revert the entire chain regardless of their interaction or lack of interaction with me. So merchants and transaction recipients in DAG, it's broadly in most reasonable DAGs, have the property that you can set the size of attacker in your local client to a low value according to your own threat model. Whereas in Bitcoin, because an attacker can revert the entire chain in one shot, then you don't have this property. So you need to set alpha, the attacker size, to the assumed attacker size on Bitcoin, not on your own transaction. Is that clear, or I should repeat this in more concrete ways?
I'm not sure. There's someone called Dr. West in the chat who has been asking this question for the past 4 hours, and I finally had the right context to ask it, right? Because it's about how you can optimize the DAG to have faster finality for transactions.
So again, the intuition of anyone that's thinking about DAGs should be, as long as we're still creating transactions in parallel, blocks in parallel, sorry, as long as we're still creating blocks in parallel, there isn't meaningful security above the one confirmation security. Okay, it's not meaningful. I can optimize it, and I can get into the nuances of this. You know, if someone wants the most tight confirmation policy, then we can work towards that. But the broad intuition should be that as long as the round, as long as honest blocks are still created in parallel, so in internet round trip time hasn't completed, you don't get meaningful security above one confirmation. And then, but then after it completed, the confirmation, the security increases exponentially fast. So the plain answer to this question, to the previous question at least you mentioned, is that as long as you create more and more blocks in parallel, you won't be able to confirm transactions. And this is actually not a property that's unique to Kaspa or to GHOST DAG or DAG KNIGHT. This is a property of any consensus network. There's theoretical limits on the speed of confirmation that you can't go below the network's latency. This is not even a property of either Kaspa or any. No consensus can break these bounds.
Right. I was going to ask you if, for example, there's gonna be a node on the network that is very slow, or slow in terms of internet connection. Is it possible for a majority of miners or nodes that are slow to slow down the network, or are they gonna be left behind? And if they are left behind, isn't this a bit centralizing for people around the world who don't have access to very fast internet?
That's probably a nice pushback of Gregory. The from a research and definition, from a research definition perspective, we define, and again, this is not unique to GHOST DAG or Kaspa, any consensus system, any synchronous consensus system. You define the honest nodes according to your latency bound. So if you assume an upper latency bound of 2.5 minutes, roughly, as in the case of Litecoin, then any mining node that suffers latency in that order of magnitude is considered faulty in the consensus jargon, whether it's so the Byzantine adjective is more about the behavior or the intentions of this malicious of this node, but it's called faulty, which is a subset of Byzantine, in case it's not sufficiently connected to the network. So any consensus network, if you assume a synchronous network, you assume that you define any node that is slower than the assumed latency as part of the Byzantine faction. Now, of course, if you assume that everyone is connected within 100 milliseconds, then this is a centralized force. But note that creating 10 blocks per second doesn't imply that we're assuming that. You can create 100 blocks per second and still assume that the network latency is 3 seconds or 1 minute if you want. The trade-off here is not. So if you want to be safe, and you want to say, I want to be inclusive to miners that are behind firewalls or slow regions, and I assume that and I want to be inclusive to them, and I define the latency to be not 5 seconds, but 5 minutes. Okay, then the implication of this in GHOST DAG would be that the parameter, the K parameter that you will define in the network would be order of magnitude larger. And the implication of this, in turn, is that you will suffer much longer confirmation times, because you'll need to wait O of K, meaning you'll need to wait at least the assumed latency multiplied by the block rate. And if you assume latency is 5 minutes rather than 5 seconds, then the confirmation times explode. So this is the trade-off. The more you are inclusive to low latency miners, the more you are postponing the confirmation times of transactions. This is not a trade-off of Kaspa. This is a trade-off of any synchronous consensus protocol. Any consensus protocol which embodies a hard-coded latency bound, for instance, Kaspa, for instance, Ethereum, for instance, Bitcoin, suffers from the same phenomenon, of course, with different safety margins according to the principles and practicality of trading off the principles and what's practical. DAG KNIGHT does not suffer from that, again, because DAG KNIGHT doesn't require any assumption on K. So there isn't this is just there isn't any need to assume these things, and you see this is a very natural advantage of DAG KNIGHT over these protocols. There's no need to assume or to explicitly make the mining inclusive only to a subset of miners. Anyone can mine. Of course, the slower your internet is, the less competitive you'll be with transaction fees. You can't run away from that. Users will want to be mined by fast miners. But anyway, so I think this goes back to why when I think about Kaspa and DAGs, I really think of the DAG that we are seeing as precursor to DAG KNIGHT Kaspa.
Yeah, and on the topic of mining, I think it was a year ago or a couple of years ago that the transition was made completely to ASICs, meaning that graphics cards are no longer profitable. Do you think that this is the desired outcome for mining to become professionalized? And if so, how many manufacturers of ASICs are out there, and how easy is it for the average user to start mining?
For the average user who purchases ASICs?
Yeah.
So
and
I suppose...
how easy is it to get ASICs in the first place? Because I know in Bitcoin it's quite a challenge to get your hands on the latest ASIC from Bitmain.
I don't think I know the answers to part of these questions. I think that I presume Kaspa didn't achieve yet the competitive scale of Bitcoin, where if you mine with slightly lower slightly less efficient ASIC, you're pushed out of the network. This goes back again to the stability and instability of the price. So I assume in Kaspa it's still easier to mine with less efficient ASICs. I'm not an expert on this. You did ask another question that I did want to add. Yeah, so I do think this is desirable. Yeah, I do think ASICs are desirable. You can either have ASICs or a very good flywheel mechanism that will ensure you a very high hash rate. You can't. You saw what happened with Monero. They were the dream of every ASIC hater, and it's easy to rally. I don't know why it took so many years to do this, to pull off such attacks, but or such transparent attacks, I would say. But it's easy for non-ASIC friendly networks to be under attacks. That happened multiple times in crypto with NiceHash facilitating GPU rental for attacks. Yeah, then definitely I see ASICs. I don't know if the desired outcome more so it's definitely much more secure than GPU friendly.
I was alluding to that because last week Monero had this situation where someone conducted a selfish mining attack, and by someone I mean the cubic people, who basically incentivized the miners to join their mining pool and promised to them that they're gonna get much higher rewards because of their token or something like that. And it was interesting to see that play out. It was not a 51% attack as some of us assumed. It turned out to not reach that threshold, but it was 30 something, which was enough for them to do some. I think there were 2 reorgs and there was some selfish mining involved, which once again is interesting, and it begs the question whether or not it's worthy to chase this dream of not supporting ASICs and changing the algorithm every time ASICs are being invented. The advantage of ASICs is that you can't really print them out of thin air, or you can't spin up more of them than the ones that were produced. It's a very specialized production process. There are only a few of them, and I mean thousands of them, that can get produced per year. And this means that from the perspective of any kind of attacker, it's difficult to get the means to try to attack. But it can also be centralizing in the sense that you're gonna have this elite group of users who can mine with the latest machines, and the rest of them will have to buy pre-owned devices or whatever, as it became in Bitcoin. Are you aware of how many manufacturers of ASICs are working on Kaspa miners right now?
No.
But is there more than one? I know that there's Bitmain, but I'm not aware of any other.
Yeah, I think there's Bitmain and Ice River, at least. But I don't know any details on this. I'm sure many people in the community do know details on this. I just didn't either didn't read about it or read and forgot. But I don't know much about this. I would say that so the reason I'm hesitant to answer is because crypto doesn't have a better solution, or at least in proof of work, a better solution than ASICs. And innovating here, so I'm coming from a research perspective and motivation, and the ability to innovate here, innovating in this layer, in the really the hardcore rails of the system, you should have a very good idea. You should have a very, very good reason. Sorry, you need to have a very good reason in order to propose a change of that layer of the proof of work dynamics. I'm not saying Kaspa will never undergo modifications there, but there needs to be a very, very good reason and a very large super consensus in the network, in the community for such a change. And for this reason, thinking about how to improve what has been for now the state of the art security in crypto, how to further improve it, is not occupying me too much. I did come across this proofs of useful work of a brilliant team that invented. I think it's the first invention in proof of work that I've seen in recent years. They invented a very cool mathematical trick to recover the same properties that you'd expect from proof of work, while allowing the algorithm to do any matrix multiplication of your will. So in contrast to there are many proposals, and there have been for a decade at least, proposals for useful proof of work. But I think almost all of these proposals defined in advance what useful means. and these protocols and these proposals were either not useful or not proof of work. And this is the only work that I've seen that is both useful and proof of work. And the way they do so is by leveraging the so they're building on the fact that matrix multiplication has this so a canonical it has a canonical way to be executed, and there's consensus in the hardware industry that it can't be improved, at least not in a generic case. So they build on this gap to create they build on the gap between doing this algorithm and they introduce artificial noise into the matrix multiplication in a way that you can easily show to someone that you committed to the right transactions. You multiplied the transaction, the matrices correctly, but and the verification costs very little for that person, and you chose the original matrices yourself. So consider you are choosing two matrices, A and B, and you need them. Their multiplication is useful for you. Why? AI training, AI inference. So you chose it. So then the protocol adds artificial noise to these matrices. You show to the network the noisy version of their multiplication, but you can easily in your own backend remove the noise and get your own original multiplication without the noise. So this allows you to train data or do inference in AI without any, while securing the network. And this paper is the first, the only innovation that I think is ever worth considering in the context of your question. So going back to, if I would ever think of proposing to the community a change from the ASIC path, it won't be in the near future. But if in the long-term future, I would be the one proposing anything, then it would be something in that direction. Why? Because the ASIC, the fact that it's not ASIC, it's GPU friendly, is weighed off by the fact that you have an enormous market to secure your network. So it's not feasible to attack the network. So again, there's two ways to secure your network, either by being ASIC friendly or by having a very, very good flywheel of GPU friendly, which is arguably what happened with Ethereum in Ethereum 1.0. Right? No one thought Ethereum 1.0 is not secure. So it has a gigantic, enormous hash rate, and it was considered secure even though it's not ASIC friendly.
I remember the A6 came later, but maybe 1 year before they went proof of stake. Also want to pick your brain on the issue of proof of work versus proof of stake. I want to know your personal opinion on the differences.
Wow, this is an old and tired topic.
It is. My oversimplification is that proof of work tends to be the more honest form of money, where there is an expenditure of energy that justifies the price of the currency. And also, you cannot say that you created that out of thin air. And in the case of Bitcoin, for example, I think that proof of work is the one element of the whole equation that makes it not look like a Ponzi. Like Satoshi, this unknown person just created a monetary system. If it wasn't for the fair launch and the fact that you can mine your own coins and basically be your own Ponzi organizer, I think that's the wrong way to put it, but in this metaphor, it's what makes sense. Like, it's not a Ponzi anymore. In the case of proof of stake, if you have one entity that issues all the coins as a pre-mine and maybe allows some to get discovered by validators, there's a huge gap between early adopters and the ones who will basically buy the coin above the $1 price. And it's unfair, and it also incentivizes early adopters who get a lot of coins to perpetually stake and earn the largest chunk of rewards. And there is no real cost to that except for maybe just keeping a computer running. Like, it's
Yeah,
not like... Go on.
There's no force there's no continuous cost to pushing you out of your current relative position. If you have 20% of the network, there's nothing compelling you to invest more in order to keep that. I guess that's what you're describing.
Maybe the price action can get you to sell and someone else is gonna pick that up, but it's still very oligarchic in this way. And I think proof of work is more dynamic. In proof of work, if you don't keep up and you're not competitive, then you're gonna basically become obsolete. You constantly need to find cheaper energy, more efficient devices to mine. And once you cannot find this anymore, you're not gonna be profitable, and someone else maybe will figure out a way. And you can argue that also in proof of work, this can become centralizing because you need a lot of capital to be able to have the most efficient form of energy and also the best machines. But it's dynamic. Like, if you look at proof of work and Bitcoin over time, there were so many phases and eras of this happening. When it first started with CPUs and then GPUs, and Satoshi sent an email in 2010 to Laszlo and told him, well, slow down with your GPUs because you're taking too many rewards. And Laszlo decided to do that moment when he bought 2 pizzas for 10,000 Bitcoin as a way of giving some of the coins back to the community. And then there were the FPGAs, and then the first ASICs by Butterfly Labs. And it just kept growing, and then you had a bunch of people discovering that there's a lot of electricity that's affordable in China, and that's also where the ASICs are being manufactured. So a huge concentration of mining happened there until 2021, when basically the Chinese government said they're gonna kick out the miners. And now I guess more than 50% of the mining is in the US. The European Union still hates proof of work for some reason, so there's not much happening there. But even in countries neighboring China, like Taiwan and Singapore, there's a lot of activity happening right now with mining. And many of the Chinese miners moved in, even in Hong Kong, which we can debate all day whether or not it's China, but there is still some activity in there. And the point of this whole story is to say that proof of work is dynamic. And there are events that happen over time which break any monopoly or perception of dominance. And in the case of proof of stake, most of the actors tend to be exchanges, especially if they are investors, as it happens in the case of Ethereum, where Coinbase and Binance are some of the biggest stakers. And I don't see any way or any scenario where this is gonna change unless the users are gonna decide to migrate out of these large centralized exchanges.
I don't feel I can add much to this great description. It's an interesting piece of data. I didn't know more than 50% of mining is in America. Is it like North America?
Yeah, there's Foundry, and there's also, let me look, there is Luxor, a bunch of others. If you add them up, I think, let me take a look right now. I don't want to speak wrongly. So Foundry has 31.83%. Luxor has 4%, almost. Maripool also 4%, so 8 plus 31, this is 39, almost 40%. And there's also Secpool, I think is Chinese. Ocean has 1%. I don't know how you're going to label this one. Spider pool, I think, is Chinese. F2 pool, Chinese. You have all of these. So Ant pool 17%, via BTC 11. I think the Chinese ones still have more than 40 something percent if you add up. But still, it's interesting. There's also a 3% of unknown hash rate. It's a lot more balanced than it used to be. This is where I'm alluding.
I will add, though, that there's another parallel set of arguments for proof of work that is unrelated to what you mentioned. So I think historically there were two camps, or there were two camps within the proof of work camp advocating proof of work for two different reasons. The first one is what you mentioned, but the other one. So the first one, it's the camp that's treating proof of work as the superior or the only legitimate way to print new money, which I completely agree with. And the second camp emphasizes the superiority of proof of work in terms of consensus. So even if emission winded down, I'd still promote proof of work or argue that proof of work has properties that are unachievable in proof of stake. And the reason is because the mechanism is because proof of work has introduces into consensus an external clock, an external verifiable clock, the proof of work latency, and this really simplifies the mechanism, the consensus mechanism, and there are many properties that proof of work can achieve due to this. Due to this external source of randomness or external clock that proof of stake inherently cannot. To name one thing that I'm to exemplify this through one thing that I'm working on, one research I'm working on with another Aviv from today's a postdoc at Yale, is MEV auctions. I know it's kind of a different topic, but consider you want to introduce a transaction to the network and you want to auction the right to sequence it between the miners or between the leaders of consensus. Let's say we're thinking with all the consensus possible consensus configurations. Then, in order to even to think about such an auction, so you can do such auctions with sham auctions with sort of tricks and Ethereum kind of protocol builder separation, which I never proposer builder separation, which I don't think can be justified. But if you think about the entire the fundamental challenge here, so you want to have you want to send your transaction to the network and auction the right to sequence it between all the participants of consensus. Now, for this to happen, you can't have a leader-based consensus, because if you have a leader-based consensus, then that leader can choose whether to mine your transaction or not. So if you see this DAG has the property that every round there's no monopoly on sequencing. So if you want to take a transaction and auction it across the miners, you can design such an auction, and you can't do this with proof of stake, because in proof of stake, again, I know there's lots of MEV auctions in proof of stake, but they're all hiding. They're all using some centralized intermediaries or other tricks. But if you want a clean auction or a clean way to a real way to auction the right to sequence your transactions, then you can use it. You can implement such a thing only in proof of work. This is just an example of the property that proof of work has, that there's competition on sequencing in every round. I guess the broader point is also, or the broader exemplification of this is that, let's say someone wants to censor a transaction. Okay, so there are many protocols. There are many different protocols in the consensus landscape, but almost all of them that you know of are leader based. So Bitcoin is leader based, right? The next block is mined by one miner. Of course, anyone can compete and try to be that miner, but eventually you know that if you mined successfully that block, you're the monopolistic entity on that block. So you can censor transactions or otherwise financially manipulate them, what's known as MEP. Now, of course, across multiple Bitcoin blocks, you get the censorship resistant guarantee, because one honest miner is sufficient to introduce you into the block. But with this system that we see, you have the property that immediately with you have this leaderless consensus. Immediately in every round, you have censorship resistance, right? I want my transaction immediately to be processed by someone, then one of assuming an honest majority or even one honest entity. Assuming even one honest entity, mine is a block in that round, I enter the DAG. And this kind of guarantee, whether you use it for censorship resistance, or whether you think about it in terms of censorship resistance, or you use it for MEV auctions, is only possible in proof of work, at least without using other tricks or centralized intermediaries.
Oh, that's interesting. I never considered that. There's also someone in the chat who says, so his name is AFL_AFL. Can the externality of block production in proof of work be replicated in a weak subjectivity way in proof of stake to create the same mechanisms of pruning?
I needed to repeat that. I understood the words, not the sentence.
So can the externality of block production in proof of work be replicated in a weak subjectivity way in proof of stake to create the same mechanisms of pruning?
That's quite convoluted. The pruning creates the weak subjectivity. It's not created by it. Pruning, once you have pruning or finality, then you already have weak subjectivity. So I guess the question is whether you can. I guess I don't understand the question. It's too convoluted, because there's multiple unrelated concepts, and I don't understand how to tie them together. The externality of block production. So mimicking proof of work with proof of stake is something that has been proposed. I think Aviv Zohar even published a paper on this, if I'm not mistaken. Many people tried, or at least several projects have tried to come up with ideas. So the idea would be like you want to mimic an ASIC purchase. So you mimic you stake a very large amount, and this amount allows you to and then you burn every block, you burn coins. I think this is what like a subset of this transaction of this question is alluding to. Yeah, there are many interesting proposals. There was a researcher's name, Sarah. I don't know how to pronounce her name. She created a cool protocol called Phantomet, which is she said is inspired by Phantom Ghost DAG, which is a DAG version of which is a proof of stake version of Ghost DAG, where it's called betting on consensus. It's actually a very neat idea, but it still suffers from proof of stake problems. But in and of itself, it's worth mentioning. It's the idea that you, instead of burning electricity or other resources in order to produce a block, you put money inside a block that is burnt in case your block is not in the main chain or the main K cluster. I remember hearing her lecture about it, and I found it a nice proof stake version of Ghost DAG, even if we don't a phantom Ghost DAG, even if we don't really want even if we don't just ignoring the problems of proof of stake. It's a nice research idea, but other than that, I don't think I answered the question.
Well, I'm not sure exactly what the person was trying to find out because it's a very long question. There's also Ace Footage in the chat, and he says, what was the original intent behind Kaspa's rapid emissions?
So I don't think Kaspa was overly rapid. If you compare it, I think Monero was much more rapid, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think it was rapid. There's a trade-off, right? You need exactly to avoid and the problem of Grin, and Grin was the last fair launch that I witnessed before Kaspa. And what happened with Grin sort of deterred both me and other early adopters from considering flat minting curves where early adopters have no incentive. So at that time, I thought that if I want to err, it's better not err. It's better to err on the opposite direction than Grin due to their failure. So that's the context of what I was wary of when designing the minting curve. And again, the minting curve can be, it's not the only parameter, right? In Monero, it was hard for normies to mine Monero, right? To enter this, it was only you had to be part of the in group, at least in the beginning, in order to join mining, not because of a protocol barrier, just a practical barrier, and they didn't really. As far as I recall, they weren't very. They didn't go out of their skin to help people mine, and this is what I alluded or was referring to in the beginning of this conversation when I said there are many ways to either cheat or behave in a way that you don't want, behave in a way that compromises on a fair launch, even without explicit manipulations. So I guess the bottom line is I was wary of Grin's flat curve, and there had to be some incentive for early adopters. And you can watch the hash rate and the Discord history to understand that it was very, very successfully decentralized from the outset. Of course, I would personally wish that I and others in the inner circle would prepare better for the explosion of hash rate, because I really didn't prepare anything in advance. You can actually look in the Discord a week before the launch. Elichai and I and Ori we're still debating what proof of work function to use. We're still contemplating with the community. So this was really raw fair launch, for the better or for the worse. And so I don't think the rapid emission hurt Kaspa in the sense of centralizing the holding. I think the hash rate was very very diversely spread. Of course, it's hard to have verifiable data on this, but from what I remember and from what from the feeling I got early on and from the current dynamics in the community, it seems to me very fairly distributed, and I don't think it's I don't think it hurt Kaspa in any way. To the contrary.
Just for the record, this is very spontaneous. Like, I'm just reading questions from people in the chat. I appreciate the fact that you're answering them. I guess this also dispels any critique that we might receive after this one, that maybe something was rehearsed or there was some planning. There was none of that. Like, our interactions were minimal. We just set the date and the time of this interview. I don't think you told me anything about what we should discuss, and it's very free flow. Then there's also Joe2305 in the chat who says, you think that improving the frequency of hash rate sampling makes Kaspa less susceptible to selfish mining attacks or other sub 51% attacks? Also, do you think hash rate sampling that uses the anti-chain independent samples can more accurately measure hash rate and Fisher information?
I didn't understand the first part of the second question, but to answer the first question, so DAG has the nice property that selfish mining is much less, like order of magnitude, much less profitable. And the reason is because selfish mining is an awkward profit. It's an awkward attack strategy because let's take Bitcoin. In the first 2 weeks of Bitcoin, in the first 2 weeks of attack of selfish mining on Bitcoin, you would not benefit anything. You would simply sabotage others, and you yourself will not benefit anything, right? So how does selfish mining work? You withhold your blocks, your successfully mined blocks, and selectively publish them in order to outpace others and sabotage them. So selfish mining is really sabotage, a sabotage manipulation. You're not gaining anything directly from selfish mining. The benefit from selfish mining, or at least according to the original model, is that after the difficulty adjustment rate, this sabotage implies that if you look backwards on the window and you see how much rewards you received versus others, then you increase your own ratio in the rewards, and difficulty is supposed to normalize it back to the regular model where you increase your benefits. So this explanation, the reason I detoured to explain selfish mining on Bitcoin is because if you understand that sabotaging other blocks is the core primitive of selfish mining attacks, sabotaging them by orphaning them out from the chain. So if you understand that this is the only thing, this is the only profitable primitive in selfish mining, then you immediately understand that in DAG it's order of magnitude more difficult, because by selectively publishing 2 blocks when I published 1, you can't push me away from the DAG. I'm still part of the DAG. You may be earlier to me, than me to the chain, but I'm still part of the DAG. So pushing a miner, sabotaging a miner is much more difficult in DAG, and that's why selfish mining is much less profitable, like exponentially less possible. When I said exponentially, I mean in K. Like the K parameter controls, if you are able to push a miner outside the K window, then you have sabotaged their block. So, but then you have to do a reorg of, or you have to mine K+1 blocks faster than the network. This is exponentially unlikely. So that's the good news. The technically accurate bad news is that such manipulations still require lower hash rate than in a chain structure. So here's the good news and the bad news. The good news, again, is that profits from selfish mining in DAG are exponentially low. And the bad news is that you need a much lower hash rate in order to carry out these unprofitable attacks or manipulations. So this is the story with selfish mining and DAGs. There is, I described now something that is related to block rewards only. There is, of course, the competition on chain blocks. which is, and chain blocks do get additional rewards, if not for the mere fact that they mine transactions. In case of duplicated transaction fees, they receive the fees. So the model that I described in my previous answer is slightly contaminated by the presence of transaction fees that do provide preference to chain blocks. But that will require a longer treatment. But I don't. But I think that the core dynamic is around the block rewards, and I hope I described the implications for DAG.
Yeah, so you said you did not understand the first part of the second question, which was, do you think hash rate sampling that uses the anti-chain can more accurately measure hash rate and Fisher information?
But what's the context for hash rate sampling? If the context is difficulty when the difficulty adjustment protocol algorithm, then we already use all data. We use the entire block DAG, even red blocks, to adjust to sample and adjust the difficulty. So it's already baked in. And by the way, even in Bitcoin, if Bitcoin protocol would sample as we do off-chain blocks, then Satoshi mining in Bitcoin wouldn't happen as well, because by sabotaging others, you're not increasing your profit even after 2 weeks. So I think that's the question assumes that we're not sampling the hash rate from the anti-chain, but this is not correct. And if alternatively it's about the proof of work being dependent on anti-chain blocks, then no, that wouldn't be a good idea. But I think the question assumed difficulty is only based on the chain.
Just for the record, I love this. We have been going for 5 hours. I'm still getting questions, but I feel like the quality of question is getting so much better as some people are dropping out. Like, it's no longer about when does Kaspa get listed on this exchange, or when Moon, or whatever. It's just some very technical high signal stuff, which I appreciate. And I'm gonna ask you the next question, but in the meantime, I'm gonna ask people who are still around to put their Kaspa addresses in the comments, and I'm gonna redistribute what I received earlier in the stream to people who are still around, which I think is fair, because you guys are heroes for sticking around.
Meritocracy, yeah.
Yeah. I feel like these are some of the best questions that can possibly be asked. There's someone named, so put your addresses in the comment section. There's someone named Conviction, and his question is, you said K heavy hash is OPOW friendly. I guess O stands for optical. Will Kaspa adopt K light hash long term to optimize the capabilities of optical miners?
K light hash? I have no idea what K light hash is. So the story with K heavy hash. So yeah, I'm not sure if I should describe the detail of the story about K heavy hash, or just admit that I don't know what K light hash is. What's the second part? What's the actual question? Will Kaspa adopt what?
Adopt K light hash long term to optimize the capabilities of optical miners.
I don't know what K light hash is, but I will answer nonetheless. The current protocol is already friendly for optical miners, but the optical chips industry is much slower than we anticipated, and therefore it's currently mined by digital miners. It doesn't seem to me realistic to expect in the near future that optical miners would mine with K heavy hash or K light hash, for whatever that is. But Kaspa doesn't need to do. But for K heavy hash, they can just do it without informing anyone. And if K light hash is worth looking into, then educate us on what that is.
Okay, I just sent 100 CAS to Burke, who put his address there. Next up is Kaspa Silver. And Kaspa Silver actually has a question here. He says, if it hasn't been discussed yet, ask about the missing transactions that exist in Kaspa. This is the biggest FUD that Kaspa gets.
So again, all transactions, almost all transactions are missing. All the spent TXO transactions are not kept by in Kaspa. Only the UTXO. Some operators of block explorers have generously decided to keep that data voluntarily, or most of that data, and apparently they did so only for a vast majority of Kaspa's history and not for the entire history. And that's the context for which that's the context for this what you call missing transaction. But there's no missing UTXO transaction. And if some archival nodes decided not to keep all data, it's their prerogative. I would mention again that if a block explorer does not show someone's UTXO transaction, this doesn't mean the UTXO transaction doesn't exist in the UTXO state. You just run your full node with UTXO index and find your UTXO. There's no UTXOs missing, and there's no systemic guarantee. There's no consensus guarantee or systemic guarantee that anyone will keep the spent transactions, the STXO. So from my perspective, the vast majority of transactions are missing, are deliberately missing.
Okay, let me get to the next question, which, if I recall, was okay. There is Kang9393 who says their proposals to upgrade were rejected because no, not this one. Wait, this is actually an answer. Ace Footage says props to Yonatan for staying around. Why is it not an issue for each validator node not to hold full transaction data since Genesis? And the question is about pruned versus full node.
All full nodes and data in Kaspa are pruned.
Your crypto crew says, if this wasn't asked yet, can Yonatan disclose why his and Aviv's proposals for scaling Bitcoin in the early to mid 2010s were rejected or ignored?
No one seriously considered proposing to Bitcoin core devs updating Bitcoin protocol back then. It was the heat of the big block debates, and no one really, it wasn't the right. So the question doesn't begin. Okay, that's the true depiction. The fact that that Bitcoin Core were aware of these ideas doesn't mean this entered their top priority. And I guess rightly so. In those days, the big block debates were the main thing that occupied everyone's mind in terms of scaling Bitcoin, scaling crypto in general. And initially I was just in the position of learning, not in the position of proposing changes. And also, by the way, by the time that Ghost protocol was cited in Ethereum white paper, we already knew that it doesn't achieve what we thought it achieves. We already were not deep, but in the journey of DAG protocols. So we were kind of surprised that Ghost appeared in the white paper without consulting us, for the mere fact that we already had insights about its properties. But it takes years to prove. Even if Bitcoin Core were more attentive, it took me years, for instance, to prove Spectre protocol. The protocol was invented like maybe 2.5 years before it completed its proof. So the timescales are just different. Both the timescales were different than people imagine, and the priorities of Bitcoin Core were different at the time, and I guess for good reasons.
It's funny how different your answer is from the I can't talk anymore. From the conspiracy theories that are being posted in some of the comments. Anyway, Joe Apple says, what about quantum resistance? Do you think it's worth integrating early, and in a parenthesis he says via PQC/ECC replacements? So PQC is post-quantum cryptography, ECC is elliptic curve cryptography replacements, or does it add more risk than it solves right now?
I don't think for Kaspa it adds a lot of risk because we are more we take the more flexible approach towards innovation and upgrades and hard forks. But I don't know I don't know the quantum cryptography in any expert level, but the people that do know don't seem to take it too seriously in the short term, and in the longer term, again, Kaspa is deliberately less conservative than Bitcoin regarding updates. I don't think it will be risky. Such upgrades will be risky to Kaspa. Admittedly, the aspiration is to start decreasing the hard fork frequency as time develops. We don't. We're not in the we're not in the other extreme of baking difficulty bombs inside the protocol every 6 months like Ethereum did, but I don't see it as in general. I don't see these things shouldn't take years in Kaspa like it takes in Bitcoin. So as more information gets out and is verified by people that do understand post-quantum cryptography, Kaspa will have more time than say Bitcoin to upgrade, and less time, say, than Ethereum to upgrade. I think this is where we're standing on the upgrade hard fork policy, which is not set in stone, but I think we are in the range of like closer to Bitcoin, but not very close.
Bitcoin Recipe in the chat wants to know if you wish that you would have stayed anonymous.
So this goes back to, this is actually tied to the previous question, to my previous answer, which is about innovation. So personally, of course, but it wouldn't be genuine as long as it's declaredly a platform that embraces innovation. Like as long as we still have, and I guess I mean I'm talking about myself, have innovation or as long as there's innovation that I'm heavily involved in to perfect Kaspa's sequencing properties and consensus properties, then being anonymous would be less genuine, unless the point is pseudonymous. But then since pseudonymous has almost the same, if not more, control. For me personally, of course, I would prefer to be anonymous, and I aspire to not I aspire in the long term to not be around. I'm actually waiting for this more than some would suspect. I don't like the burden of being around, and I want to have the freedom to research and innovate in other areas. And go back to my more tranquil lifestyle. So from my personal perspective, definitely this was not a good move. But from the protocol perspective, while it's a definitely negative for Kaspa that I am not anonymous, currently it's not a net negative because I'm still heavily involved in innovation. And as long as, and at the moment, this will no longer be the case, I'll be the first to run out of the window. I'll need no help in that.
Yeah, this one comes from me actually, and is a follow-up. Do you envision that there will be a moment when Kaspa is complete and there is nothing else that you want to add to it?
Yes. For me, there's DAG KNIGHT. There's DAG KNIGHT and the vProg design. And then afterwards, I want the main thing the main research I was working as a postdoc in Harvard, and then currently as a research associate in Harvard, is on a new design of smart contracts, or maybe a new flow for VMs and smart contract transactions. Sometimes it sounds, I'm not sure how to describe it yet in the best way, but I see this as a very meaningful upgrade to the way transactions are sequenced in crypto. And once, but the paper hasn't been released yet, and the community hasn't. It hasn't been peer reviewed yet, neither by the academic community, nor by Kaspa community. And if this proposal is accepted, then there will be it will keep me. It will be another meaningful upgrade. I guess less to the L1. L1 will be less affected by it, but the entire ecosystem flow. But it can be more major or less major. I don't have enough prospect on that yet. I don't know if it's a huge upgrade or a minor upgrade with very large potential. I think it's more the latter. Like it's a moderate upgrade. It doesn't affect L1 almost at all, but it does affect the flow of L2. And if this research is solidified and the proposal is accepted, then this does create another big, another heavy lifting project for us. But for my own personal aspirations, both for me and for the project, I view that as completing or perfecting the sequence. The sequencer is then perfect, and then, or at least sufficiently perfect. And for me, it's complete. It's not to say that Kaspa will forbid hard forks, but it will become more rare and require more justifications. And I guess I will aspire to be much less involved, if not at all removed.
That's part of decentralizing the project. There is this quote from Satoshi from 2010 under the thread where ZK proofs were being discussed. And he said that, well, if this becomes possible and someone figures out how to do this, a much simpler implementation, simpler and more efficient implementation of Bitcoin can be written. And I want to ask you, do you think that there is some sort of cutting edge technology around or that can emerge that can make a much simpler and more efficient and overall better implementation of Kaspa to be written? Or is it state of the art and it's gonna stay state of the art for many years?
Still hard for me to hear the word state of the art with regard to proof of work. Like there's so little, there's such a small camp in crypto that would be accepting for this phrase, right? For mentioning state of the art next to proof of work. Whether there's cutting edge technology, no, there isn't. There isn't anything in Horizon. I mean, you see what Satoshi knew about ZKP, so it wasn't. You're asking me to imagine something that I never heard of. And I can't think of any layer where you would want to innovate. The only thing that I found a cutting edge technology that improves proof of work and in extension can potentially improve Kaspa is what I mentioned about the matrix multiplication protocol, which I'm not yet advocating so much as I'm reflecting that this is one of the only instances of something that I saw that is like, wow, this is an upgrade, a cutting edge upgrade of a cutting edge technology that can materially upgrade the concepts that that Kaspa is running on. So I guess we found one. That's the proof of work function, but this is not for the this is not for the short or medium or this is not something that I'm thinking of in practical terms. This is something that I'm mentioning. It begins and ends in mentioning it. If someday it will become, or if someone will, I think this team is trying to launch a proofs of useful work platform. If this experiment will be successful and it will be easy to adapt to DAG, then this, I think, will be worth bringing it into the table and discussing it with the community. I'm not sure I will be very involved in Kaspa at that time. Like ideally, no, but I hope, and nonetheless, I hope this or similar tech will be incorporated.
I've also asked Vitalik the same question in the context of Ethereum. If you could travel back in time and relaunch Kaspa once again, based on the learnings that you have acquired over the years, what would you do different?
I don't think there's anything I wouldn't do different. I would do everything differently. There isn't one thing that I did correctly, I think. Some things happened happened to turn out good for Kaspa, but the whole process and my whole way of thinking about it would be so I don't think about the launch itself, but maybe like years before, I will just launch. I would just go about the R&D in a much more spontaneous, unorganized manner, rather than the burden of trying to CEO a company and failing and then abandoning and launching nonetheless. I wouldn't go through this route. I think Kaspa could have launched earlier, much earlier, if I had chosen this path. But within this path, I would do everything differently. No, I can't single out one one decision that I think I would have reversed more than others.
That's interesting. Let me get back to questions from the chat for a second. Even if some of them feel redundant, I feel like they're formulated in a different way. Like Kurchak says, can you explain why proof of stake is undesirable? This is another common FUD. Why proof of work?
So rewind for Vlad's answer. He gave a very long answer. Again, there are two reasons. One is the right way to print money, and the other is that proof of work enjoys properties that cannot be achieved with proof of stake, namely the use of external source and randomness and external clock for consensus that enable you to create very fast leaderless consensus and to so you are able to create very fast. So you achieve leaderless consensus intra round. So you get in each round, you get I guess it's more about fast proof of work rather than proof of work, but it's enabled by proof of work. Meaning it's not possible with fast proof of stake. You get immediate censorship resistance. You get the ability to auction your transaction sequencing rights, which is very relevant, very desirable for DeFi transactions. There's a myriad of properties that are only achievable in proof of work. And in proof of stake, you suffer from other than the decentralization, the centralization dynamics that Vlad elaborated on. You just also suffer from the regular limitations of proof of just BFT of Byzantine fault tolerance, traditional consensus protocols. For instance, DAG KNIGHT, which achieves 49% Byzantine tolerance, Byzantine fault tolerance, without assuming any latency bound, has been shown to be impossible to be achieved in BFT. So in the proof of stake or BFT model, you can't achieve what DAG KNIGHT achieves. It's a very clear, it's a very strong and clear exemplification of what you can achieve when you have an external source of time or external clock baked into consensus.
I hope that he's happy with the answer. I'm pretty sure that even though I said some of that earlier, it's gonna be sound bites of what you said that will get cut down into clips and posted on Twitter later on. So it holds more value if you say it. There's also Altcoin Bonanza, who says, what did Adam Back say about your efforts to upgrade Bitcoin? Did you ever get any feedback from Adam Back?
I never made efforts to upgrade Bitcoin. The fact that we spoke about DAGs with Bitcoin core devs wasn't again wasn't in the context of we weren't in this it wasn't the context of now Bitcoin should adapt it, not because we didn't want to, but because it was very clear that Bitcoin wasn't going to adopt consensus changes to this level when SegWit was that heatedly debated. Like it's just delusional to think that anyone would consider a different chain selection protocol when there was such a clash around a years long clash around the block size. So it just for us to explicitly propose our protocols to Bitcoin would be completely out of touch with culture and priorities set by Bitcoin Core. Whether they have set the correct bar or not is a discussion for another day. But given the conservative, the extremely conservative bar that they have set, no one ever would have considered seriously proposing incorporating any such thing in Bitcoin. It's just not wasn't the right atmosphere. It still isn't. I think, by the way, that the only scenario where Bitcoin would consider adopting the DAG protocols is if after DAG KNIGHT is implemented, some God forbid catastrophe happens, and then DAG KNIGHT is the only one to remain alive, and then I think this would be appealing, like to Bitcoin core circles. Like if you can imagine even a satellite powered network that is able to just be resilient to internet hiccups and to just an all-out cyber war, and if DAG KNIGHT is the only one that's remaining operational in this context, I think such an event can lead Bitcoiners to look differently on DAGs. Until then, I don't think it's interesting to them.
Right, so can you elaborate on why you think DAG KNIGHT is gonna be the only protocol that survives cyber war or catastrophic events? What is it about DAG KNIGHT that makes it so resilient?
The fact that it has no security parameter baked into it, so that even if the internet suffers serious breakdowns, again, if the entire world is completely disconnected and we're back to the Stone Age, then it's not interesting, of course. But in the middle phase, where we're not back to the Stone Age yet, but there is but the internet is still somewhat operational in the sense that you can communicate. But not with the assumed latency of other networks, and you can't assume any good bound on the latency. Then all the synchronous protocols will break, and Kaspa is the only 50%, like 49% Byzantine fault tolerance protocol that does not assume a bound. So let's say the internet suffers an on and off state where the network has latency of 10 seconds and then 10 minutes, and then 10 seconds and then again 20 minutes, and then 10 seconds and 10 minutes. So anything in that range, okay? So I'm mentioning this range because this is still a range where civilization is intact and you're interested in money. Like it's not and in this scenario, Bitcoin and Ethereum and any synchronous network synchronous consensus would break. Just the tree of Bitcoin would fragment. Of course, it depends on geographical centralization. If 51% is in the USA and there's no fragmentation therein, then there's only two factions in the network. But even two factions in the network means it's unclear which one wins, and then an attack where if there's three factions in this global war, then 1/3 can override, right? It's enough for 1/3 to override the two competing factions. So the security threshold of Bitcoin deteriorates very fast if the internet delay starts going below 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes, right? And for other proof of stake networks, and for Kaspa today, which is also a synchronous network, it deteriorates very fast after 10, 20 seconds latency. It's already breaking their latency assumptions. But with DAG KNIGHT, that you have no latency assumption, then of course confirmation times would be much longer. But assuming you're interested more in storing, in making sure your transactions are stored, and there's no backwards attack. You can't reverse history. You can just confirmation times. You're willing to wait for confirmation times, but you're not willing to. You just want to know that your previous transaction and previous UTXOs are safe. Then DAG KNIGHT or any hypothetical protocol that partially synchronous protocol that assumes no latency bound and that is resilient to 49% attacks will be the only one that survives.
Interesting. There's also Abu Gia, I hope I pronounced that correctly, who says, do you like the idea of stable coins on the Kaspa network?
Whether I like or not, the fact is that stablecoins is one of the main, if not the top product market fit of crypto. So currently adoption in crypto is through stablecoins. We could have dreamt of different path or in the past or envision different future, but for now, it is what it is. People are using crypto in it's definitely improving both their lives and minimizing trust. Not minimizing, but decreasing the need to trust local institutions. I would say that among stablecoins, of course, I would prefer algorithmic ones over centrally issued ones. I think this goes back to the question of this goes back to the protocol that I'm trying to develop that has to have the ability to formally condition the flow of transactions in smart contracts. The connection is that algorithmic stablecoins need a very good Avi, like you need a very good way, a very smooth way to adjust collateral and prevent liquidation or act upon liquidation. So algorithmic stablecoins, of course, are preferable from a decentralization perspective, like much more preferable. But I wouldn't oppose. I mean, I wouldn't think even to oppose the main product market fit that crypto has found, even if it's not what we envisioned in the early years.
There's a remark from your crypto crew who says, wow, these questions up the quality of this session again. Shout out to Yonatan and Bitcoin Takeover for being here for over 5 hours. And there's Altcoin Bonanza who says, what was the vision behind the verse in the Old Testament, Ezra 7:18, for the Kaspa Genesis block?
Oh, wow. So, yeah. So first of all, the easy answer is that it's a verse where the word Kaspa in Aramaic appears in the Old Testament. That's the easy. That's the immediate answer. The context of this verse is the declaration of Cyrus the Great, the emancipations of the Israelis, but not only the Israelis. He was a great ruler, and he was sort of very think pluralistic or one of a noble ruler in the world, and he was considered was praised in the Old Testimony, the Persian Cyrus the Great. So I guess that's an aspiration for. I think it's an aspiration for a world where which many people from across the aisle can identify with.
What does across the aisle mean in this context?
Across the political aisle.
Oh, that's a good aspiration. Scape says, without archival nodes, does that make Kaspa a privacy chain? I don't see any issue with this since there will always be someone who wants to view and maintain majority of transaction history, but it's an interesting theoretical point to make while on this topic.
Hire him for marketing.
Because it's unrealistic, right?
No, it's a great talking point. Let's take the lemon and turn it into a lemonade. Yeah, it's like we spoke about Mimblewimble, right? There's the model is always in privacy. If you want to achieve real privacy, it can't be based on the assumption that there's no one listening to all transactions and recording them, especially if in the case of Kaspa, that you are broadcasting them all the time. So no, you can't make me say this talking point, but I'm all power for you for making this for these creative proposals.
Man from Bogota says, are you Satoshi? Honestly, I don't think Satoshi left Bitcoin and just disappeared, and you're the only one obsessed with Nakamoto consensus.
So I think we addressed this, but I do want to. I'm reflecting on this question a lot. Like how can people how to there's just like a generational gap. People that are early in Bitcoin or in crypto would never even fathom such ideas. But like I think the people that are like in this third wave or fourth wave of crypto, like so much has happened, and the information in crypto is so unclear, and the context is everything. So people that came, I think, in the third or fourth wave just don't have any, oh, for none of their fault, they don't have enough context on what happened in the early days of crypto. So yeah, so I said it's not even close. I do. I mentioned Alex Chepurnoy half jokingly because he's of course he's not. No one is. You know, it's a joke, but I'm saying like there are people that are more legitimate suspects. What I mean. There are more legitimate suspects than myself. I wouldn't be able to create a production ready code. The highest piece of code that I wrote was the selfish mining optimization simulation in MATLAB, and it's not that I won't be able to contribute any piece of code, but definitely not something production ready. So it is what it is.
There's Ace Footage who says, would this upgraded L2 require another token / coin or just use CAS?
Use CAS.
Kurtchak, I hope I pronounced that correctly, says, is it possible that Bitcoin could adopt Kaspa technology?
I think I addressed it like three questions ago. There's only one scenario where I think Bitcoin, where I think some Bitcoiners would consider as a DAG route. It's an extreme one, but the world is becoming ever more extreme, so it's not completely unlikely.
Varuna says, I think some of the other big FUD is fees amount, which is a few hundred daily, versus block reward, which is about 344,000 K daily. I said 1000 and K, sorry, it's 344K daily. How will the spread close over the years? So I think the argument is that the transaction fees are small relative to the block reward in US dollars.
Yes, that's the case with any proof of work coin in the beginning before adoption kicks in. It's not a wider gap than what happened with Bitcoin, but in any case, the strong hope or it's also the realistic hope is that this gap will close when we have DeFi rails implemented in main chain. As we implement the vProg design and people start creating DeFi apps, I'm pretty sure that that transaction fee activity will rise. I can't guarantee it. It depends more on you than on me, but that's a plan. So in one sense, the lack of DeFi activity in Bitcoin is harming the chances of recovering the long-term security budget. Whether and in what pace will Kaspa guarantee the security budget depends on dApp builders, on liquidity providers. Like, it's not only about dApps, also about liquidity, like having enough real activity. So, but in this sense, that the layer, what is called layer 2, is supporting the security of layer 1, which is another argument why you wouldn't want to ignore that path.
Kaspa Knight says, how does DAG KNIGHT protocol's dynamic oracle adjustment mechanism improve upon GHOST DAG's liveness and security guarantees in the presence of adaptive adversaries controlling up to 1/3 of the hash rate, particularly in optimizing confirmation latencies for Kaspa's target of 100 blocks per second under variable network propagation delays? This is quite a long one.
Yeah, I don't understand the word oracle. I don't think it's related here. The word oracle, but let's put the 100 blocks dream aside for now, and talk about 10 or a few dozens of blocks per second. So even with 10 blocks per second, in GHOST DAG, the security depends on the parameter K. And like any synchronous consensus protocol, you can't confirm transactions faster than the parameter, than that latency latency bound that you assumed. There is some asterisk here because for smaller attackers you can, but so okay, so it's not a meaningless asterisk. I can dive to it, and I should better write a blog post on this, a research post on this. But for this medium, the answer is that for large attackers, at least, you can't, in any synchronous consensus, including Kaspa today, you can't confirm transactions faster than O of K, the parameter, the latency parameter. Whereas in DAG KNIGHT, there's no a priori assumption what K is. So you can confirm transactions in the order of magnitude of the network's actual latency. There's another asterisk here, but I'll put it aside. It's the worst case assumed latency, but with the current network, not with a network that the devs had to envision in the past. So the implication is it can improve confirmation times from 15 to 5 seconds, or even to 3 seconds. I don't know it's the same order of magnitude of proof of stake or any BFT. What exactly the multiplicative factor there is yet to be seen. We need to implement this and check, but it can be 1 order of magnitude faster.
Here's an interesting one from Dark Lord, and the K is basically the reversed Kaspa logo. What is the theoretical market cap we need to see within the next 1 to 2 years to maintain a healthy security budget? I saw you mention early in the Discord server that we'd want to aim for $10 to $50 billion within 2025.
I'm not sure if this is a recent Discord message that I wrote. I doubt it. I don't have them. I can't think of the numbers off the top of my head. Not now, but it's definitely a topic that we need to address. It does depend on the pace again of DeFi adoption, right? Because the more adoption there is, the less the market cap needs to grow. So that's why the more secure path for the security budget for now is to increase the activity in DeFi and increase the transaction fees. I had some idea about this. I'm not sure if it's the right forum, but when you see, if you saw in the Ethereum Ethereum suffers like a years long tension between L2 and L1, and it became more expressed in the recent year, and it talks about taxing the L2s. And are you familiar with this discussion or about the taxing the parasitic rollups?
No, I don't think so.
Anyways, some people propose this in more concrete terms. Some people proposed it in we're just pissed by the rollups, claimed like siphoning of Ethereum. So some people proposed a sort of social consensus to tax rollups rather than forcing this in consensus. Having some social consensus have like a taxation of tokens, like say 20% of a DeFi token of this standard is printed out to miners. Again, not forced by consensus, but having not forced by anything else than social consensus. But I thought this is a good idea in case Kaspa ends up needing a faster security budget assurance to think about having this socially mandatory taxation. And another route is what I mentioned earlier, the proof of useful work, which funds proof of work, which funds the mining. This is its main premise, right? Its main value proposition is that while you mine, you secure the network, you're also doing useful, highly useful things on your own private data. And but here, this is such a change requires a very, very long process, and so the other routes I mentioned are more realistic, at least in the scale of 1 or 2 years, like in advance. You can't do a change to proof of work faster than that.
There is also a question which is a bit redundant because we discussed this, but the answer is very short, so I guess I can ask it just for the people who tuned in later. Ariel Pina says, when can we expect DAG KNIGHT to be implemented?
I'm wary of answering this. It depends on how much we can scale the core efforts. We are currently stretched thin. And we currently prioritize the VPROG design. And the reason, by the way, we decided to prioritize the smart contract design is because it's a bottleneck for other builders and to scaling up the other activity in Kaspa, right? If we focused on DAG KNIGHT, then other people wouldn't have a way to build things on top of Kaspa. And so we had this we had this intuition that it's better to postpone DAG KNIGHT, even though it's very late, extremely late on the timeline, in order to release first the bottleneck to allow other people to contribute to interesting activity on top of Kaspa. So that's the context why we decide why DAG KNIGHT is taking very slow. Our aspirations are still to launch these as one hard fork together with the VPROGs, because these are two orthogonal modules, then there shouldn't be it shouldn't be complicated to unite them. I'm wary of saying exact timelines. We did commit to releasing a yellow paper at the end of August about the VPROG design, and so I'm not sure. Like Michael forgives me for this, for committing like that early, but given that we have this soft deadline, then we are focused on that. But we are also in parallel. There are some people in core that are working on DAG KNIGHT still in slow pace, and I'm sure that once they ramp up the speed and have more like progress to show, then the timeline will be clear in this. Be able to give more concrete numbers.
Dark Lord says, how much did you study game theory while conceiving Kaspa, and how often do you review Kaspa's trajectory in this area at the present time?
How much? What's the second part?
How often do you review Kaspa's trajectory in this area, which is game theory?
I really don't like the term game theory. I think it's a fancy name for common sense. I know I'm not saying it doesn't have value, and of course it's something that I'm actively researching, but I feel like it adds an aura of understanding that is not necessarily, or predictability that is not necessarily merited. This is not a jab at the person who asked it. It's more like a general frustration that discussions that were once about incentives became framed, received the framing of game theory. And it's not, game theory is not necessarily a much more predictive framework than common sense. I remember in the Bitcoin, when I witnessed the Bitcoin split and the ticker that you mentioned, like I think 2 weeks before the split, Jihan Wu decided that he won't call it Bitcoin. If you remember that, it was supposed to be a war of tickers, and then I was naively assuming, at that time I was very emotionally attached to my game theory models of what will happen, and nothing of this of that sort material. Game theory is just a nice abstract way to describe good designs or bad designs, and that's the merit of it. Like if you think of a mechanism, then you can use game theory, or specifically mechanism design, to understand whether it's robust or flawed. And in contrast, to use it to analyze reality has a much more limited scope of success or predictive power. And my rant here is not very is not very original. Like people in research have proposed much more. Like Nash equilibrium, is a very sexy term and everyone knows it, but there are much more mundane notions of equilibrium that are less known but are more of a more predictive nature, like learnable equilibrium. There's equilibrium equilibrium that can be shown to be learnable, like by converged to when the agents are regular learning agents, and there isn't too much assumptions. Anyways, I think I'm not answering the question, but I guess my answer is I don't pretend, and I don't think others can pretend to use game theory in a strong predictive manner. It is a framework for good good versus bad designs, but not a strong framework, in my opinion, of predictive power.
Coder of Stuff says, how do you two have so much energy? This podcast is coming up close to 6 hours. We just surpassed 6 hours, by the way. And he also adds, wow.
I have energy, but I do need to go for like 30 seconds break, bathroom break sometime soon.
That's fair. We should have that just for hydration and bathroom. Chat, are you going to allow us after this 6 hour mark to take a break? I'm just gonna put something to cover this. Let's say 5-minute break and then we come back. If you have any more questions, post them in the chat. And before I go into the break, I just want to remind everyone that this podcast is sponsored by Sideshift.ai, Bitcoin.com News, Citrea, Layer 2 Labs, and also, I hope I didn't forget anyone, but of course I did. It's noonce.com, which is the peer-to-peer exchange. I have to mention this. And if you guys want to help me get a real Toyota Supra, which is the sports car by Toyota, then I did the math and I need about 6,000 people to buy crypto steel metal backups. And I'm pretty sure that we had more than 6,000 people watching this. So maybe like half of the people, if they go to cryptosteel.com and use promo code BTCTKVR to get 10% off when you purchase your metal backup, then you can actually help me get a sports car, which is insane. Anyway, bathroom break. I'll go get something to drink and keep asking your questions, and we will be back in about 3 minutes from now. So let me put something in the background and we will be back. And we're back. Thank you for waiting for us. I guess we took like 7 minutes break, which is fine. But it's important to write down that it was 7 just in case we end up shooting for the absolute record of the show, which was 8 hours 21 minutes. I have no idea if we're gonna get there, but let's take another question from the chat. Can you have tokenized assets like stocks, bonds, etc. on Kaspa?
I mean, on layer 2, of course, with layer 2, yes.
Kaspa Silver says, would tail emission ever be a thought? Personally, I would consider this admitting failure in a sense.
Meaning whether we will change the tail, the minting tail, like increase the tail.
I guess it means because Kaspa has a fixed supply right now, right?
Yeah, so the question is, we're keeping the supply the same, but relaxing the curve.
I think it's about the monetary policy to add something in perpetuity, like a guaranteed mining reward after a certain point. This is a proposal which is inspired by Monero, and Peter Todd came up with this also in Bitcoin, and he published a paper that's called Tail Emission is Not Inflation, and assumes that a lot of coins are lost.
But even without, that's the main argument of Peter, that many coins are lost?
In the case of Kaspa, I don't think that applies to the same extent.
I mean, you could argue in principle that tail emission is not inflation because it's printing an ever decreasing fraction of the supply. But I don't think this is something that we will consider, or I will consider. Again, there's no formal we. Even there isn't even very informally. But it is a good question, not only with respect to Kaspa, but what will happen with Bitcoin's 21 million cap? I know many people are claiming this won't happen because Bitcoin will hit record high market cap before it happens. But in this I think that the Bitcoin, the 21 million cap itself in Bitcoin, even if already now has lower, like if it was in the past 100% consensus, now it's like, I don't know, 95% consensus about it, always never breaking, and then increasingly people would propose other ideas. For Kaspa, I don't think this will be the approach. I mentioned the three approaches I would take. One is not a very formal approach, but working very hard to bring DeFi activity and transaction fee activity. The other is social consensus taxation of activity, of DeFi activity. I wouldn't propose it in consensus, but I would see it as a good idea or a desired idea to have any token in the DeFi, in the Kaspa's DeFi ecosystem, print a significant, not a majority, but significant amount back to the network, to the miners in a random manner. And the third approach would be to, for again, this needs a very long term, but still to consider proofs of useful work, but this depends on the success or failure or anything between of the project, of projects that will use it. We won't experiment. We won't be the first to experiment with it. That wouldn't be healthy or responsible. So these are the three routes that I think should be considered and not the monetary, not the tail emission. I don't know if it's I think even if someone put forth the I think Peter Todd's claim, even if they are correct in principle, money money's also has a very strong psychological layer of confidence and trust. I think it won't. It's not. I don't think it's worth it.
That's a good answer. Scott Link says, idiot interviewer. Thank you very much, Scott Link, for tuning in and listening.
It's reminding me of Mark Twain. He had a good response when someone sent him a letter with the word idiot. So he answered, he replied, I get harassed with letters, and many times people forget to sign with their name. But this is the first time I get a letter with someone forgetting to write the letter. You can chat GPT this, and maybe it will be told better.
No, it's fine. I just like to poke fun at all of these reactions. Like, I feel flattered that this guy thinks I'm an idiot. By the way, I look forward to your interview, Scott. If you don't like this one, do your own. I think this is the right approach. People are asking when Coinbase, when Binance, and all of these questions which have nothing to do with development.
It's not only with development, has nothing to do. I have no visibility into this. I had no visibility into previous listings. I never had. I did not know when previous listings happened and how. It's not that I couldn't know. Other people in Kaspa knew. I think many of them were, or even all of them maybe were open efforts of the community. But I'm not the main person responsible for Kaspa success. I'm at all not in this position. So I guess there needs to be a very strong correction of expectations. I have my contributions to make, and I definitely like to work hard and enjoy to work hard, but it's not my sole or my formal responsibility, and I'm not the face of it, and I'm not the promoter of it, and in particular, I'm not responsible to contact Binance or Coinbase and lead to the listing. It's even if it's a good idea, then someone else should exercise their good judgment and implement this idea. It shouldn't. If someone assumes this is my responsibility, then that someone has wrong expectations and a wrong picture of both my role and my informal role and my actual activity. I never made even the slightest of efforts in this direction. So even if Coinbase were to list us tomorrow, I wouldn't know that.
Altcoin Bonanza says, how old were you when coding and programming became a real thing for you? And something that I want to add to this question is, what was your first computer?
I'm not of that. I wasn't a programmer, a teenage programmer. I played video games, but didn't have a informal coding training. Of course, I went to early school for coding, but not in the didn't have a strong experience in coding. Didn't have strong attraction to coding. In DAG Labs, in the company that incepted Kaspa, I felt initially a gap between the mathematical approach of that more abstract approach that I came with and the coding experience that hardcore engineers brought to the table. But I should say that as time developed, I found that the mathematical framework or mathematical way of thinking about the system, about the actual architecture of the system, is not that detached from relative to what you would think. Meaning, you can apply fundamental thinking and reasoning, even in context of discussing bugs, actual bugs, even if you don't know most of the details of the code base. This is a revelation that took me that took some time for me to understand or comprehend. But today I feel that the difference between, or the gap between thinking about the system from an architectural, engineering perspective and from a mathematical perspective or abstract perspective is not that wide. I know some elite engineers would think this is completely delusional, but for me, it's more of a actual realization. I don't find the gap to be as wide as I would have anticipated.
So, what was your first computer? Do you remember that?
I remember vaguely like the early the early Macintosh or Einstein editors.
Oh, so you're a Mac kid.
Yeah, but not today. Today I'm fully outside Apple's products. I find it too organized for my style. It's like I don't like Gemini. It's too organized. I like more ADHD products.
So you mentioned that you were playing video games as a teenager. What were your favorites?
Car races, many car races. Lotus was a game. Of course, Space Command. I don't know if you know Space Command from 1989 or 1990. It's a space. You know what I'm talking about? Space Command. It's
I
a
guess you're a bit older
low
than I
graphic.
am.
Yeah, well, that's another reason why I'm trying to refrain from these questions, because then you'll infer how old I am, older I am than you, and yeah, that might depress me. But I think Space Command. It's like a spaceship a very low graphic spaceship that shoots at aliens that become increasingly lower, and if you don't get it, and if you don't eliminate them on time.
Oh, you're describing Space Invaders, I think.
Yeah, Space Invaders, but there's a reason I mentioned Space Command, because it was there was a reason I remember Space Command. But this was the game. You can infer from this how old I am. I was play this. I'm very easily addicted to games. That's why at a certain age I started. I was compelled compelled by my parents to stop with these and go study real things. But that was my early, I guess, computer experience, early 90s.
So you said you're into racing games?
I remember Lotus. Lotus was the game that I loved.
I remember on my first computer, which was
Or Prince.
A Pentium 1 with 66 megahertz processor and 16 megabytes of RAM, and no sound card. I had to buy that one. I was playing something MotoGP or something on MS-DOS. Just a second. The Cycles. That's the name of it. International Grand Prix Racing. From 1989. Obviously, I was not playing this in 1989, but it was one of the first couple of video games that I had on my first computer.
So did you play like Prince, like that kind of games, or more sophisticated ones?
I think I like RPGs. I mean, I like the sense of progression, but I also like stuff that tests my reflexes, which is not very story driven. It doesn't require advanced graphics. It's just like Mario games or whatever. I'm a big sucker for that. But I do
Yeah,
like a good story also. So in RPGs with good stories, I just love them.
oh, this is so nostalgic to Super Mario. The whole Nintendo thing. I wonder, like, I think a lot about Prince because it was such a simple game, and given kids today get much more sophisticated. I know this is a very generic rant that anyone of the same generation can spell out, but I can't help it nonetheless. That I was excited by Prince, but to the same extent that kids today are excited by much higher graphic and expressive games. I didn't enjoy it less. It was a slow, repetitive path in the and Space Command. I don't know why I remember that Space Command rather than Space Invaders, but these games were so bad in today's terms. It was considered horrible. You wouldn't even consider it enjoyable in any remote sense. But I don't know. I remember as a kid, it was highly enjoyable. I can't think today if I would be able to play for more than a few seconds.
Wait, so by Prince, you mean Prince of Persia?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that one's amazing. Great animation. Even the story is great. Like, you have 60 seconds to save the princess.
Well, maybe the later versions graphic is amazing. Not the there wasn't any amazing graphic back then.
I mean, animation, not graphics, because the creator actually recorded his brother doing the moves, and basically he digitized the analog footage that he had on camera, on tape.
Wow, interesting.
It was unlike anything that was made at the time. It was before motion capture.
For us, it was the most advanced game we knew. But I didn't know the story.
It was, so from a design point of view, I hate it nowadays when I think about it, because it has so many traps, including the bottles that you could drink, and some of them were killing you right away. Like, it was such a cheap way to take you to the starting level. And there was a lot of trial and error.
You have to have the discipline not to give up, although you went back to the starting level. Now I sound very old when I'm ranting on this, but today's kids don't have this. Like, the games don't give you this same experience of grinding, right? You have to grind back and cope with the failure and start again and again. It's not the same experience at all. It's that sort of games were very productive to your development. Even if you were addicted to them, they were still very productive. They did build some resilience in you. I guess this
I
is
mean,
what
to
I'm ranting
draw a
about.
parallel, I guess this is why kids these days don't like proof of work. and they just like the convenience of proof of stake. Like they don't understand the merits of something which requires a lot of work.
Yeah, I see what you did there. I would say it's a more general, right? It's a more general phenomenon. There's a nice quote of Ronald Reagan where he says that liberty is always one generation away from extinction. Is always on the verge of extinction because the generation that received it doesn't know what it took to get there. And I think this explains a lot of phenomena and generational divides.
Going back on topic, it seems like we have quite a few questions that stacked up. Ollie wants to know if you can imagine that there's gonna be an ETF for Kaspa.
Sure.
Kaspa Knight says, how does Dark Knight's client specified local upper bounds on adversarial latency circumvent the pass and SHE impossibility result for parameterless, permissionless consensus while securing against up to 50% hash rate corruption? And what trade-offs arise in confirmation times and client synchronization for high throughput DAGs like Kaspa at 100 blocks per second?
Okay, so this is a half trolling and half serious. So this is what I mentioned previously, that proof of work in DAG KNIGHT, proof of work enables DAG KNIGHT to circumvent known bound on protocol. So the known bound, it's both by Cynthia Dwork et al. and by Raphael Pass and Elaine Shi. The bound is in the traditional consensus. The bound states that if a consensus network is of partially synchronous nature, meaning it does not assume an upper bound, an a priori upper bound on latency, then you can't be more than 33% Byzantine tolerant. This is the known a known result, and it's easily demonstrated. Like if you don't know how long to wait, then an attacker can participate honestly in one faction and honestly in the other, like honesty in the other, and then to trick clients to approve transactions. It's a classic consensus attack or manipulation, and it's well known that a network without a priori latency bounds cannot be more than 33% tolerant. And Raphael and Elaine generalized this into proof of work. I actually conversed about it with Elaine in Cornell in the Ethereum bootcamp when I visited there, and the main discussion was around this claim, whether you can accelerate, whether you can accept transactions without a latency bound. And then Elaine and Raphael published the paper, and in the paper they show that a protocol cannot be responsive to the actual latency that it is observed in the network. And in DAG KNIGHT, we do not assume. This was I mentioned this briefly before. In DAG KNIGHT, we don't assume that you can't set the latency in your local client based on what you see in the network. So if your assumption, let's say the network is smooth. So if your assumption is that the network is, let's say the network has 2 seconds latency, or maybe let's say the network has 200 milliseconds latency. Okay, you can't set the latency according to what you see in Kaspa network. That would be insecure and would break the impossibility bound, because an attacker can always help the network be secure until it wants to carry out the attack. So when we say that DAG KNIGHT is responsive to the network's latency, we do not mean the actual observed network latency, but the actual worst case network latency, meaning you have to have some assumption on how bad the latency can become if there is an attacker lurking in the network. So meaning, if you think the latency is currently smooth, but your own threat model, your own analysis has led you to believe that the latency in Kaspa is really 10 minutes, but the attacker is just waiting, in the dark and waiting for the right opportunity to split the network, then your local client should set it for 10 minutes. It can't set it for 2 seconds. But if you have a way, and you should have a way with simply pinging different locations, even outside Kaspa network, to reason about the latency being 2 seconds, even in the worst case, or maybe 3 seconds in the worst case, then your local client should set it to 3 seconds. So the short answer is you have to use some internet pinging and or Kaspa pinging external methods to reason about or convince yourself about the real worst case latency in Kaspa, in DAG KNIGHT, and that's what you set in your client. How exactly to implement this, like what exact method we will take, I don't know. It's not like, even if we will decide on something, you can decide on something else. It's for any client to decide on their own, to set in their local client. And what are the trade-offs? There was the word sync there, but I don't think that was meaningful. The trade-off in DAG KNIGHT confirmation times is not different than Kaspa GHOST DAG, than GHOST DAG or Bitcoins. It's just the nature of probabilistic criminality.
There's a much simpler question from Aurelian Panitsa, and he says, is Aviv Zohar still involved in researches related to Kaspa? Thanks to Yonatan for sharing that much of his time. Pretty awesome.
Aviv Zohar, Aviv wasn't involved in Kaspa. I offered him to be, but he chose to do other things. So yeah, I still I do think I could have benefited from his maybe extra research, external to external advice unrelated to research. I think he could have been he could have added many things that are missing, but again, history is what it is. It's the route that was chosen. He was involved with, of course, with GHOST DAG even after DAG levels was launched, but not after Kaspa was launched.
Okay, there's Kurchak who says, tough question. Do you see a world where things are priced in Kas in the distant future? Perhaps after a phase of stable coins and a phase of hyperinflation? Is Kaspa built for this?
This sort of question is, to me, belongs to the set of questions that I ask myself first, or I push back to the person asking the question about crypto in general, because my answer would highly depend on whether any other asset in crypto achieves this or not. I don't think placing the weight on Kaspa is a good way of thinking of this. So there's a lot of questions So there's lots of questions that my immediate response, my immediate response is, it depends what happens with crypto. Kaspa doesn't have the power in and of itself to push crypto, by its own merit, and whatever you can you can consistently be a Kaspa maxi and still be and still acknowledge that Kaspa's fate is intertwined with crypto's fate, and it can't be too much of an outlier. So for me, this is more a question of where do I think crypto can get rather than Kaspa.
That's a good answer.
Thank you. I would say I don't see a world where Bitcoin is highly used other than store of value, and Kaspa is not. Like, I can see a world where Bitcoin is not used, but is just king of you're not king of collateral, just store of value. But if Bitcoin is used, I don't see a world where Kaspa is not adopted as well.
Mark Crook says, "Hi Yonatan, you compared Kaspa contracts to Solana. Explain why Kaspa will be far better and why banks will ultimately adopt the better tech."
I don't know that banks will adopt the better tech. Maybe they will be replaced by the better tech. The reason I'm referencing Solana is it's more because of the very different. It's because it achieved, due to its monolithic design, a very cohesive society of developers, so to speak, and Ethereum suffers from so much fragmentation, and the developer experience in Ethereum has become too fragmented. The Ethereum ecosystem became too fragmented, and it's unclear. It's no longer clear what does it mean to be in Ethereum. Like, let's say Kaspa, someone takes Kaspa and implements a bridge to make Kaspa a side chain to Ethereum, with Polygon was able to pull off under the name of L2. Like, is it still Ethereum? Like, it's like a spectrum of gray. It's unclear what does it mean to become Ethereum, whereas it's very clear what does it mean to build in Solana. And this is what I'm referring to. There's also, of course, the Rust nativeness, which is nice, and again, these things will not be coded by me. Hans is working on this. Of course, Michael is working on this, and others. There isn't. I'm not implying that I will that I'm coding this design, but from a vision and direction point of view, it's clear. It's clear to me. It has been clear for several years now that the way users and Kaspa builders should feel in the system, in the ecosystem, is much more similar to Solana than to Ethereum. Of course, Ethereum is a much more interesting community in the sense of research, research and ideas, and I guess it's the most interesting community and most contributing most to understanding of DeFi and other ideas in crypto. So of course it has lots of merit. So this is not a jab at Ethereum so much as an aspiration to learn from its mistakes. And I think a lot of what's happening in Kaspa is is a timing issue. It's a late runner advantage. Because we are developing smart contracts in the era where ZK is in real-time proving is in the horizon and ZK is already production ready, then we get the benefit to be the first or one of the first layer ones to incorporate ZK design in advance. Like it is very clear, as Vlad mentioned sometime along this conversation, at some point, that if ZK was software was feasible at the time, Bitcoin would have looked different, and Bitcoin core devs would have chosen different, or would have stuck to different views. So Kaspa had this advantage that we have the right timing. We're developing smart contracts exactly when ZK tech is ready. You can consider this smart or lucky, to your choice. But the bottom line is we want the same developer experience as Solana and the same social cohesiveness of devs as Solana, and at the same time maintaining Bitcoin-like security in the sense that of separating the entire financial logic from L1. This is an endeavor that is, it's not a moonshot. It's something that once we publish the formal model and paper, both the yellow paper and a more academic-like paper, it will become clear what the formal claim is and what the formal guarantees are. So it won't remain opaque for too long. It will be the claims will be made concrete in writing. But I just want to make sure that it's not falsely understood that you'll be able to code actual Solana contracts in Kaspa, because Solana itself is not a ZK VM. You need to create a ZK VM, so the developer experience would be very very similar to Solana, but formally you will write in a ZK VM, a ZK EVM, SP1, maybe risk 0. It depends on not only on us. It depends on what what demand for prover system and prover network there will be. But I guess we will whitelist anything that is is that is reasonable in the eyes of that has consensus on its soundness. So it's not importing Solana as is. It's more aspiring to achieve the same level of cohesiveness and experience and Rust nativeness, etc.
Cascat, and I guess his Kaspa domain is noderunner.kas, says, who are your heroes, past and present?
Garry Kasparov, I'm a child of the hero.
The chess player.
Yeah. I had the fortune to honor the honor to meet him a few years ago in person. But I strongly remember him as one of my main childhood heroes. Yeah, I think my current hero I will keep to myself. But that's in my childhood.
Dark Lord says, how do you view the shift in attitude from academic thought leaders such as Charles Hoskinson, Vitalik Buterin, and Adam Back, who once publicly commented on your work, commended your work on papers like Ghost and Spectre, but now either avoid acknowledging your contributions or, in Adam Back's case, openly criticize Kaspa as a scam?
I actually don't have a strong opinion on this. I'm not thinking about these matters too much. I think Kaspa in general has somewhat segregated from crypto in the sense that it's just and there's fundamental reasons for that. I don't know if I want to get into it. It's definitely not in the context of answering this specific question. But Kaspa is segregated from crypto. So there's the assumption that everyone knows everything about Kaspa and is just intentionally avoiding it. I don't think is rooted in reality. There's also the choice to be, the choice of the project or individuals in the project to be less visible, and it's a project with a deliberate effort to avoid figureheads, and I think this will be the case as long as core is not scaled up. So the more people join the core of core, the more visibility Kaspa will have. I originally made the choice not to become the project's figurehead, and I think that that's a price that Kaspa is admittedly paying, in that people find it easier to associate a project with someone that continuously with people that are synonyms to the project. For instance, Ethereum is synonymous with Vitalik, and Avalanche is synonymous with Emin Gun, and Kaspa is not synonymous with its founder or originator. And this is a choice, and I think it's a good choice for Kaspa. But I think it's a price. This is one of the implications. This is about others ignoring it. I do think that the new innovation, the vPro design, is I do think that as we implement this layer, we will naturally both push for and attract the interest of broader communities. Definitely both. So there's the DAG KNIGHT will interest the proof of work community, and the vProg will generally interest the DeFi community and researchers and thinkers. And that I see happening. Regarding Atom, so first of all, in general, I'm order of magnitude less aware of things that are happening on Twitter than many people assume. It's not that I'm not aware of it. It's just I'm order of magnitude less aware than others assume. So this is like a general comment about people's assumptions on my online presence or online awareness. Even when I'm on Twitter, sometimes or frequently, my feed is not only Kaspa, or not necessarily mainly Kaspa. I'm definitely interested in LLM, and my feed is also flooded with that bleeding edge technology as well. So I'm not necessarily, I don't know necessarily most of these arguments or clashes on Twitter, and I'm emphasizing this because when I do see people mentioning this, people assume I'm aware of the context, and I have no idea what they're talking about. So it's kind of weird to have people assume too much. Anyways, regarding Atom, I just don't have a very strong opinion, at least not at this hour. I don't take, I actually don't think about it too much. I don't think Bitcoiners would ever, again, unless until the next electromagnetic pulse gets to us, I don't think Bitcoiners will. I don't have this expectation that OG Bitcoiners will appreciate Kaspa. I think maybe to give an analogy that will explain this. there's the Michael Jordan camp and the LeBron camp, right? And there's the whole the everlasting debate on the GOAT, right?
Actually, I'm on the Kobe camp, but that's another
Oh, that's
conversation.
very you. Yeah, that's very you. Yeah, the founder is no longer around. So the thus, even if you are in the LeBron camp, you should have zero expectation from people that saw MJ playing to have any flexibility to think that the discussion is started. Like people that witnessed MJ would laugh at the very thought that you would consider LeBron, even if you showed them, you know, like Nick Wright has. If you spent as time as Nick Wright spent to explain the whole justification for this. It's still delusional to think that people that saw MJ would even fathom this idea. There's many factors to this. There's a generational gap. There's the fact that there's very little social media. There was very little social media at the time. There are very little videos of MJ missing a shot, not to say missing a buzzer beater or a game winner. So Michael Jordan is godified, and there's no way to. It's not reasonable to expect people that witnessed him in his prime to consider anyone else. So this is not me turning the other cheek, rather being very practical on people's mindsets and fixations. So now today Bitcoin, so that's real Bitcoin maximalists, or what I call crypto minimalists. Of course, today the word Bitcoin maxi on Twitter refers to a more, you can also say Solana maxi, which is weird, but okay. Like you can say Fartcoin maxi. I don't know what these things mean anymore, but it's not referring to that initial group of people and an initial circle that factored Bitcoin at the beginning. So I think this is where I come from. I don't have any expectation. I'm neither insulted nor surprised. I'm kind of indifferent to that. It's not. I'm not saying this is the correct stance so much as it is just my. It's my emotional stance, I guess, towards this. I'm not promoting. I'm not advocating for anyone else using this as guidance or recommendation. What Kaspa advocates should or shouldn't do, not at all. I mean, there is merit to these pushbacks and debates. I'm just reflecting why I am not naturally part of it, or don't feel comfortable in part of it. I just see them as the MJ generation, which will never fathom anyone else, any other possibility.
That's an interesting metaphor, because the follow-up question is from Worrisome TV, who says, can Kaspa flip Bitcoin in the future? And flip means exceed in market cap, I think.
I think the market cap of money and the market cap of silver are of the same order of magnitude. I mean of USD. What's the current market cap? Let me check something.
For Bitcoin, it's 2.2 trillion. For Kaspa, it's just a second. 2.2 billion. So basically,
yes.
1,000 times.
No, I was not looking at this. I was looking at as I thought. It's the market cap of not of silver, of gold is the same, is roughly the same as the market cap of USD. I don't think Kaspa will replace, or any asset will replace Bitcoin's gold status. But for the money, role, whatever money entails in a broader sense, again, than what we envision, it's not necessarily in the direct indirect payments. It can also be the parking spot for investment, or the collateral for loans, whatever property traditional money functions in a financially enabled ecosystem. Why not? I mean, it is surprising that USD and gold are the same order of magnitude. Of course, you can measure USD in various metrics. This is not a too well-defined concept, but I remember seeing that and asking. I remember seeing this and being slightly surprised by this comparability of money and gold.
I did not know this, but now that I think about it, I think that the market cap of cash was larger than the one of gold 8-9 years ago, when Roger Ver was so adamant about making Bitcoin compete with the US dollar. He was saying, well, there's a lot of money in this. It's not just about store of value.
Did this change since like order of magnitude, or?
No, I guess the price of gold went up.
Yeah.
I remember people were making fun of Peter Schiff in the previous years, that he criticized Bitcoin in 2010 or 2011 when the price of gold was the exact same in US dollars as last year, but this year has been incredible for gold so far.
Yeah. Of course, this is a moonshot, and this is not something that I'm actively pushing or know how to actively push for. I have no idea. I'm very focused on what I do know how to do, and not very. Okay, I think for this to happen, Kaspa must be more in the complete stage of that Vlad alluded to, and in particular, shouldn't have even candidate figureheads in the area. I think like it's not only or primarily like values of decentralization, more of a practical assessment of what properties of an asset needs to, what property does an asset need to manifest, to truly manifest, in order to even consider such market caps. And I think other than Bitcoin, you have to have very strong Bitcoin nets, and that's why I'm pushing. When I say Kaspa must Bitcoinize, people think that people have read me and read my statement as saying Kaspa needs to replace Bitcoin, or compete on Bitcoin, or to be the second Bitcoin, second to Bitcoin, all sort of interpretations. But I think I made it clear, or at least the context was clear, that it's not so much a technology a technological positioning, more of the culture and the actual so when there are several properties that heavy hodlers or heavy investors, people that would know or would be interested in money, they would need to see in a system in order to believe it can be money. And as long as Kaspa is not complete and that your humble servant is in the area, I think this is like this is still a blocker. But after that, let's go for it.
There's also Athena on the chat and says, oh my god, you guys are still here. Have you two had dinner yet? LOL. Did you have dinner, Yonatan?
I thought you're all for privacy.
Well, I can reveal that I haven't had dinner. I just had a big lunch.
There's no complaints on my side. I like the air. I like the idiot interviewer, as you were honestly referred to.
GF Burke says that does Yonatan talk or collab with the KYI team?
I don't know who they are.
Kai, I don't know. AFL, I guess he previously asked a very good question, says, what do you think of the deep wiki for Rusty Kaspa? Michael says it's mostly accurate.
It's amazing. So there's I think, Cognition team, or at least on Twitter, I think they are called Cognition. They developed an agent that's called they call Devin that answers on Rusty Kaspa. Answers or on many GitHub repositories, not only in Kaspa. But it's amazing. I'm actually trying to create now an agent that will integrate also with Devin and be able to answer questions on Kaspa. I think the LLM, one of the promising, one overlooked, admittedly niche values that LLM can bring is to solve the paradox that we were touching on from different angles, that there needs to be some central points of information for a project, and at the same time, there shouldn't be individuals. And this can be in individual humans, and this can be in several contexts, not necessarily only in crypto, where you would want an intelligent, centralized, intelligent central governance, but not a human being. And in this context, I think even outside the context, even outside the context of Kaspa, and even outside the context necessarily of crypto, there will be interesting use cases where you would see organizations that are governed by LLMs, and a more humble or micro implementation of this idea is something I'm trying to create, and I think Devin is very helpful there. The Devin, the Deep Wiki agent. But I'm excited by the possibility that this will that this idea of LLMs, autonomous LLMs, would just be a solution to. You can imagine it being a solution to many problems that we didn't think are solvable, because you need intelligence, centrality, a central intelligent agent. You can think of it as think in terms of, let's say, governance, the governance of a software, open source software, where you would want to make decisions not based on a vote, but based on not based on staking, but based on actual evidence or reason. Then you could, if you train the model in a transparent way, then it could be the case that these things will have many shapes in this. It will take many shapes, these autonomous LLMs. I'm not sure how I got into this. What was the question? Oh, about
The
deep wiki.
deep
Yeah,
wiki.
it's mostly accurate, and I commend the team that developed it. Thanks a lot.
Lavendi Pro says, will we see Yonatan in London this year?
Yeah, I was invited to by KEF to London, some London conference. I don't remember what it is. I'll probably go.
Ours Ghosty, I think, says, how do you think the community could improve? This includes community developers and community on X.
Thanks for this question. The community can, I think, become more informed on crypto in general. That will help everyone understand what Kaspa contributed and what it borrowed from other projects. I think that's, if someone wants to be a very good promoter of Kaspa or advocate for Kaspa, I really suggest knowing a lot about Ethereum, Solana, of course, but Ethereum mainly, Bitcoin mainly. Like many of the things that we are innovating on are deeply rooted. Their V1 is what was innovated by others, and appreciating our innovations and contributions must be in the context of those previous works. It just doesn't make. Just consider. I think if you take the power of Kaspa community today and combine it with some more context on crypto, I think that's an unstoppable force. But it requires this effort of curating, I would say, curating context on crypto. Like, for instance, the ZK rollups, understanding that this in and of itself is not an innovation that stemmed from our community. Understanding that most of Kaspa's or the base layer, the base ideas are of course rooted in Bitcoin. Not to downplay our contribution, rather to position them correctly. And I think, of course, the lack of context was also very facilitative and has the true benefit of being loyally enthusiastic about Kaspa, and it's a very loyal and loyal to the project, a very self-loyal community. And I think combining this with slightly more context on crypto would become a game changer in terms of community outreach, the project's outreach. I think other founders would find it more difficult to ignore Kaspa if this change or development takes place. So.
Austin wants to know, what is the theoretical maximum transactions per second for Kaspa if it can become as fast as the internet?
When I consider fast, interested in the first confirmation. For me, so there are three latencies, right? There's the inclusion latency, and then there's the probabilistic finality, and then there's the final finality. So when I say this is proof of work, this is internet speed proof of work, I'm referring to the first inclusion, and for this there's no limit. You can do 10 to the power of 100 transactions. The trade-off is that the more you increase the throughput, the latency, the block propagation latency grows, and then the second latency, the confirmation latency, grows. But if you're thinking like me in terms of UX of the first inclusion, then there's no bound. Vlad, I don't want you to feel forced to continue with this. I suppose we should be respectful of your time and the platform. We don't need to exploit all of your generous efforts for this. So feel free to pick maybe one or two more questions, and then cut it there.
Oh, that's a lot of pressure because there are a lot of them. There's also Tyler who says that during this interview, over 180,000 Kaspa blocks have been generated. Let me pick something interesting from here. Luca Piccinotti says after 100 blocks per second for Cas and independent implementation of L1.5 and interoperability of L2, where do you see Cas? On which side the L1 could be improved? Will there be full ZK?
Full ZK, I guess, in the sense of proving the L1. Otherwise, I don't know what it's referring to. Yeah, I would pick another question, or I would say, again, for me, as I mentioned previously, there's one additional, perhaps one additional, to me, it's a major upgrade, but technically it could be a minor one that can change the way a transaction flows in smart contracts and in DeFi. That would be the other upgrade that I would propose. And whether there'll be full ZK, while I don't understand the question, I would say there's lots of promising progress on from the hardware side on real-time proving, and this will have an effect even on our design. How trust, how cheap communication between vProgs is. But other than that, yeah, let's pass it to the next question.
So Angel Puente Reyes, I guess that's Angel if it's Spanish. Yonatan, could you mention atomic composability and logic zones in the context of Kaspa?
Yes. So the main thing that the main feature that prevents this fragmentation that Ethereum, maybe let me backtrack and explain what happens in Ethereum. What happened in Ethereum with the fragmentation of L2 to different rollups is that people started thinking or advocating for the interoperability of rollups. But even this interoperability is more like using Ethereum L1 for standard bridge or standard message communication layer between the rollups in an asynchronous manner. Like, so you interact with layer 1, then your rollup sends to L1, then L1 sends to the rollup, to the other rollup. It's called async composability, and many people in Ethereum community, including Vitalik himself, argue that asynchronous composability is more than enough for most of the needs. And what I argue is that this could be the case only if you already succumbed to the to the existence of rollups to begin with. But if you want to prevent this this phenomenon in advance, and you want people to build contracts with not contracts that try to, if you want people to create contracts that with incentives to interop with one another, and not with incentive to attract as much activity to this island without interoperability with others, like rollups' natural incentive is. And if you want that, then you have to have synchronous composability. Let me state it clearer. Let's assume this is not the case, and let's understand the problem. Let's assume we're giving up synchronous composability in Kaspa, and which means we will implement Solana-like CPI again with ZKVMs, and but the messaging between programs would be through L1. So you will suffer a proof latency to L1 and a proof latency to the other program. Then, other than the bad UX for composite transactions, for transactions composing different contracts, because the users will have a risk of their transaction not implementing the logic they wanted. So other than this financial inefficiency and risk for users, due to this financial inconvenience and risk for users, users would highly prefer smart contracts that interact in a synchronous manner. And this will incentivize users to work and cooperate within rollups. So rollups in this sense are an entity that, if you don't implement synchronous composability natively in the program, you're giving rollups an advantage over regular smart contracts, meaning you're giving entities that want to siphon the network effect of layer 1 and an advantage over regular smart contracts. This is why it's very important to commit to synchronous composability from the outset, even though it requires more heavy efforts on the research and development side, in order to ensure that there's a cohesive, in order to ensure that the development of DeFi products on Kaspa is cohesive. There's one society that's developing and expanding, and not fragments and islands of societies. This is the context or the motivation to commit to synchronous composability, and why we are taking a very different route than what Ethereum has took. And if you look today on what Ethereum is talking about, then there are voices in Ethereum that are trying to to reverse the wheel and go back to a more L1 enshrined native. These things mean slightly different things, but it's in the same direction of ensuring that everything, or trying to make everything cohesive through L1, rather than delegating the activity and standards to L2.
Yeah, thank you for that. There's someone in the chat who has been trying to ask a question for about 2 hours, and for some reason I didn't pick up this question, so I'm gonna read it now. His name is 33 Ethereum, and he says, when Sparkle is developed, even though it isn't the same as running SC on L1, I guess SC is synchronized composability,
Smart contracts.
will the UX still feel as though it is monolithic? Will there be bridging necessary?
So Sparkle is Anton's project. I don't know what's the update, what's the status of Anton's efforts. Here, Anton is definitely to be credited for throwing me personally in the direction of Solana. years ago. I mean, he's consistently told me about the advantage of running or developing on Solana versus Ethereum. But other than that, Anthony is the address, is a person to discuss Sparkle with. But I do want to emphasize that yes, in the monolithic versus modular debate, I view Kaspa as appearing monolithic. In practice, you will be able to integrate into Kaspa several proof systems. You would be able to run ZK EVM, SP1 VM, maybe with Zero, maybe Cairo. Like you would be able to develop your own, integrate your own ZK VM, and you would definitely be able to dictate your own programs, state size, state growth regulation, throughput regulation through gas. So definitely there will be clear autonomy and sovereignty for builders to dictate their conditions and their terms. But for users and for users and developers, it will still feel much more monolithic and much more similar to the experience of Solana devs. Of course, not the same. There will still be the more diverse VM, the diverse state sizes, but it will feel more like native, not in the sense of using L1 computation, or resources, but in the sense of having the same a cohesive standard, a cohesive way of talking with one another. So I think it will feel like native. It will feel L1-ish, even if it's not on L1.
I just want to announce that 7 or 8 months ago, I've had Amir Taki on, and he spoke for 7 hours and 9 minutes 26 seconds. Right now we are at 7 hours 26 minutes, so even if we do include the break, which took like 6-7 minutes, you beat Amir's performance, so congratulations on that one. It's not the absolute record, which is 8 hours 21 minutes. I'm not sure if you want to go for another hour just to break this otherwise kind of futile milestone.
I wouldn't want to keep it only for the sake of breaking the record. It will be disrespectful for your podcast. I think it was very valuable.
No, but I'm happy I was able to serve as sort of a bridge between the community and yourself, and also I got to learn more. I got to fulfill my curiosity. I think the only question that remains, and I don't know how to answer this, is like, how can all of these people still call you a scammer, even though you spent the past 7 hours not trying to sell anything and just explaining how stuff works? Sort of beats me. Maybe that everyone's a scammer if they launch an altcoin that competes with Bitcoin or tries to complement it. I don't know.
Let's bring them on your podcast.
I should bring Luke on my podcast, but he's gone mad. I don't know. It's very hard. The issue with Luke Dashjr is that what he says and what you understand, because he has a very different understanding of language, and there's gonna be this disconnect between what you understand from what he's saying and actually what most people understand from these words and what he thinks that he's saying. So you have to constantly play this game of getting him to define his terms.
I seem to be in your realm of expertise.
Sure. I mean, I'm gonna try to get him on, even though I think he's sort of compromised. He was so much better a few years ago. Now he's gone mad. There are running jokes that he's gonna cause an accidental, more or less, hard fork in the future, because he's running his own node implementation, and he's the only guy who's actually competent in that whole team, and he's surrounded by yes men.
I was actually hoping that the hack that he suffered was just a way to evade tax payment in the U.S. Like maybe I thought like many prominent like competent people that if they have a very large amounts of Bitcoin and they want to evade tax, if they can declare it to have been hacked, this could help them avoid tax payments, and so they get the hit of their reputation, but they get to save the money. So that's what I kind of hope that would have happened, or that was the backstory.
Yeah, I don't know, because what he did in the aftermath of this incident was to call the FBI to raid an entire event in Atlanta and get the list of attendees, and basically everyone got doxxed, and it was horrible. Yeah, I have respect for his accomplishments, I just don't respect his views anymore. And the moment when he rubbed me the wrong way was when I was trying to talk about sidechains, and he sort of said, why would you want sidechains? Because at least with more centralized systems like federations, you have someone to sue in the event that funds get stolen. I was like, so the security of these scaling layers ultimately lies on the judiciary branch of nation states. Like, we're building technology that functions without state permission, but once we get to layer 2s or sidechains or whatever, we're gonna go settle in court. I think that's dumb.
Yes, this sort of escalation of compromises is not unexpected when you're so adamant and fundamentalist about, or when you're too Puritan about and taking the extreme fundamentalist approach towards the system. Then when you do succumb to reality and say, okay, let's integrate something that's useful, then suddenly you just go to the other extreme and use federations and or some forms of committees. I hope Bitcoin stays. I hope it stays pure and not. If it's fundamentalist, let's keep it pure fundamentalist.
Well, I hope Bitcoin actually scales and does more interesting stuff, and I hope we're gonna see more of that this year with the ZK rollups, even if they're optimistically verified. And I don't know, I signed up for a kind of revolution that never happened, and now I'm in a situation where I'm supposed to watch what some government employee is saying about interest rates in the US to know whether or not the price of Bitcoin goes up or down, or I'm supposed to follow some ETF fund manager to understand what's gonna happen. I don't know. I didn't sign up for this. I just hope that there is still sort of a subversive element in Bitcoin, and it's not completely drained, and it's not just something that's gonna be used only by banks and custodians, and on-chain transactions are gonna become this sort of rarity.
All the power to you, Vlad. I think this. I think Bitcoin can only benefit from your voice attracting order of magnitude more prominence.
I don't know, I'm just trying to remind people of the early days. And while I'm at it, I just want to thank everyone who sent Kaspa to this wallet. I was able to successfully redistribute the coins that I received around the first hour of the interview to people who stuck around past the 4-hour mark. This is like a reward. I didn't want anyone to think that just because I put a QR code and I set up a wallet, I'm sort of begging for funds or whatever. Look, someone just sent me 2 Kaspa coins. So I'm not trying to profit off of anyone. I just wanted to try the technology and give it all back to the community. I don't try to do anything here. The show is already sponsored. I'm fine.
But do you have a Kaspa address?
I do have it. It's on the screen. So someone watching will have to scan. Maybe I should generate another one that's personal because this one is too exposed.
Yeah.
But it's fine. For this address, I'll just give everything to the community. And thank you guys for watching and listening and asking some very good questions that I couldn't think about over the last 7 hours. Is there anything that you would like to add, Yonatan, before we wrap this up?
No, I appreciate very much your moderation, your questions. It was a privilege, and I'm very grateful for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your patience in responding to all the questions. Thanks to the community. And I guess I'll see you soon. Good night, everyone.
Ciao.